3? I didn't know you...
Super fast. As much bigger. As it has gotten older, I lose track of... It's November, you crazy! It's November! Do you even have a calendar? Ah!
We'll invite Britta, even though Britta's the worst. You like The Sims? You like Community here, Space Gremlin? You're doing well. Good to see you doing well here, then. You're just in time for a party. We love throwing parties. Who are we missing? We're missing nobody. That's the cast here. We gotta invite the...
Look, I'm on time because I'm typing in the chat. Hello. How's everyone doing? Thanks for being here so early. It's always fun when there's people here when I start. Yeah, hi. It's been a week. I've been doing this thing lately. We're gonna go back to the Mr. Hoy's thing in a minute, but to gloat about myself for a minute. Kidding, it's not gloating, but I've been doing this thing lately where I constantly make an effort to stream, and then something consumes me and I don't do it. Oh my god, here I am. Hi, it's been a week. I know. Thanks for being here. And there you are. Look at you. Look at both of you. Beautiful humans coming here early. I appreciate you so much. But anyway, yeah, let's talk about me for a sec, because it's been a week, right? Don't worry, I won't forget to go back to the main topic here. But, so I've been doing this thing You're watching another stream Hollow Knight? Who? How are they doing? All of my biggest feats in Hollow Knight happened off stream. That's another thing I want to talk about. But one thing at a time. So, I've been grappling with this thing lately where, I mean, you guys both stream, right? So you know maybe what goes into it. Maybe you have different like ways to psych yourself up or not. But like you have to understand, I don't have a schedule, right? Mr. Hoy, I know you kind of have a schedule. And Trothguard, I don't remember if you did or not. But for me, like all of my streams are kind of just like off the cuff. If I feel like doing it, if it's a good, you know, I have time to, whatever. And most of the time, that's very convenient. But in recent times, it's been kind of a burden in a way. And here's why. I try to stream whenever I get the opportunity to, because it's fun and it helps me pass the time and all that. But lately, my criteria for having the time to is constantly changing or like very restricted. So for example, used to just be like, if I have a few hours, I'll stream, right? And if a few hours turns into even more hours, then that's great. But for me, it's like for example, I was consistently doing the streaming on my lunch break thing for like 3 weeks, right? My work has been inundating me with meetings so much that I no longer see value in streaming on my lunch. Because like, as you guys know, I rarely, even from the onset of it, I rarely would stream from just noon to 1 or 12:30 to 1 or whatever it is. I'd always like let it bleed into the afternoon and I'd be like, Dred, I have a meeting at 2:30. This will only be 2.5 hours long. And some nights I would stream until 5, 6, 8 o'clock, right? An 8-hour lunch stream, kind of a joke. Well, now that's become such the norm that whenever I have a meeting in the afternoon, I'm immediately like, what's the fucking point of me streaming? It's gonna be too short, I can't do it. Or sometimes I'll have meetings like right up until lunch and then none for the rest of the day. But I'll get random like messages from people asking me for help on their work or like, can you look into this thing for me suddenly? And I'm just like, suddenly actually having to work, which sucks. And it's terribly inconsistent. Like, there's so much frantic stuff happening at my job because we've changed the way that we track everything, and no one has a fucking clue because the way that we changed it is also constantly changing. So, needless to say, no one has a single clue what's going on, and what that leads to is just an abundance of unnecessary meetings that have to do with tracking things and have to do with basically just bookkeeping and micromanaging people, and it really has no value. Like, I tell, I think, 3 different people every single day what I'll be working on for the day, and none of them care. Like, they're just asking me because that's their role in the meeting. They gather, like, I don't know, 20 people from different departments, and they go one by one asking them what they're working on, and it doesn't accomplish anything. And then we have all these things to, like, review the series of meetings we've had talking about what we've been planning, and we have meetings to discuss metrics, we have meetings to discuss projections for how we plan for things to go, and it's just so many meetings, and the work we're doing hasn't changed, the volume of work hasn't changed. The only difference is that we're focusing on it in such a way where way too many fucking things keep happening. Consent is sexy. What a great name. Hopping from each Fallout 3 stream to ask a question. Fire away. We're not getting started yet, but fire away. And welcome in. So anyway, I keep not streaming during the workday because it's just a fucking crazy, stupid, random assortment of like meetings and people bothering me for stuff where I just can't pull myself away and be lazy for 5 hours anymore, and it's sad. Another thing that keeps me from streaming is if I just don't feel like I'm in a good mood. And because of how annoying work and meetings and random just like chaos within my job has been, I get offline every single day from work, and the very last thing I want to do is like try to be happy and entertain people, so I don't stream. Consent says, so question for you then. I just got to the mission where I meet Fox. If I load him up with gear before he's my companion, will he still have the gear I gave him when he becomes a companion? I honestly don't know. I'll be perfectly honest with you. I haven't played this game, like I haven't played this game enough to get a companion yet. This time around, and when I last played this game, it was, oh my god, what's the math? 15 years ago, I think. So I'm afraid I don't have that answer for you. That's a question for the wiki, I think. Or Google, I don't know. Unless it's just a trivia to know how privy we are with Fallout knowledge, I'm afraid I fail you. No one does, I might have to debunk it myself. I mean, you could do that. I mean, worst case scenario, you just do a hard save, right? Just before you do whatever. I don't know how much work goes into companioning him, but I'm sure that there's a cutoff, right? 1 second he's not your companion, and then the next you do something, he becomes your companion. You could just save scum it, you know? You could just give him all the gear, then companion him up. I mean, you could save, companion him up, and then if he loses all the shit, then load your save and then take all the stuff off and give it to him after. I mean, if you're worried about it, you could theoretically just give him the stuff to hold, and then if you know what triggers him to become your companion, you could temporarily take it off of him and over-encumber yourself, trigger him to become your companion, and give it all back just to be safe. But yeah, I'm afraid I don't have the answer for you. I wish I did. Well, like I said, I bet you could Google it. I mean, I could Google it and see. I assume that's where you started, though. So you're thinking, because you gotta do a full mission after at Raven Rock, I'm sure. Oh, that sucks. Yeah, I wish I knew more about it. We've only seen one person so far that we could companion, I think, or maybe there were two. I think there was the one hooker at that one dude's house. But you started at Google and Reddit, and nobody on there has answered that type of question for however long this game's been out. That's wild to me, especially Reddit. People on Reddit just like come out of the woodwork to have all the answers to literally everything in the universe. Is pretty crazy, especially regarding games. Like, there's so many people that are like intimately knowledgeable about the code and how things work for games and stuff. I'm kind of surprised that Reddit failed you. And then Google would obviously pull similar stuff in gaming articles about like the top 10 ways to blah 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 your companions, you know. Like I mentioned, a companion will keep gear forever, but he's not a companion yet. Yeah. I don't know. I think I would expect it to, because I don't really see why their inventory would change if they become a companion, but I mean, there's also the concept where, like, maybe because their status changes, their entire inventory gets reset or adjusted to be a companion's inventory, and thus they might lose what they have. But I don't see any reason why that stuff would just vanish if they became a companion, you know? But I'm just hypothesizing. I can't say I know. Sorry to let you down. Add me to the list of useless people that you've posed the question to. But that is curious, and I don't know if it would be specific to Fox. But,
you answered the letter.
Yeah,
now,
thanks for the follow.
You are a part of this place.
But yeah, the only companion I've seen so far is Jericho, I think was his name, in Megaton. But we've been a good little boy. We have good karma. I've never played with good karma, but I've just been doing it for fun because I learned a few ways that you can easily raise your karma. So we've just been doing that, just intentionally spamming good karma stuff. So when you talk to him, he's like, "You're too much of a goody two-shoes, you piece of shit. I'm not gonna go with you," or whatever, however he talks. So I couldn't test that if I wanted to, unfortunately. But yeah, I guess if you have to do the whole mission, I don't know. I can't really think of the best way to like test that if it's that big of a gap between like him not being your companion and then him being your companion, because you don't want to carry all this stuff like during the mission, you know, to make sure that you transition it right or whatever. That's a bit of a hassle. I mean, you could just store it in a garbage can. That's one strat I've been doing in this playthrough. I keep like taking power armor off of people or whatever, and then I'll go into one place that I can fast travel to, or just in the doorway. It's like one of the metro stations or whatever. And right in the doorway, there's a garbage can on the one side, so I keep going there just so I can stash stuff that's too heavy for me to carry. And then I'll do some weird like fast travel spam where I'll fast travel to Megaton and drop it off at my house, and then go back and take some of it, so I don't get over encumbered. And then I think eventually there's a perk you can get for your character that allows you to fast travel while over encumbered, which is incredible. I know this is completely irrelevant to what we're talking about, but yeah, I would assume yes. And as Casual Hoy said, good game designers would allow you to give it to them, and you know, they'd retain it. And this was Bethesda before they went downhill, so maybe that means that's how it works. Maybe they are good game designers, but who knows? Inside, yes, my first playthrough, so I'm on good karma. So far, I got Paladin Cross and is that Charon, his followers, but they're both dead. Is Paladin Cross the guy I got to die before he was even my follower? Hold on, we gotta look that up. Who is Paladin Cross? Oops, I typed 2. I meant 3. Fallout 3. Oh no, this is somebody different. I don't think we're very far in the game yet, to be honest with you. I don't remember how many hours we've put into it, but it's not that many. There's a lot of people in places we haven't seen yet. So, that's why I don't have any followers yet. Think it was Paladin Cross, some Chicken Brotherhood power armor? Yeah. Yeah, that's the image that I just saw as well. Zero, what's up, man? Good morning. Well, actually, I say morning, but even if you're on the West Coast, which I don't know, it would be noon 10 for you. I'm East Coast, near Buffalo, so it's 3 in the afternoon. Well, welcome in, man. I hope you're having a great Saturday. Thanks for coming on by. Yeah, happy Saturday. That's right. That is right. But yeah, we don't have any, I almost said followers. What's the term? Companions yet in my playthrough. So unfortunately, my memory on the topic is pretty outdated. Maneuvered their bodies to the same dumpster, so it's like your personal burial ground. I love that. Did they die nearby, or did you just trek across the entire wasteland to bring them to your own cemetery? That's incredible. Yeah, I'm trying to remember who died for me. We carried him around too. After he died. You had to trek him so far. That's crazy. Hi,
Welcome
JJ.
home, such as it is.
Risa, thank you so much.
They are yours now.
Happy Saturday. How's it going? Also, happy birthday to the little one. I hope you're having a great day. Thanks for being here. I know you're probably gonna have to work, but I hope things are going well. That's really funny though. I admire your commitment to carrying dead bodies across the wasteland. Anyway, yeah, I'm gonna get back on topics what I was talking about before. We'll start playing soon. We can keep talking about that if you care. But feel free to hop to other streamers if you want to get their opinions on the companion thing. I won't be fussed if you vanish. But I appreciate you being here and taking part in the chat. But yeah, so anyway, I haven't been streaming a lot, as we know, and it's mostly because of work and mostly because of how I feel about work. And also because I'm just kind of lazy. And also, Hollow Knight wore me the fuck out, I'll be perfectly honest. But yeah, all the big things in Hollow Knight that I was able to do, I did pretty much off stream. So like at the end of my last 2 streams, the first one, maybe it wasn't the last 2, it was the last few. But at the end of one of them, I was doing the weird parkour section, the Path of Pain. And at the end of it, I died to a boss and I rage quit the stream. I'm sure a few of you are here and remember that. After I like got off stream and kind of mellowed out a bit, I did it one more time and I beat it. So the only proof of that was I posted a picture of the cutscene that happens after to Twitter. And I said, yeah, okay, I did it. To keep you in the loop. Sorry you couldn't watch. I didn't record it or anything. And then the second thing I did was, I think we were doing Pantheon stuff on stream the last time. Because I had to do one last stage of the Pantheon to get to 112%, which was the whole fucking point of playing that game on stream. And the last stage required that I fought a boss that was just like so hard to beat. And needless to say, we tried it for, I don't know how long it was, but it felt like forever and it felt like a waste of time and I couldn't do it. Well, I tried again and again and again over a series of days. And then I eventually managed to do it, which was great. I have the achievement. I didn't post anything about it. Actually, I think I just posted on Twitter that I did the 112% completion, but nobody got to see my Pantheon 3 win. And now the only 3 things I have left to do in Hollow Knight are all awful. At least as far as achievements go, there's only 3 left. There is the Pantheon of Hollow Nest, I think it is. It's the 4th one. That's basically just do all 3 of them in a row at once. And it took me so long to do the 3rd one once that I'm afraid that if I do 46 bosses in a row and I get to the last one and it flattens me, that would be just demoralizing, and I don't want to do that at all, let alone stream it. And then the other two are beat the game in no death mode, Steel Soul mode it's called, and beat the game in no death mode while 100%ing it. Which, as you probably know from me talking about this, with the DLC that's like just a part of the game now, there's a total of 112% you can get. So you can kind of pick and choose what things you do in order to get to 100%. So you can kind of skip some of the really hard stuff and whatever. But yeah, it's that's I think a pretty tough hill to climb, not dying. I tried it once just for fun, and I had a bit of a false bravado because there was in the early game there's a boss you can stumble into by accident, the Brooding Moloch, which is basically like this. I don't even know what you'd call it, like a crab thing that shoots pus or whatever, and it like shuffles back and forth and swats at you while spitting shit at you. And I was convinced that with no nail upgrades and no health upgrades and stuff that I could beat it. And needless to say, I died to it and erased my file. So that gave me a little taste of what the no death mode was going to be like. And I think I need to take a break from that game, is what I'm saying. You want to complete a Steel Soul one day? You haven't come too close. Have you tried it a time or two or three or five? I tried it the one time just to kind of ride my high of having played the game for 60 hours in 1 week or whatever the counter said. Because there's another thing I did off screen too, is I did a second entire playthrough to chase all the other achievements. So the first time we played on stream, you know, story-wise, we saved Zote, that one pompous dude that you free from the mouth of a weird bug. I mean, they're all bugs, but you save Zote. I killed the nailsmith because he asked me to strike him down, and I fought the nightmare dream vampire guy in the circus tent. And those three things are like pivotal story things that each have different achievements for different outcomes. So on my second playthrough, I didn't save Zote, so he died. And when he dies and you hit his skull, you get an achievement that says neglect because you didn't save him. I didn't kill the nailsmith, and I instead found him with his new boyfriend in the one hut in the Queen's Gardens or in Greenpath. One of the nail masters and him will like make little figures of each other, and they suggest that they're a couple. I think the achievement says something about happy couple or something. So I guess they're love bugs, quite literally. But yeah, so instead of killing the nailsmith, you find him there and you get an achievement. And then instead of fighting the Nightmare King Grim vampire dream man, you can talk to the dude that plays an accordion, and he'll whisper to you about like how they need to change their path or whatever, and to meet him in the Howling Cliffs. And if you go there, you and him basically destroy the torch that started the whole thing, and it banishes the troop and it kills the main guy or something and changes your story. So doing all three of those things nets you an additional achievement, as does playing through the entire game and beating the game with any % completion within 5 hours, which I did. And then I took that same file and continued past that to 100% the game within 20 hours, which I did it in like, I could check, I think it was like 11 or 12. It was nearly half the time. But I think that's everything else I had to do. That was just like second playthrough type of stuff. And now the only thing I have to do is the fucking no death mode, whatever I said, Steel Soul. So, another time. I'm gonna lose all my dexterity or whatever when it comes to Hollow Knight, but I've had my fill. And I inadvertently took a week off by accident. Yeah, tried twice. First time was going real slow and trying to just not die and grind to be good. And you died on the jellyfish guy. The one in the goopy teacher's archives thing, where you had to wait for the dude to stab it. Yeah. That fight's kind of annoying. People say that fight's really hard. I think it just requires patience, and I think the hardest part about it is It's actually the attack where they just spawn the lightning across the whole room and you have to find a spot because it seems like it telegraphs it for a very short period. But as far as just running away from the shocking goes, I think once you get the vibe of just like constantly running in a singular direction without doubling back or like jumping against walls or whatever, it's kind of easy to get away. Not good at dodging the things you need to hit into them. Wait, did they change it? They change it in Steel Soul? Because I know that in the Pantheon you have to hit the jellyfish or whatever that will explode into them, and I get hit by those all the time. But I thought in the normal fight that you just had to like wait for the coral to come by and go Kitsa! And then stab it. Does that change for Steel Soul? That sucks if so, I'll probably die there too. And the second time was more confident, just died to garbage in Mantis City. Yeah, I think that was my fail point too, was that when I tried it real quick, I was just really confident because I was just like, I just beat this game twice. I can do it in Steel Soul, no problem. All my movement and whatever mechanics are so good. But you ride that confidence, feeling like your movement is good, and then you start the game over where all you can do is move sideways and jump, and you realize that you're not that good at combat when your hands and feet are tied and you're wearing lead bricks as shoes, you know? But, yeah, I don't know. The game's a lot of fun, and I still think about it a lot. Like, I do want to play the Steel Soul mode before I forget everything about the game, but also, like I said, I feel like I had more than my fill. I think specifically the Pantheon took a lot out of me. But also just playing through the game twice was difficult. But the Pantheon just teaches you, like, you don't know anything about the combat in this game. Even when you have everything at your disposal and every charm notch known to man, you can still get smited down in an instant, and it just doesn't feel great. But yeah, so sorry I haven't streamed in a week. It just kind of happens. Work has just sucked a lot out of me, and I spend most of my time feeling like sad and annoyed at the monotony of my existence, but feeling okay today, so here we are. And today is hopefully going to be a good day. The Buffalo Bandits are playing in their first championship NLL lacrosse finals game tonight at home. I'm not going. My sister asked if I wanted to go, and I said, "Do you have a free ticket?" Because that's how much I want to pay to go. $0. And she's like, "No, but I can get you one for cheap." I don't share the same opinion of cheap as my sister or most normal people. She has like the normal opinion of cheap, you know? Tickets are normally $70, but you can get one for $50. That's cheap. And I'm like, I wouldn't pay $50 to go to a sporting event. Jesus Christ, you know? So I declined. But I can watch it on ESPN Plus, and I'm rooting for the good old boys. But I'm pretty sure the team that we're playing is a team that we lost in the championship round to within the last few years. So that's scary. I also have no idea what their record is, but these 4 saves would be $5 for you. That's our local baseball team's budget tickets. Yeah. I think ours is the same. The Buffalo Bisons, who are the farm club for the Blue Jays, I think, Toronto Blue Jays, their tickets can be pretty cheap. I think they also have deals where you can get, like, free tickets. Like, you buy a ticket, get another ticket free, or you buy 3, get a 4th, or whatever. Yeah, I'm with you. Plus, baseball's nice, because it's one of the only sports that you can watch outside. I mean, football's like that, too, but goddamn, if football is not a cheap sport to watch. I know that much. But yeah, so they play tonight. I don't know. I mean, I was gonna end my stream before they played, you know, just like stream for a bit and then go watch the game. I'm still kind of on the fence about it though, because I don't know what time the game is at. I think it's at 7 or 7:30. Saturday, May 27th, 7 p.m. Yep, that's today, all right. Now, I should say it's a best of 3, just like the rest of the series, so today's game doesn't technically matter. It just kind of sets the pace for the series. But I'm excited for it, nevertheless, and I kind of do want to watch it, but it's in fucking 3.5 hours, and we haven't even started streaming yet, so. Plus, all they really want to do is get you in to buy other shit. I mean, that's true. People are very quick to buy, especially like the food or merchandise if it's on sale or cheap. It's funny how often sales will trigger people to buy stuff, even if it's still really expensive. Like, when I went to my last Bandits game, I think it was the fan appreciation night or whatever. So they had it like what were their prices? They like discounted most of their foods to be $3, I think. So you can get like nachos and hot dogs and stuff for $3 instead of like $8. Still, $3 for nachos is still kind of pricey. Less pricey than $8, so if you're used to spending $8 on nachos, then $3 is a steal. And then they had something like a 20 or 30% off general coupon for the entire Bandits and Buffalo Sabres apparel store, you know? So, like, I saw so many people with bags from the store having bought, like, jerseys and hoodies and stuff. It's just like, okay, so you got a $60 hoodie for $12 off. Congratulations, you know? It's like, I don't think I'd pay $48 for a Bandits hoodie, but that's just me. Ooh, what's up, man? Welcome in, beautiful homie. Look at this, man. Why are we seeing Arabella's picture? Something's broken. Oh, that's why. It was, registering early. Hi, Arabella.
Cover your butts. I don't cover my butt. It's an exit and an entrance for me.
You don't cover your butt?
That, but
You, like, wear skirts with the back cut out or something?
I don't.
Poop Arabella, welcome in. We're just rambling about stuff before we get started. I hope you guys are having a great Saturday. Mr. Hoy went to nephew's school carnival last night. I was pleasantly surprised they had free food. What kind of food? I love food. Food is great. Also, I said we're not going to forget to talk about your duality of man or whatever. If you still feel like talking about that, we can. If not, I will ignore. But hot dogs and burgers on the grill, watermelon. Oh, that's so exciting. Hot dogs and burgers are always just like, I don't care what quality of hot dog and burger they are, I will eat them. I've never had, I mean, I have had a bad hot dog and a bad burger before, but any hot dog and burger is fine by me, you know? It hits the spot. I think you can thank fast food places for that, you know? They set a certain type of bar, a variable bar for hot dogs and burgers. Even if I have a shitty, like, normal made burger, I'm like, well, it tastes better in some ways than, like, McDonald's, you know? And McDonald's tastes so good. Not all wieners are good wieners. You are the last person on earth I'd expect to say that. Hope you're chilling, just waking up, kinda? How kinda? Like you've been awake for a while, but you don't feel awake yet? If that's true, I feel that. I'm drinking pizza at drinking pizza. Oh my god, I'm drinking coffee at 3 o'clock p.m. with a straw. Mind you, I don't know why the straw's in here, I'll be honest, but it's been nice. The reason I like to use straws more than I should is because I can restrict how much I'm drinking by bending the straw. Because I'm the type that will just like suck down water and suck down things way faster than I need to. Especially things like this that have caffeine, I need to like meter it. So I get the tiniest little like tongue covering of coffee every time I take a sip instead of like a mouthful, you know? You suck things fast too? Okay. I'm gonna leave that one. All pizza is good pizza unless, been awake for an hour, I feel like you just woke up. Alright, yeah, no, I completely feel that. I feel that way almost every morning. Usually on the weekends, because I let myself kind of sloth it up when I wake up. I'll go from laying in bed to like slouching, almost laying down on the couch. I'll like scroll TikTok for an hour, or like watch YouTube on my TV. And then after all that like laziness, I'll stand up and I'll be like, oh my god, bruh, I'm still so groggy. I feel like I just woke up. You'll behave? No, you're good. You're good. I mean, sucking things fast doesn't sound particularly ideal, you know? Do anything too fast and I'm sure it doesn't feel that great. So, although sucking doesn't have to feel like anything, maybe you just, you know, whatever, maybe you just drink really quickly, which is what I was talking about. Although drinking too quickly also doesn't feel great. Just physically, you know? Get out of breath or whatever, because you're closing off your breathing pads or something. I don't know. I'm gonna leave that. All pizza is good pizza. I wish I could agree with that. If they had, well, I guess they do have. Say, if they had a fast food pizza place that could lower the bar for me, maybe I'd feel that way. But, they do have fast food pizza places like Little Caesars, I guess Domino's and like Papa John kind of count for that. But I think the problem with pizza is that there exists a spectrum outside of fast food pizza that worsens the general taste of pizza to the point where there's such a variety of pizza that exists where some of it is just, it's not good. You know, it's past the point of being desirable. Whereas when it comes to burgers and hot dogs and stuff, not often you get a frozen cheeseburger or a frozen hot dog. You know, like the whole thing is cooked and frozen. You can make it, but they make like freezer pizzas that are not great. And then there's also pizza establishments that just like make pizza that's of lower quality than freezer pizzas, which is saying something. So I don't know. I really like pizza, and I'm not too fussy. You know, I think most pizza that's not that great is still good pizza. But there's also pizza that's just like really bad, soggy, nasty shit. But DiGiorno, I don't know if I've ever had a DiGiorno pizza. But I don't think I need to either, because I've had like, what's that one? Oh my god, not Red Baron. What's the other one? The ones that are like $1 a piece. Oh shit, I used to live off of those in my grandma's house. What the fuck were they called? They had some like fancy name, I think. Hold on, cheap freezer pizza brands. Totino's, not the one I'm thinking of. Celeste. Actually, I used to really like Celeste pizzas, but it was because their sauce was sweet, and I thought that was cool. What other ones exist? Elio's, never heard of it. Tony's, never had. Jack's Original Thin Pizza, never had it. Great Value Microwavable Pepperoni Pizza. There you go. Microwavable pizza. Same with the Celeste pizzas, actually. They say they're microwavable. I would never cook them in the microwave, though. That's a toaster oven or bust, I think. Fucking hate the microwave, man. Geno's. Oh my god, when I was a kid, my grandma used to fill me fat with Geno's pizzas. Geno's pizzas were like the pre-Celeste pizzas, I think. Why do I feel like I need to suddenly buy every frozen pizza ever into a frozen pizza tier list? I'm not going to. I'm not the tier list type. I'm also not the buying things type. So don't get your hopes up. What is this? Dr. Oetker Ristorante? Oh, this is some like artisan whatever shit. Alright, we're closing out of this. Do it. No. We won't be doing that. Totino's? Yeah, gross. Casual Hawaii frozen pizza, I usually go Red Baron. I can't remember if I've ever had a Red Baron pizza. Usually the only frozen pizza I eat now is the brand from Aldi, Mama Cozy's. It's just because they're kind of big and they're cheap for how big they are. I think they're like $3 a piece and you get one that's, I don't know, 16 inches big. What's the place at every mall? Sbarro's? How do you pronounce that? I don't think I like their pizza either. You gave me bad memories, Hot Pockets, damn. Wait, what did I give you bad memories with? I named so many brands. Hot Pocket, I actually really like Hot Pockets, but they don't try to be pizza. They're just like pizza flavored pockets, you know? And they have other things in them too. You can get like a Philly cheesesteak Hot Pocket. You can get steak and cheese Hot Pockets. I wouldn't be surprised if you can get like an Asian stir fry Hot Pocket. They've got so many weird things. Meatball sub Hot Pockets. Gotta do a Hot Pocket tier list. Tony's is a lot like Totino's. Gross. Make me act like I don't got leftover Thai in your fridge? What's wrong with leftover Thai? Oh, and I said soggy pizza? Oh, man. Yeah, I think when I was growing up, I used to basically live at my grandma's. Not basically, I used to live at my grandma's house for several reasons. And my grandma loved the microwave. Now, I don't know how all of you live, but it is a cardinal sin for me to cook anything in my microwave. I'll reheat stuff now and again in the microwave, you know, usually mixes. Rice dishes, pasta dishes, things that are just like not a single thing, I'll reheat in the microwave, but that's it. I don't cook things in the microwave. I don't cook or reheat like frozen goods in the microwave You'll never see me microwave like a frozen pizza or, even like a Hot Pocket. Like, I'll put a Hot Pocket in my damn air fryer or like a toaster oven. I'll never use a microwave. Same with like Pop-Tarts. People put Pop-Tarts in the microwave. I just use toaster stuff or things that have heating elements. I can't do the whole science making water molecules hot shit, because hot water molecules are usually soggy and nasty. So I don't use the microwave, but growing up, I'm pretty sure my grandma put every possible thing in the microwave. Flip the back of the box. If microwave is listed as an option, that's the option she would choose. And I learned when I got older that there were options that weren't the microwave that taste they taste so much better. To the point where I erased the microwave as an option in the first place. So yeah. So I don't do that. But yeah, lots of soggy food. Just by nature of how the microwave works. Not a fan. If it's the only way, then by all means, but it's not. So, never again for me. But yeah, there's absolutely nothing wrong with having leftover Thai. What kind of Thai food do you have? I feel like the only Thai foods I've ever had are Pad Thai, the peanut flavored noodles and whatever, chicken, and something called Gapao or Gapao fried rice, which is basically just like a spicy linguine. Spicy linguine, no, what am I saying? Like spicy jalapeno or spicy serrano pepper rice. It's so good. Tofu pad thai, yeah, same shit. I mean, I said chicken, but whatever. Tofu's. Insert diet here, Lee. So that's cool. Talking about pizza makes me forget them leftovers. Your boy gotta save that money. Dude, just make pizza. You can make pizza for kind of cheap, I think. Just gotta buy stuff in bulk. I think that's the problem. Like, you need to temporarily have enough money to spend a decent amount of money on bulk, you know? Like, the thing I do, and I'm no role model, but I'm also disgustingly cheap. The thing that I do is I buy pre-made pizza doughs that themselves are like $1 or $1.50, and then I buy like jars of sauce, which, you know, you could save money by using pasta sauce, even though it's not as sweet. But I'll buy the pizza crusts. I'll buy just like red sauce, and then I just get like heaps and heaps of cheese, because you can go to the store and get like 5 pounds of cheese for the price of 3 or whatever. The price is way better the more you get. But then I freeze it. People don't really freeze shredded cheese, but I do, and it's fantastic. The only thing you have to do if you use frozen shredded cheese is remember that you need to use it when you start cooking and pull it out so it can kind of thaw before you try to melt it. Otherwise, you get a bit of a watery mess from the water of the ice melting. But if you like dump a pile of frozen cheese on your counter as you're like prepping the rest of your pizza or whatever, it'll warm up enough to spread on the pizza before you know, put it together. The only thing you're missing would be basil. Bruh, you can make a pizza without basil. Or just get like the stupid $1 dried basil things. I think you're trying to be bougie. I think you could sacrifice bouginess and get by. But also, you could also grow basil. Let's not eliminate that prospect. Oh, Sealer, what's up, buddy?
Don't you guys love when like the streamer comes live and they interact with you for like 5 minutes, and then they spend the next hour trying to fix your stream? I know I do. I know I.
Whenever I see clips from you, I try to find my name at the bottom because I usually lurk in your streams. Not this one though. I failed.
I was like, that was actually the best pin message ever.
I love Dilt's great hat.
Guys, everyone who's here right.
Caesar, buddy, welcome in, man. I hope you're having a great morning. Thanks for coming by. Oh god, not the hat? No, it's a great hat. You tried what? You tried making a pizza without basil, or you tried growing it? You can't grow basil? I mean, I can't judge. I've never tried to grow, herbs. Like actual herbs, okay? Not that I couldn't grow other herbs in my... I think it's legal in my state. Maybe not. I don't know. Look up New York law. Oh wait, I learned last night in Caesar's chat that New York is a slur. I need to stop saying it. He had it banned from his auto mod list. So I have to eliminate that word from my vocab, but I'm gonna get reported. Yeah. Strike me down. He tried growing basil, it didn't work. Yeah, dude, I don't know anything about growing weeds. I know everything about growing weeds. Weeds, plural. My gardens are rife with weeds. But no, I don't know anything about growing herbs. Other than you can, like, do it on the windowsill. That's pretty much all I know. But you can also buy herbs in bulk if you're cool with them being dried, you know? But I don't know. How much does a basil plant cost? Like, I know they sell the little packs of fresh... If you want to say weeds, what's wrong with me? Fresh herbs at the store. I don't know. At least $1. Yeah, but how much does one last? Or how much does one last? Jesus Christ. At HD, maybe like $4.95. HD. I fucking hate acronyms. Come on. Stores. What are grocery stores? Home Depot. Excuse me. High definition basil. Yeah. Right, so you said pizza with no basil? Yeah, I did. You can have pizza with no basil. Are you kidding me? I'll just use a sauce that contains basil. Get a basil-based spaghetti sauce or something. I don't fucking know, man. You said you're trying to save money. Saving money means skimping on the finer things in life. You know? Who's man? What? I'm just saying. I eat a lot of, like, scuffed foods. You have to understand. You know, you're talking to a guy who freezes all of his ingredients and, like, uses bagged frozen goods and dried spices to make everything, okay? You know how people, when they start, like, weird diets, healthy diets to improve their well-being or whatever, they just eat, like, the worst foods ever, and then they have, like, a slightly worse or slightly better worse food, and they're like, oh my god, I'm so glad it's tofu day. I've been eating chickpeas and mush for the last 3 weeks, and tofu is like the cream of the crop for my diet, right? It's kind of the same thing. Like, you just get used to eating seasonless foods or like dry spices or whatever, and then eventually you'll be like, hey, I can splurge this week and buy a basil plant, and my god, true basil pizza is so good, you know? But, I don't know. But yeah, I'm sorry you're cutting into your own pizza budget. That's rough. But if I was really, really cutting into my pizza budget, I think I would just make pizza all the time. And I would just skimp on bougie ingredients, or I would somehow... Actually, you know what? Go to a farmer's market. Do they have those in your neck of the woods? Can you go to a farmer's market where, the guy who found a shoestone arrowhead over down by there, in the pig pen over there, that guy can fucking give you basil on the cheap. You know what I'm talking about? That fucking guy from Napoleon Dynamite. You're not making pizza? Bro, make a pizza. What's wrong with you? Trying to skimp, save money, won't even make your own pizza. Bro, it takes like 20 minutes. The hardest part of making a pizza, I think, is stretching out the dough. So, whatever. If you don't wanna massage a dough to make a pizza, then I can't help you. Alright, I'm pulling a Caesar. I'm like 10 minutes behind in chat. Let me catch up. Arabella Forever Ago said Red Baron's okay if you add cheese to it. If you have to add cheese to a freezer pizza, you're just spending extra money on the cheese. You could have just bought a better pizza. Pass. Casual Hoy, yes, Barrows, I enjoy those. I can't remember the last time I had that, but I always thought that was kind of like budget bullshit pizza, so I think I avoided it. Whenever I'd go to a mall and get stuff, I would just get, actually, there was a Cajun place at my mall that always had, like, these giant overflowing, like, take-home containers that they'd put all their food in, and, like, for $5, they would just, like, overfill a takeout container with, like, rice and chicken and beef and shit. It was always $5, and they'd be like, "What do you want?" And then you'd point and stuff, and they would just like pile it in there, and then they'd cram the lid down. So much better than soggy mall pizza. But not all malls have a Cajun Quarter, so. And then actually, my mall got rid of the food court, but they retained like 2 of the restaurants for some reason, and the only 2, I shouldn't say what restaurants, whatever, food stands, and they like cornered them into a complete other section of the mall where nobody would see them, because the food court used to be centralized, and they shit canned it for something else. I don't know, I don't go to the mall anymore. But they moved all 2 of the food places to like some remote, like one of the entrances into the mall. They just shoehorned the 2 food places right next to each other against the very entrance. And the 2 that remained were Subway, for some reason, and Cajun Quarter, which is fantastic. They may still be there to this day, but I'm not gonna go there and find out. Because I know that if I were to go there and I'd be like, "Oh yeah, can I get one of your boxes to go?" And instead of it being, $4.99, it's gonna be like $11.99, and I'm gonna immediately want to off myself because inflation and capitalism makes me want to do that several times a day. And learning that my cherished Cajun Quarter was afflicted by capitalist greed would make me a sad boy. Frozen pizza in the microwave is chewy as fuck. Yeah, I know. Everything microwaved gets chewy and soggy and nasty. Okay, I think I read most of this as it happened. Not the hat. How am I doing? I'm good. I'm very hyper today. I've been drinking too much coffee. Caesar said, try growing a pizza without basil. Yeah, growing a pizza. By definition, basil. Yeah, okay, I read most of this. Basil's for rich people. Caesar said, hey, in all fairness, a lot of produce is really dropping in quality. Might as well buy frozen. I mean, I don't know. I really wish that I would normalize for myself going to farmers markets and then just freezing everything. Because I still buy produce from the store and I regret it. But yeah, freezing stuff really isn't that bad, especially vegetables. You can freeze almost every vegetable without sacrificing quality of it, unless it's like a leafy green. You want this mug? This mug is forever old. I got this at like Spencer's or Hot Topic or FYE, one of those wannabe stores, like forever ago. Brought to you by Surreal Entertainment 2015. Some of you weren't even alive then. How did I buy this though? I don't know. Hand wash only. Whoops. You wanna know how many times I've put this in my dishwasher? Let's be real though, you can put anything in the dishwasher, you just gotta put it on the top rack. The bottom of the dishwasher is like a monsoon, you know? A hot, soapy monsoon against all your shit. You turn on your dishwasher and it gets to that one cycle where the inside's just like... and you know your stuff's getting clean. And then the top of your dishwasher is just like a weird little fountain, just like getting everything a little bit wet and a little bit clean, you know? So you put anything on the top of your dishwasher and you'll be just fine. There's so many things that I put in my dishwasher that aren't dishwasher safe, and the only things that fail are things that are made of plastic because they get too warm and they warp. With stuff like this, I mean, I don't know. As far as I know, the stupid little sticker that they melted onto this isn't compromised at all. So, yeah, I'll continue to be a rebel. Poop, I'm not making pizza. You should definitely make pizza. It's not that bad. I've made a pizza on stream before and it was awful. But it was because it was a non-standard pizza provided to us by Hanana. And I made it wrong according to her. And then 2 days later I made a doctored version of it that I doctored myself with my PhD in cookery, and it came out excellent. Although completely different, and she said it was a completely different pizza, but I digress. It was so good. Yeah, making pizza's easy. The hardest part is if you buy a pre-made dough to have to stretch it. You know, you gotta massage it a bit. Yeah, like spread it with your thumbs and stretch it and then turn it and like do the same thing. Ooh, like gravity, suck it to the ground. That's not so bad. Making pizza is actually kind of fun once you get used to doing that part of it. Then you just layer a bunch of stuff on it and you toss it in an oven and you wait for goodness. And that's really it. It's not so bad. It's gotta have all the stuff. But you said you do have all the stuff. You just don't have fucking basil. Basil? Whatever. Make some and share. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. You're not gonna make a pizza until I make a frozen pizza tier list? But what is that? How does that work? My tier list of frozen pizzas is only gonna inspire you to go buy frozen pizzas and then microwave them all to relive your childhood. You're not gonna make a new pizza. Casually, I mean, you're giving me ideas for dinner, but I'm alone tonight, so don't know about whole pizza. I mean, you could just save it. Just save the rest of it. You guys might be shocked to hear this, but I also freeze pizza. Like, I'll go to a pizza place and I'll get a whole ass sheet pizza for a family, and I'll have like 3 slices of it, and then I'll freeze the rest. Just put it in, you know, giant freezer bags and suck the air out of it with a what's it called? Straw. And I'll toss it in the freezer. It's so good. Is that a clip of my channel? Oh no. We have to watch it, you know? I don't remember how to get this to show. Work, please work, please work. Yeah, how do I get opera to show? Hold on. We'll figure it out. Hold on. Maybe? Which of these is the one that makes this show up? I forgot. Oh, red alert. Shit, fuck. I don't know how to get my thing to show. Oh no, it's the me stretch it. You know, you gotta massage it a bit. Oh, that. I thought you clipped me blowing my microphone. Okay, I can live with this. How the fuck? Shit, how do I get opera to show? Is it this button? I don't know what page it looks for though. Fuck. Nothing's ever easy. Alright, hold on, I'll be right back. Opera EXE Twitch? Fuck. How do I do that? Twitch? Oh my god, that's the hack. I don't agree with that. It should be speed dial. Anyway. Oops, what the fuck? That's not the right clip. I want this. Stretch it. You know, you gotta massage it a bit. Yeah, like spread it with your thumbs and stretch it and then turn it and like do the same thing. Ooh, like gravity, suck it to the ground. Stretch it. You know, you gotta massage. Beautiful. I love the way I word things, except not really. I'm an embarrassment. Anyway, but yeah, no, I would definitely get a whole ass pizza and then freeze the rest of it. But that's just me. Caesar, such a good influence. Yeah, I love being behind on chat. It feels good. Who's to say I don't influence you? I'm constantly behind on chat. I don't know. I think we've both always done it though, because we like to be interactive. Is there you make homemade pizza on your smoker? Ooh, that's cool. I don't have a smoker. Although I have a fire pit that claims it's a smoker. I don't think it's really a proper smoker though. You know, it's not like a char grill, whatever. Wood chips scented with apple kind of smoker. Mall's getting ripped down and redeveloped. Lol. Gross. Yeah, I'm curious if my mall is still in business, frankly. I don't really care to go check. Caesar, capitalism sucks. Honestly, I prefer lowercase. Wow. Yeah, I don't know if lowercase is a is a way to build a society, but who knows? Maybe that's the secret. What a mug, or I want that lug. What a rebel. Lug? Mug? Words? Doesn't look faded? I don't know if it'll look faded. I think it'll just peel off. One thing it looks like is really greasy. Like if I show, I don't know if it'll come through. But if I get the lighting right, you can see there's a little tiny edge. Like if you look at the D there, I chose the wrong letter. But if you look at the D, there's a very like thin edge you can see because it's just like a sticker basically, or some kind of like vinyl thing. Everything's got like a little halo around it. Dude, this looks so greasy. It's like so covered in fingerprints. I can't remember the last time I actually put this in my dishwasher. Usually just rinse out the inside and put more coffee in it. That's probably not the best way to wash something. But anyway. Yeah, I'm surprised that sticker thing hasn't like peeled off, but whatever they put over it's probably pretty thick. Dr. Totter, DDS. DD's nuts. Hell yeah. Oh, that's true, I'm blaming you. I bought a pizza peel like a year ago and you never made a pizza. What does a peel do? Like, I understand it's the thing that you just put the pizza on. But, like, what is the benefit of using a pizza peel? This peel is used to place pizzas in the oven without spilling any ingredients or toppings. Yeah, unless I use it. It also lets you remove pizzas from the oven once they're cooked. Because of their long handle, these tools help reduce the risk of injury or burns during the pizza making process. Bruh. Is that really all it is? It's like, just like an extendo arm for pizza? Just a tray with a fucking handle on it? You know how else you can reduce your risk of burning yourself while making a pizza? You could just pull the rack out in your oven and place the pan down on the rack and then push the rack in. You know how I know this? Because that's how I make my pizza. The big spatula, so you can feel like a real Italian. I mean, the only way you'd feel like a real Italian is if you were using that peel to stuff the pizza into a giant, like, rock brick oven where in the back there was a burning fire and you had to shove the pizza in there so that it could go sit on the flames and then you yank it back out with your long thing. You heard rack, yeah. Oven rack? Oven tits? You said you don't have one of those? Well, you didn't say that you do, and that seems like the more important detail. You know, I bought a pizza peel like a year ago. It never made a pizza, is what you said. So if you had like one of those, whatever they're called, brick ovens, you would probably have made a pizza by now, because I'm pretty sure that's all brick ovens are good for. Let's Google that too. What foods can you make in a brick oven? Probably just like pizza and bread. Those are my two. Oh wait, look at this list. You can't, because I'm not sharing, but... What foods can be cooked in a pizza oven? They even say pizza oven. Once you got the hang of your outdoor pizza oven, you can cook foods such as roasted vegetables, baked or grilled fish, slow-cooked meats, flamed ribeye steak, which is an example of a meat, smoked and barbecued meat, jacket potatoes, freshly baked bread loaves, focaccia and flatbreads, side dishes such as shrimp, potato wedges, and baked feta, stews and casseroles, and hot desserts. I don't think I would use that for any of that, but hey. They claim it's possible. Oh, look. 6 amazing pizza oven recipes that aren't pizza. Simon's roast lamb and potatoes, sure. Gourmet hot dogs. Cook with James Martin and Chesney's, that's not even a dish. Sourdough bread, marinated chicken, and dessert. From s'mores, grilled bananas, and toasted pineapple to super sweet plum tartine. Is that how you pronounce that? T-A-R-T-I-N? Is it français? Sacre bleu. Mais non, I wouldn't use a wood fire oven brick oven for that shit. You can make cookies in them too? Probably. I mean, maybe. I guess they're just an oven, right? But they have some kind of like flamey, smoky aspect to them. I don't know. They're probably just really hot. Flamey. Well, yeah, I don't think you have one of those. The person who made me cook that pizza, though, Hannah, she's got one of those. She sent me pictures of it on Discord one time. It's cool. In her backyard, she's got like a corner of it. She makes pizza in, I guess. I don't remember how she got that thing. I can't remember if it was like a tabletop one that she bought somehow, or if they built it, but I think that's pretty cool. I don't like going outside, though, even on my own property, so I don't think I'd go outside and make a pizza. I also don't have a grill, if that wasn't obvious based on what I just said. But, yeah. That's cool. Why are we talking about pizza and food? How'd this start? Does anyone remember? I don't remember. Complained about a microwave or something? This originated somewhere. But my memory's really bad. I used to be really good at tracing back my own sidebars, but... Let's see. Talking about pizza, talking about pizza, talking about pizza. DiGiorno, pizza, pizza. Pizza, pizza. Oh yeah, we were talking about Casual Hoy having free food yesterday, and I said that there's no fast food pizza, and also there's freezer pizza that makes pizza shit. There's no shit version of hot dogs and hamburgers. That's how all this started. I said although White Castle exists, I think White Castle is probably the only example of like when a burger could be bad. Because actual White Castle, I've had it once. But I think actual White Castle tastes worse than frozen White Castle, which also tastes abysmal. So maybe there is a no thank you burger out there. But generally, like if someone's flipping burgers at a school event or somewhere, and that shit's free or cheap, I'll get it. Even like at the grocery stores around here, they'll have these like fundraising things where people will just roast hot dogs and sell them for $2 a piece. So some underpaid grocery store cashier will be outside flipping burgers and dogs and selling them at a profit, but it's not so much of a profit that it's disgusting. And the convenience factor is nice because you're just popping into the store to buy milk and you're like, shit, I'll have lunch for $2. That's fine. That's absolutely fine. Have someone flipping burgers at a school, at a nephew's, whatever event that was. Nephew's school carnival, yeah. Carnival dogs, sure, why not? I'm sure that's perfectly fine. That's probably great. I feel like Domino's and Pizza Hut count as fast food pizza. I mentioned Domino's earlier. Pizza Hut. I don't know. Pizza Hut's kind of on the borderline. Domino's definitely reminds me of fast food pizza. Little Caesars, I think, is the definition of fast food pizza, though. You show up and they just have it ready to take. Although I guess all those places kind of do. You could go into Pizza Hut and get a slice, I think. There's even reputable pizza places around here that will sell pizza by the slice. It isn't pizza or food? What is it? Little Caesars? Why not? You don't like it? I mean, it's still food. Little Caesars? Yeah, no, I think it's still food. It doesn't have to be food for you, but it's still technically food. It's still technically pizza. I mean, if you get technical about it, you can find things that aren't pizzas that count as pizzas, you know? It's like the whole is a hot dog a sandwich fucking argument. So you could find things like, is whatever a pizza? Well, we don't have to go there. I'm talking about actual attempts to make a pizza. Little Caesars Pizza is so much pizza, their slogan is pizza pizza. So, is a pizza bagel a pizza or a bagel? It's a bagel. It's a, you know, it's a bagel stylized like a pizza. That's like saying, I don't know, they make like pizza subs and stuff too. Pizza, I make pizzadillas sometimes. You make a quesadilla, but you put pizza ingredients in it. It's so good. So I'm just putting melty cheddar cheese in there or whatever. You put in mozzarella cheese and red sauce, and if you're fancy, you'll mince up some pepperoni and maybe even some jalapenos and some spices in there. A little dried garlic, you know? So good. Pizzadilla. That was your nickname in school? What, pizza pizza? That's annoying. Or Little Caesars. Oop, I'm a big fan of bagel bites. Yeah. Pizza pizza. What a stupid fucking nickname. I love it. Should I call you that from now on? Bring back the... whatever. No, I gotta find some other, Little Caesar related slogan. Let's see. Little Caesars. What can I learn about this within like 5 seconds? Your home of hot and ready pizzas? Oh shit, should I call you Hot and Ready? What a great name. What's up, Hot and Ready? I love that. Yeah, even look, they have a Hot and Ready shop. Is that where their merch is? Oh man, their merch store is called the Hot and Ready shop. And look, you can get a fucking Hot and Ready hat. You love your hats. I hate that I have to type in twitch.tv to get this browser to show. Look! Look! Hot and Ready! You can get a beanie. You get Hot and Ready socks. Probably your footwear enjoyers in chat. You can get pizza flip-flops, pizza slides. I'm sorry, they have skateboard decks. A PlayStation controller skin? Oh my god! What a waste of money. This is so cool. But yeah, I think I'm gonna start calling you Hot and Ready, but don't worry, my memory's garbage. I'm gonna forget before the next time I see you. What a great nickname that would be, though. Hot and Ready. Pretzel crust merch. Wait, they have dedicated oh my god. Pretzel crust overalls. You must be joking. I didn't know that Little Caesars had an elaborate merch store. $75. Are they actually made of denim? And there's it says it has an attached bottle opener. I need to see this. Where? Am I missing it? Normal straps, buttons, a pocket. The attached bottle opener is the salt on top. I don't see a bottle opener. Is it in the crotch? Oh, it's literally in the pocket. That's stupid. I thought it was like integrated into the clothing, but no, it's just like a pocket watch. That's dumb. They have a pizza rug? Did I miss that? Oh, is that what? Oh my god, look at this. 36-inch diameter. That's really not that big. $27 for that. I wish I could see what kind of material it's made out of. I mean, it's probably just that stupid rug fuzz, you know? Pizza coasters. Pretzel fanny pack. Boy, oh boy. Look, would you look at this merch store? Hot and Ready boxers. Little Caesars adventure sweatshirt. This actually looks kind of clean. And it shows the Little Caesars mascot traversing a mountain. Incredible. Irrelevant to their brand, but incredible. You get a pillow. You get a notebook for your cheesy notes, whatever that means. Jack, what's up, man? Your birthday's coming up, so you know what to get. When's your birthday? Wait, do I have your birthday in my phone calendar? Halt the presses. You guys may not know this, but I keep the birthdays of people I know from streams in my Google Calendar. Even people I don't talk to anymore. Because there was a time when I tried to be social and friendly with people.
Such as it is.
And I'd
these corrupted lands,
I'd say happy birthday to them on their birthday, and they'd be like, how'd you know? And I'd be like, well, we were friends last year, and I put it in my phone. It's in like 3 phones, lol. Jack with the resub with the Prime. Thank you so much for using your Prime here. I think you've been doing that for the last few months, and I don't deserve it, but I do appreciate it. Thank you so much. Your birthday's in like 3 months, lol. Okay, let's go to 3 months from now and see if I have it in my shit. 3 months from now, August. The 8th month of the year. Also, wait, how do I view my... Shit, how do I view events on here? You tell I don't use Google Calendar. Oh, there we go. There we go. Perfect. Surely I have a Caesar's birthday in here. Surely. Although I'm already in September and I didn't see it, so I think I failed. Boo! First day of Hispanic Heritage Month. Oh, wait, I just scrolled past a bunch of birthdays. Maybe I just didn't see it. No, I don't think I have a birthday in here. Boo! That's dumb. Actually, I have no birthdays listed for July. I have 3 listed in August. And I have like 1 million listed in September because I know like so many people with September birthdays. August 21st. All right, it will be added. It is not in my calendar. Your birthday is on the same day one of my Discover bills is due. How exciting. Caesar's birthday. All day. August. You said 21st, right? Yeah, hell yeah. Default color, sure. There it is! How exciting! Now I'm gonna have to order you. Wait, what did you want me to get you? I already forgot. The rug? The hat? The hat that brands you as Hot and Ready? That's what I'd have to get you. Okay, I'm behind again. There's one kid who called you that for 4 years. Generally don't think he knew my real name, lol. I mean, he must have. Because the nickname was derivative of your real name. That's silly. But Jack, hi, how's it going, man? We're looking at the little pizza, the Little Caesars pizza store, because, Caesar in chat here, Mr. Sir BT. we were making jokes about pizza and his name, and it all fused into this store. The only birthday in July is America's. I don't think that's actually true, but hey. What a way to think about it. Remember me when you pay your bill, lol. Yeah, I mean, honestly, I think my Discover due date has changed, because I think I updated it since I made the recurring reminder in my calendar. My calendar is just like, it's a front. I don't actually look at it or use it. It's even on my homepage. Like when I log into my phone or whatever, and for some reason it's not recognizing my fingerprint. But yeah, when I like look into my phone, it's like literally on my homepage. That little chunk in the middle there is my calendar and all the events that are coming up. And I never look at it. I had a friend who had a birthday recently. I forget who it was. But like I saw their birthday approaching for several days and I just like didn't see it the day of. And then after I was like, I glanced at my calendar once. I was like, wait, where'd their birthday go? And I was like, ah, fuck, I missed it. It was yesterday. So that sucked. But yeah, I try to remember. Oh my god. I don't think I've ever thought to myself, I want my arms and legs to look like pizza crust. But, there you go, I can get some bread threads. This is the most interesting merch store I think I've ever seen. There's so many just like off the wall options to get. Scrunchies. I mean, earrings are, you know, everyone makes earrings. Oh, Caesar. You could get the hot and ready necklace on a gold chain. This looks orange, but I think it's because it's reflecting her vibrant hair. Oh my god. I think the head is the better option, but... Tech stickers? Tech tattoos? What? Ultra removable stickers. What does that mean? Ultra removable. Keyboard letter tattoos and or webcam blocker. This is so... What a modern solution to a modern problem. Wow. Look, they even show them demonstrated on a laptop. Wow. All I care about is pizza. Sorry, kids. You don't make the cut. I just care about pizza. Well, this is why I missed the pillow, because they showed the least interesting side. I mean, they're both uninteresting, let's be real. He signed Bonnie Ears fake wiener. Yeah, that rug is amazing. Oh, look at this pillow. Pizza pillow. I'll be honest, this looks like the same image as they used for the rug. Anyway, what a weird little rabbit hole to go down unexpectedly, huh? I've been live for over an hour and I opened Fallout, the second I started stream, so I'm clocking fake hours to my save file, but that's okay. Oh, it's a snapback cap? Eh. Comes in one color. Asfa. One size fits all. I think all is generous. I'm sure there's heads that won't fit on. Anyway, enough of this. I like pizza. What a great thing to say. Consent, welcome back. Alrighty, so it doesn't work. But I was just being dumb. Why do I need more caps? I'm at 25k. Caps for what? The necklace, lol. I wear that every day to work. You should. Who comes up with that? I don't know. They probably just have some underpaid, like, failed artist. You know? Someone who does freelance artwork who can't sell their own shit, so they sold out to a corporation to think of ideas like a hot and ready necklace. Consent, we still haven't played the game, just so you know. I've been false advertising with my subject or whatever, my title. I intended to start playing, but we've been talking about fuck. No, we haven't been talking about fuck. We should start though. No, I've been talking about pizza this whole time. Soggy microwave pizza, that's been the topic of the day. Warms the hearts of many. All the crap you were loading Fox up to sell? Oh, shit. Did you save prior? I hope that you could undo your thing. This is close enough to Fallout 3? Yeah. Thought I played before? No, I have played it before. It was ages and ages ago. And we actually already started. An Enter the Gungeon clip! What's up? T, how you doing, man? Would you prefer to be called T, or S, or B, or all three? I can't remember what, I think Mia used to call you B all the time. Welcome in, bud. I hope you're having a great weekend. Also, I fucking love this game. I haven't played it in forever. I hate dying to bosses in that game, though. But B, it's great to see you, man. I hope you're having a great weekend so far. I appreciate you coming on by. I hope you've been well. Tell me all about it if you're willing. Doing good doesn't matter, really. Made it so all are valid. Perfect. Can't possibly fail, although I'm sure I could still manage. How am I? I'm good. I'm good. We've somehow been talking for over an hour. I always think it's funny when I have streams like this, because I never have anything to say. You know? Like, my life is very boring. All my days are the same, and I don't get up to much. And somehow, I can ramble about stuff, and people answer, which is fun. But yeah, no, I'm good. Can't complain. Work's kind of been a bummer lately, but I'm not working today, and we have a 3-day weekend because there's an American holiday on Monday that we celebrate something for. So, that's cool. Also, yeah, how wild is that there's two people in chat who both have the sounds T and B in their name? TSB and Sir BT. It's wild. Yeah, I hope everyone's doing good. I appreciate y'all hanging out. Can't be boring with a Curious George shirt? Sure I can. You saying people are only interesting because of the clothes they wear? What a materialistic mindset. But yeah, no, I think it's really funny when I talk on stream for a long time. I'm not one of those people, like you do that all the time, Caesar. You just sit on stream and talk about stuff. I don't know how people do it consistently. I do it maybe once a month. And it's not even on purpose, like... I think the only reason we started talking about stuff today is because before I even started streaming, Casual Hoy and Trothguard were talking about stuff in my chat, and I was talking back with them as I was getting ready. And then the second I came on, we just started talking about stuff, and then because I meander, we have a lot of derivative thoughts and topics and conversations. So you go from talking about Mr. Hoy deciding whether or not to be productive for the next week, and then suddenly you teleport into the Little Caesars merch store, you know? It's just... things happen, I guess, but I think it's fun to sit and talk. I just kind of wish I had more to talk about, you know? It's fun when it's provoked. Like, we somehow just talked about pizza and microwaved goods for forever because Casual Hoy had hamburgers yesterday, and I said you can't possibly have a bad hamburger. And then Poop said you can't possibly have a bad pizza, and I spent an hour saying, actually, yes. Talk about whatever comes to your mind. I mean, nothing ever comes to my mind. The only thoughts that occur to me randomly are things that I'm worried about in my own life that don't actually warrant me to worry about them. Because I don't really have anything going on ever, and yet I can still find stuff to, like, stress out about, and that's not really fun to talk about. I don't know how much people engage with my ranty, sad, depressed, like, anti-capitalist spiels, you know? TSB took a bit of an easier day today. The missus is out today volunteering. Oh, that's nice. Just sat down to work on my cards some. Still have 2 hours in the day. Very nice. Well, I hope that your work on your cards goes well. I'm curious what that entails. But don't let me distract you. I appreciate you coming on by and hanging out, but don't feel obligated to pull yourself away from what you're working on. Appreciate you saying hi, though. And I wish you luck with what you're working on tonight. What kind of work do I do? I work in tech, technically. I work for a company that sells a software to banks to use for their mortgaging stuff. And my job is to teach people at those banks how to use it and to fix it when it breaks. And it's a poorly made product that everyone in the industry uses, so I constantly have things to fix. And when I can't fix it, it goes to a team of, like, coders who fix it, because I'm kind of like the front lines. like you're doing it wrong or you set it up wrong kind of guy. It sounds cool. Yeah, it's cool as a concept, but the way that we actually do it is very annoying and frustrating. And I've been in this job, I think, for 6 years now, and just the scope and the way that it works and looks has changed a lot over those 6 years, for the worse, in my opinion. So I actually really hate my job. But it pays really well, and my grandma always tells me that. Basically reminds me that I don't deserve to make as much money as I do because I stumbled into my job a few years ago without any experience. And, yeah, I shouldn't say, like, I don't get paid super well, but, like, when you consider the baseline in the US is $7.25 an hour and that, like, some disgusting percentage of people don't make $30,000 a year, I technically am getting paid pretty well because I make considerably more than $30,000 a year. But it also depends where you live and, you know, $30,000 in New York City, for example, is being poor, but $30,000 in some podunk town in Montana, I'm sure you're doing okay, you know, so it depends. With hyperinflation being what it is and corporate profits seeing just record highs and stuff, $30K is a crime. But anyway, yeah, my job is not great. Used to be. I used to work at a company that only had 50 employees, and all the decisions that they made were in-house, and it was almost collaborative. I mean, you know, every voice in the company wasn't always heard, but, you know, the thoughts I had and the things I felt and the things I experienced had a bit of an impact back then. And then 2 years ago, we sold out to a mega corporation, and I'm just a number on a paper that, you know, talks to a manager who talks to a manager who talks to a manager so that it can go up the chain to someone who doesn't care and says, never heard of them, don't give a shit, deny request, or, you know, stay the course or whatever. It's really soulless and stupid, and I don't enjoy it anymore. The work I do is more or less the same, but how it's tracked and the impact of it is completely negated, so I hate everything about it. I just collect the paycheck, which is also why I try to stream during the day, so I don't have to actually work, because I don't respect my job anymore, because it doesn't respect me. But that's the nature of working in a corporation. I didn't choose to work here, it just turned into that, so. But I'm also not the type to, like, hop jobs all the time or ever, because I am really bad at interviewing, and I'm really worried about what I'm going to thrust myself into, because what I have really isn't that bad, you know? I just hate everything about it, but the day-to-day is kind of calm, and I think the thing I grapple with is that I see, or I know the potential of what my company and what my job can be because I lived it 5 years ago, and we just abandoned it in favor of corporate greed, and it's sad, really. But so every day I just grapple with the thought that, like, it didn't used to be like this, it doesn't have to be like this, it shouldn't be like this, I fucking hate this, and that's what makes my job hard. But that's it. I mean, things really aren't that bad, it's just they're worse than they should be, and that just eats away at my everything. So but yeah, the work isn't so bad, and I know what I'm doing, and I get paid decently, and whatever. But it's one of those things where, like, I don't mind the dicks for myself, but if it ever came to, like, suggesting my place of work to somebody else who's, like, qualified to work there, I would never do that. Which is funny, because they ask that on all of our, like, internal employee surveys. Like, how, on a scale of 1 to 5, how likely would you be to suggest this place to, you know, one of your colleagues or friends to come work at? I'm like, -5. I just rate everything so low. I'm like, I'm not happy here. And then they ask me to put comments at the end, and I'm like, it doesn't matter. I have things to say, but I'm not putting them here because they don't mean anything. I'll actually type that in. I'm like, you get the rating you get. We both understand why, you know? No additional detail. Fuck you, basically. I'm such a detractor, but again, it doesn't matter. I'm just a number on a spreadsheet. I'm not going to get in trouble. No one cares about my opinion, so I'm not going to give it. But, yeah, it's very disheartening working for a soulless corporation. People say that all the time, but the actuality of it's very real. If you've never actually done it, you know, the rumors are true. But office jobs are kind of cushy, too, you know, compared to, like, physical labor and, like, working retail and stuff. So I understand that I'm complaining from a place of privilege. But just, like, a less bad type of job shouldn't mean that it's good, you know? Like, it's still really shit. I think most jobs are really shit just because of how things are run globally. But, you know, I get by, and you know, the weeks go by regardless of how much or how little I enjoy the work I do, and I'm able to afford the lifestyle I have, as mundane as it is. You know, I just kind of exist in this house and play video games all the time and eat frozen foods and whatever, or freeze all the foods I buy and what have you. But you know, if there were things out there that I wanted to go do, I technically have the flexibility and I make enough money to occasionally do those things, you know? I can schedule time off from my job because I have it banked, and I can use my savings to go do extravagant things once every however many months, you know? If I wanted to. But I don't. So all my days are the same, and I just kind of work, and some days I don't work, and, you know, I don't know. Anyway, sorry, I'm behinding, and I keep ranting. Caesar used to do IT work for a bank. Are you sure it was much less interesting? I mean, I don't know. Probably the same. B, spreadsheets, research, and a bit of graphical design. A lot of mechanical Zen stuff. What is that? Is that, the cars that you're working on, you mean? Sorry, that was forever ago, and this happens when I rant and ramble. But Zen stuff sounds fun. Caesar, hey, those are the best jobs, the ones you stumble into? Yeah, so my, the way I got into my job was, I worked in retail forever. I was a manager at 3 different stores, or 2 different stores, a grocery store and a thrift store. And then I used my, like, look, I'm a manager, I have credentials, I can do anything kind of bravado to get into an entry-level job at, I think there's only 1 or 2 companies in the United States that, nationally do, utility pole maintenance. So, like, telephone poles and giant green electrical boxes. So I did data entry at, like, the one tech conglomerate that handles all of that in the US. And all I did was I basically would review the information collected about when people would inspect those poles and boxes, and I would, like, make corrections or modifications based on what areas they serviced. They would send, like, details to the people that were there, and I would modify the data to, like, present a certain way to each of those clients. It was very easy. If you knew how to work Excel and you knew how to poke around in an application that was basically like a mirrored version of Excel that could connect to the little tablets that they collected stuff on, super easy, you know? So I was like, I have credentials of being responsible, and also I'm not inept, so I can use Excel. And they're like, cool, here you go, here's the job. I did that for, I think, 2 years. And then I just realized it doesn't pay well enough, but it looks good as like a tech entryway thing. So I used that to apply to the company I work at now, and I was just very blunt about it. I was like, look, I know my history in tech is literally just data entry, but I promise I'm competent enough to know how to learn, like, more technical things. And even though I don't have, like, application support, I have learned a proprietary application that's only used at a company, and that's really all that you have. You just sell a proprietary app to banks. I can learn it and support it and do it, even though I have no history of doing it. And they believed me and gave me a shot, and now 6 years later, I've been doing it for 6 years. So, I didn't go to college for coding or tech or anything. I just kind of, you know, went from being a manager, so, like, I'm responsible, I could do stuff, to a technical tech job that was literally just, like, entering data. It was not demanding, it had nothing to do with logic and the way that things were related or anything. And then I fell into a support role that deals with all that kind of stuff. So, looks good for me, and now I'm a senior whatever analyst at my company, but doesn't mean anything. There's no level above me, there's nothing to aspire for. Just a cog in a wheel, and then the raises they give at the end of every year are less than the cost of living adjustment needed to compete with the national inflation rates. So it's a slap in the face working where I work, but again, I still get paid more decently than I should as a baseline, so I can't complain too much. But still not great, you know, working for nothing, no aspirations. It's pretty great. I'm still super behind, but I'm a little bit dancing in my seat because I drank too much coffee and water, so I'm going to take a very, very quick break to go to the bathroom. I'll be back in 2 minutes. We'll get caught up on all that I've had. So thank you all for keeping up and continuing to chat while I'm behind. I promise I'll get caught up eventually, but love chatting, love having you all here. I'll be back in just like 2 seconds. So enjoy these clips in my absence. Thanks again. I can't believe it was that easy. Alright, everybody get in first once before I shut it back off. Hi, Lava, by the way. AJ, get in first once. We can all get first credit. This is my version of a moment. Oh wait, should I create a moment on Twitch too? You guys want to be here for this moment? Did I get fish? Is there a new fish over there from the... That's a key card. I think you get more fish if you keep breaking the tanks.
Is someone firing a gun over here?
Yep. Gentlemen, lurking at setting a birthday stream. Is today your birthday? If so, happy birthday, man. I know so many people with birthdays this week. Both my grandparents have a birthday this week. A close friend of mine had one. The same day as my grandma, actually. One of my exes had a birthday this week. Jetman, apparently, and a few other friends. It's so crazy. What were people doing 9 months ago in the dead of winter that would have led to all these babies this week? I don't know. Where do babies come from? Don't ask me. Wrong stream. Well, nice, man. If it is your birthday, I hope you have a good birthday. I'll have to drop a lurk at the very least. Hi, I'm back. Look at that. That was the clip of me talking about birthdays in September. We were just talking about that. How relevant. I didn't put that up. It just happened. Anyway, wait. I should be a good boy and update my shit to say that I'm not actually playing Fallout yet. Because we're going to dupe more people like Consent here into coming into a stream and not actually watching Fallout. Whoops. Fallout was a lie. Not even I knew that when we started. Just rambling, I guess. Is that a catchy title? You think that's gonna draw all the people in? I doubt it. I don't care. Anyway, also I should probably close Fallout because it's been like sucking my computer resources this whole time. How the fuck do you, what's the button to actually quit? Any unsafe progress will be lost. Oh no, I opened my save file and then I paused the game. I hope I didn't lose my progress. Stop wanting to be a streamer lie? Yeah. So true. Alright, let's get caught up, shall we? Also, P.S. I have to go feed my cats in 30 minutes. So if I'm not caught up by then, we'll have to take another little snoozer. Sorry. Anyway, Beast said sounds like imposter syndrome. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. I just do my job because it pays me. I don't enjoy it at all. I pretend like I don't even pretend like I enjoy it, I'll be honest. I'm very transparent about how much I hate everything at my company, but I'm a very valuable resource because I know a lot of stuff and I'm really good at explaining things, which is a lot of what goes into the role and also goes into helping other people be good at what I do, is learning this stuff, and I just do a really good job of presenting the information to all of our clients and also our internal hires. So I'm a very valuable asset because we don't have a training program or documents or anything, you just kind of learn by doing. And I do a very good job of teaching stuff while doing. So instead of just doing things and hoping to figure it out, it's a matter of like doing things while having people like me explain it and definitely learning it instead of just guessing through it. So I can be vocal and hateful and condescending throughout my whole my whole day, every day, to everyone I talk to. And I've been doing that since we got acquired 2 or 3 years ago, and it's never gotten me in trouble, which is hilarious. But yeah, I definitely don't enjoy what I do, but I think I've come to realize that I never will. Because I only work because I have to, you know? You have to find some company to work for, or some job to have in order to survive. And none of them really mean anything. None of them really accomplish anything. It's just, you know, I work for X company doing Y mundane thing so I can earn a paycheck. Some people feel like they have a purpose at their job or that the place that they work for accomplishes something and that gives them some, I don't know, comfort in doing what they do. But the reality is if I worked anywhere doing anything, it wouldn't really impact me outside of being able to pay for what I have. I don't think any job would make me feel fulfilled, you know? I think the only job that could make me feel fulfilled, to be kind of like campy for a second, would honestly just be streaming, you know? Which is really dumb to say, because it doesn't contribute anything to like society, but I like hanging out I like just talking about stuff. I like entertaining people. I like meeting new people and feeling like I have internet friends, you know, just by streaming. But streaming doesn't pay me at all, you know? The only way that people get paid when they stream and they're small is by begging their viewers to, like, throw subs and bits their way, and I'm definitely not that type. I want people to just come by and hang out and have fun. I don't want people to feel like they owe me money or whatever. It's really dumb. And I talk about that all the time. You'll never see me do a subathon or have any kind of goals. Follower goals, sub goals, you know, all of that. I appreciate it when people do that stuff, but I always feel kind of bad. And I always say that, like, I don't deserve it. You shouldn't have done that, but thank you, you know? But, yeah, I mean, if I could do streaming for a living, I mean, everyone says that, right? But it's true, like, if I could just do this for a living, like, I enjoy streaming, and I think people enjoy when I stream. It's kind of a, you know, dual benefit thing. So if I could get paid by some soulless corporation to do this so that I can just maintain my lifestyle without having to work for some stupid corporation, I would. But that just doesn't happen, so... And I've accepted that fact. So I have to masquerade during the day as a normal human who has a job, whatever that job is, as long as it can pay me enough to maintain my lifestyle that accomplishes the goal. But every corporation I'm going to work for, regardless of if they're humanitarian or they're just a tech conglomerate or whatever, they're all going to be soulless in their own way. Because all the money just goes to investors and then some of it goes into other things. And whatever. So I've accepted that fact, you know, a cog in the machine and all that. So any job I have is going to be imposter syndrome to an extent. I'm sure that goes for most people. I'm sure there's like some really niche things that people are into and do that provide some benefit to society or whatever. Like I know someone who's a wheelchair repair tech. Like I'm sure that has some kind of tangible output, you know, some kind of tangible benefit in the world. But I don't know. People just working for companies that provide a service, I don't think that really counts. You know, painters and graphic designers and whatever. Like, you're still kind of just selling out your labor to benefit someone bigger than you. It's not really that exhilarating, I don't think. So, any skill that I could possess and then just give to a company to sell and make money for, I'm just selling my work. I'm just selling what I'm able to do. It's not really... I'm not helping the world with what I do. I'm helping a company gain profit because of the things I'm able to do, you know? So, it's all imposter syndrome to an extent, and I talk about it all the time, but can't be escaped. I'm going to be doing the same thing until I'm too old to function anymore, and even then I won't be able to afford anything, because you got to be like 90 years old to retire safely now, and I probably won't live that long, because I don't think I want to be 90 years old. Doesn't seem all that fun. But yeah, definitely, the imposter syndrome thing is a guarantee. B also said, hey, that's almost exactly what happened to my employer. It got sold to a big company in 2021. Since then, our local branch bled a lot of people. Yeah. I think that's one thing that my company didn't do, thankfully. Because the mega corporation that bought us pretty much specializes in acquiring every sub-business within the market I work in. And they pride themselves of being like, we're the one-stop shop for every aspect of the life cycle of the you know, area of finance that we cover. They need to do this portion of the stuff. Don't worry, we have a department for that. What do they need to, you know, maintain it in this way? Don't worry, we have another department for that because we bought them all. It's really crazy. I don't know what the textbook definition of a monopoly is, but I think it has to have competition or something that just gets squashed by the company buying everything. And the reality is we bought so many things that there's just no competition. So I think that they technically don't have one monopoly based on the textbook definition of it, but it's still really seedy and gross. And again, I wouldn't ever suggest anyone be a part of it, but I'm just part of it by way of, you know, being roped into it. So not gonna leave, but it's not fun. But yeah, so thankfully, because they specialize in just like buying companies all the time, they also just specialize in retaining everyone at those companies because they're like, we really like what you do. We just want it to be part of our corporate umbrella. So we're not going to fire anybody. We're not going to change anything about how you operate until, you know, until we do. But the promise is always like, don't worry, this is more of a merger. We're just like paying for you guys to continue succeeding. But we're also going to stuff your company full of new roles and new managers, and then they're going to change everything you do. You know, we're not going to directly influence it, but Anyway, with that facade in mind, they still, you know, do their own thing, but they don't fire anyone. So that's nice. We don't bleed a lot of people in the way that your company did be, but that's still unfortunate. There's nothing wrong with a mundane life, you said? Yeah, I mean, so that I say this a lot too. Like, I enjoy what I do. I enjoy just like working because I have to, and spending all my other time just like in my house that I built, that I enjoy doing things I enjoy, like playing video games or hanging out with friends or whatever. We live in a very like grind-oriented society, in a very like FOMO-oriented society. Especially because in the modern era, like literally everything people do is shared on social media. And if you know enough people, you're gonna have a feed where like at least 1 or 2 or 12 people a day have done something extraordinary and took a picture of it and gloated about it. And it's very easy for you to scroll a social media feed after you sat in your house doing nothing for several years thinking like, oh man, my lifestyle is so lacking compared to all these people that are like traveling or like rock climbing or learning how to do parkour, or people that know how to crochet or craft things, or someone who built an entire tiny home for themselves on the back of their property. I'm not learning or doing anything. My life sucks. But I don't feel that way. I just do things that I enjoy and I don't really see the need to do crazy or extravagant things, you know? And there's a small chance that when I get older, I'll regret that. I'll regret not doing more adventurous and cool things and experiencing more in the life that I have to live. But in the now, I just feel like I'm enjoying myself most of the time. And the only thing that kind of sucks about it is that it doesn't really make for good conversation. So whenever I talk to people, they're like, hey, how are you? What's new? I'm like, oh, you know, nothing. All my days are the same, and they don't make for good conversation. I've got nothing to report to you. Sorry, but I'm good, you know? My house is still standing. I'm not, like, defaulting on my loans or out of money. And my pets are all alive. My family's doing okay as far as I know. My job is stable as far as I know. And I just spend most of my time doing hobbies that I enjoy. So, that's it. Ask me again in a week and the answer's the same. Ask me again in 6 months, the answer will probably be the same. Unless one of my pets dies or something similar. So, that's the whole conversation, you know? So, it doesn't make for good conversation, but I enjoy doing very little. And I don't yet regret it. So, I don't really worry about having regrets. But yeah, so I agree there's nothing wrong with the mundane life. It just doesn't make for good conversation, which in a way could be something wrong with it, but not really. Jack, my job's a little bit like that. I have days where I can do next to nothing, and if I work from home on days like that, I'd definitely be playing games. Yeah. I had a series of months where I was doing next to nothing, and it's just because of the way that my work is assigned. We have individual clients or banks that we support and do things for, and if you're good at it, or the bank is filled with people that aren't completely incompetent, you can basically set them up so that they're self-sufficient within a relatively short period of time. There's a lot to learn and teach and stuff, but I've worked with a lot of really stupid people at these banks because they're all just kind of wired to do mundane tasks because working at a bank kind of requires that. So a lot of people just have these like very dumb, illogical robot brains that just know how to like click here, do a thing, type a number, whatever. They don't know the why and how of it. And the application that we support is very logically based, and people have to like learn to think logically in order to use it. So, you know, it takes a lot to teach a lot of these robotic people how to use it. But once you teach them and they can use it in a self-sustaining way, it means that I don't really have a lot to do until a new client comes along that needs to be taught all that stuff. So I definitely have lulls in my work, which I appreciate. And those lulls actually show that, like, me and my team is good at what we do, because a portion of assigned work leads to no recurring new work in the form of supporting people using the application. Like, they can just use it day to day, their business doesn't go under, and they can succeed and operate without us having to do anything to keep them going. You know, they're doing just fine because of what we already did. So, it looks great on paper, but when people look at what you're doing and they're like, hey, you haven't done any work this week, your time tracking shows that you haven't worked on anything tangible in like 3 weeks. And my retort is, because I haven't fucking had to. We're making you money without me having to do additional work. I shouldn't work 40 hours a week and I should make the same pay. Fuck you. But that's not how it works. You know, everyone's got to work 40 hours. Everyone's got to track their hours to show that they're a productive cog in the machine. I always thought that was weird about how work works, you know? two people doing the same job, right? One person can do all of the work that they have in 20 minutes. The other person takes 3 weeks to do it. They both have to work 40 hours a week. It makes no sense. When the person's done doing their 20 minutes of work and they have an abundance of time to do other work, they have to beg for more work to be assigned, and they still will work the same amount of time and make the same amount of money usually, because that's just how it works. It is a waste, and I unfortunately fall into the category of people that can do work really quickly because I understand what I do and I know how to do things that are asked of me, and I don't really care to drag them out because it's boring. I'd rather just get it out of the way. But I'm also not the type to beg for more work, because if I'm more productive and I don't get any benefit out of being more productive, then I'm not going to beg to be more productive. I'm just going to do the work I'm assigned and then fucking coast until there's more work than I'm assigned, you know? There's no benefit. Why would I break my back? So yeah, when I work from home and I don't have work to do, I, stream for 8 hours on my lunch break, as we've seen in recent weeks. But because of all the meetings and shit I've been having, that hasn't really been all that feasible, just because I have things that interrupt my streams, and that's literally how I'm gonna word it. My job is interrupting my streams that I'm streaming during the workday, but it's just unnecessary stuff, so it is kind of an interruption. And that technically sounds backwards to say, but that's really how it feels. Yep, the cards I like to play around with numbers. I managed to find a design and a work method for this year's where I play around with numbers. Being self-driven is much more important than any school in my experience. Yeah. No, I think that's all. The card thing is really cool. I hope if you're working on that still, or if you've managed to somehow work on that through this rant of mine, I hope that that's going well. That sounds really intricate and cool, and I hope that it goes well for you. And yeah, being self-driven is more important than any school. It's hard to say if that's true. I think a lot of times corporations will hire people based on their credentials on paper and not actually how they present in an interview. If I went and interviewed somewhere and I was able to pass myself off in the same manner that I come across ranting about things on stream, or I seem passionate about something, or I have a history of showing that I'm able to do certain things, I think that pales in comparison to somebody who went to school for 4 years and paid hundreds of thousands of dollars to say that they're certified in some niche area. Well, this person has a computer science degree, and all you've done is work in an application with real-world examples for 6 years. We're probably going to take the one fresh out of college, especially because we can pay them less to do the same work. So, I don't know. I think it really depends on what they're looking for when they hire. Sometimes they just want to fill a seat in a role, and sometimes they actually need someone credible that could come in and save their sinking ship. So it really depends, I think. But, yeah, like you said, in your experience, it's been good to be self-driven. I guess it just depends on your industry and what they're looking for. Feels like in my experience, just kind of like begging upwards, it's kind of worked. But I also didn't really have a lot of experience when I got my first job. And the experience I had when I got my current job was arguably lacking just compared to what they were looking for. But I guess I presented it well enough to, get where I'm at now. So, I don't know. All the rules are made up and the points don't matter in life and in whose line. So, whatever. Consent, that's honestly how I felt toward the end of my military career. Well, just kind of disenfranchised with it in the same way that I felt. Sorry, that was forever ago. And if I took that out of context, I apologize. Caesar, step one of being a streamer, lie. I know. It's very often that I'll have incorrect titles in games and stuff when I go on tangents and don't update it. So I'm glad that I changed it to just chatting, but I didn't actually intend to sit here for now 2 hours and ramble about stuff. But I think this stuff is fun. I never have a shortage of things to think out loud about. I just don't have the initial spark of a topic most of the time to commit to I'm gonna sit on my stream today and just talk about stuff. Although it seems like whenever I get to talking about anything, I get to talking about the work structure and capitalism, how everything in the world sucks. And I can eloquently explain over and over again why everything is just wrong and feels bad. And that's hashtag relatable to all of us other working class cronies that are sucked into the system. Jack, I have a friend that's too helpful in his job, willing to stay behind after their shift, etc. Okay, just why? Yeah. There's a couple reasons why. First, some people just feel obligated to do that kind of thing. I actually have a friend who does the same thing. They work 80 hours a week or something.
Point and shoot doesn't work. I don't know how to...
This is gonna end soon, but they do basically 2 jobs. only one of which they're properly paid for, and the other one is kind of like a derivative role that they're only sometimes paid for. And they feel like they owe an obligation to their company to like give it their all, and they want to help their coworkers. They want to help the greater good of what their company does and all that. But they don't reap the fruits of that. They don't get paid appropriately. They don't have a good work-life balance. They're kind of just taken advantage of and properly exploited by the capitalist system. So people do that because either some people are duped by the grind mindset, where they think that if they put in enough work, they're just a temporarily embarrassed millionaire that's going to get their dues paid eventually if they work hard enough, should show that they're, capable of ascending the corporate ladder or whatever. So some people work extra to kind of feed into that. But the reality is people don't really care if you grind too much. They'll just take advantage of the fact that you're working more so that they don't have to pay you for your extra labor. But some people, are convinced of that false promise, so they'll work extra to do stuff that they won't ever see the benefit of. Some people also just don't like their home life, so they'll just find any reason to stay at work. I know a guy that I worked with who would routinely stay late at work, and then after he'd get out of work, he'd sit in his truck and pretend he was still working because he didn't want to go home to his 5 kids or something in his chaotic lifestyle at home. So for some people, it's an avoidance tactic. Some people are scared that if they don't do it, they'll get fired, because most everyone works at places where they're hired for at-will employment, at least in the US. So, some people will work extra because they're afraid if they don't, they'll fall out of the good graces of their management and their job will be on the line. And who knows, maybe they get paid overtime, but I doubt it. But yeah, there's a lot of reasons why, but there's an equal number of reasons why you should never do that. Generally because you're working on a contract and you have no obligation to actually do anything outside of that contract. And I'm very quick to tell people, I'm not going to be staying late to do that. It doesn't fall within my requirements, and I work only until 5 p.m. and what you're asking me to do falls outside of the realm of what my job is supposed to do. So I'm very strict about that, but some people aren't so strict. Caesar said, yeah, that's a bit much. Yeah, it's definitely. And who's gonna notice? Exactly. People think that people are gonna notice, but it doesn't happen. B said our current retirement age here is 68. The high score for male in my family is 63. So I'm not expecting to retire the classic way either. I mean, 60-some used to be the standard in the US. I think you'd hit 65 and you immediately get a pension and stuff, but as far as I know, that shit has changed. And even if you do get a pension or whatever now, it's never usually enough to support a lifestyle because of how crazy and exorbitant all the pricing and inflation and stuff is here. Caesar said, I do agree with what you said about FOMO, because even though I travel for work, I still see people's vacation and travel posts and think, damn, I'm just sitting here at home. I mean, I literally just sit here at home. But I've learned to not really care what other people are getting up to, because I'll see someone who's I don't know, at some crazy resort in the middle of some island I've never heard of in the Bahamas or whatever, and I just think to myself, how much money did you have to hemorrhage to go there? You know what I mean? I think of the travel, I think of the actual flight expenses and all the stress that comes with that. I always talk about how I hate traveling. But I'm such a warped old man now that whenever I see anything or talk with people about anything, my very first thought is the exorbitant cost of things. I was talking with someone the other day, and they were talking about how they buy their groceries from Target. And my heart exploded. Because I'm there's no way buying groceries at Target is cost effective. Because they're just a store that offers groceries. They're not a grocery store that has to operate in a competitive nature to have the best deal for groceries. And I explained that to them, and they were like, I live in a place where dedicated grocery stores hardly exist. So you basically have to get your groceries at places like Target and Walmart and derivative stores like that. And I was just flabbergasted, because the second they were casually just I went to Target the other day and I picked up a loaf of bread, and I was like, what the fuck are you doing? That's so expensive. Or people will drop name brands for stores, oh yeah, I went to the whatever Under Armour store to get a shirt, or I went to, I don't know, I can't really think that way. Every time someone says to me that they went to a certain store instead of getting a store brand somewhere or whatever, my heart, I just have heart palpitations, because I'm just so used to buying stuff on the cheap or buying things in bulk and freezing it or whatever. And I'm so sticker shocked by normal practices. But there's a reason why stores like Home Goods or Target or, I don't know, you know, just stores that are brands, basically. There's a reason they exist, and the reason is because people shop there, and I'm not one of those people because I'm scared by paying corporate prices for things. But yeah, so anyway, the point of this, not to talk this specifically about stores, but the point is, whenever I see anyone do anything, I immediately think of the cost of it. And it could be just menial things, like I went to the grocery store today or whatever, right? But then I see people like travel to tropical islands, or they take like week-long vacations to places, or they go out drinking with their friends, or they go to an extravagant concert event, or I don't know. And I immediately just think like, how much did that cost? Would I be willing to pay what that probably cost to do the thing? No, I'm perfectly content with keeping my money and staying home and enjoying video games and not experiencing, I don't know, skydiving out of a fucking plane in the tropics of Florida or whatever, you know what I mean? So I think my potential FOMO is offset by my like fear of experiencing capitalism and losing all my money. I don't know what the acronym for that would be. Fear of experiencing capitalism and losing all my money. Focalamama. There you go. Popularize that. Put that in a Drake song. But yeah, so my FOMO is offset by that, and I don't do anything, and I don't really feel all that bad about it. Again, I think there will be a time when I get old enough and I realize that my window of opportunity to do certain things has closed. But I'm still put off way too much about the travel thing. So I can scroll things like Instagram and not really feel like I'm missing out on all that much, because I'm just like every time I see a new post, I'm overcome by the thought of like, oh my god, that must be so expensive. How do they have the money for that? Or like people will brag about how they bought certain things. I'm like, oh my god, how can you possibly afford to maintain that? Or whatever. It's pretty crazy. Trothguard, hi, welcome back. I'm miles behind chat, but yeah, I launched Fallout when I started the stream, and then after an hour and a half, I realized we probably aren't gonna play it because I'm rambling, so I just switched. Crazy to me that we've been live for 2 full hours and all I've been doing is talking, and you people aren't bored. I don't get it, but I appreciate it. Your FOMO will never go away. Yeah, you gotta adopt the fear of whatever my acronym was. You gotta adopt that instead. It's actually much more depressing than FOMO, I think, but I don't know. B said, amen. My father used to say that the best thing for a factory is when the maintenance guy is bored, because it means the factory is, you know, working. Yeah, exactly. But, you know, then their manager will be like, you know, why aren't you maintaining anything? Your numbers of production have gone down. We need to give you a different type of work so you can, you know, put your labor to use or whatever. And it's just like, no, if the job you're paying me to do is done, I should be able to take a break, or I should be able to not fucking work every day and still make my goddamn yearly salary. That's not how it works. Production, numbers, money. Caesar, yeah, that really doesn't make sense. They force everyone to work for 40 hours and you have nothing to do. Yeah, it's become the standard. And the funny thing is, you can think, who was it that started the 40-hour work week? I forget. Henry Ford, I think? But it became the standard, so now everyone has to work. Wait, why do I feel like I'm peaking? That's weird. Has my mic been like fuzzy this whole time? I feel like I've been shouting all day. I'll pull this shit away a little bit so I can keep screaming and not deafen everybody. Nope, okay, thank God. In my ear, it sounded like it was getting like that, but maybe it doesn't come through stream like that. I think I got limiters on and stuff. I think years ago. Peaked back in high school, I was one of those. But hi Hannah, sorry, we've been rambling so much I didn't even greet you when you came in. We were talking about your pizza earlier, and I was shitting all over it again. Actually, you missed the pizza chat. We were talking about brick ovens and stuff. I mentioned the one you had in your backyard that I was envious of. You're all caught up. He's spitting, yeah. I've got the whole anti-capitalist rant on lock. I've rehearsed it enough out loud on stream. Jackie, I think he tries too hard for no reason. It's the NHS, so there's zero progression. NHS, I fucking hate acronyms. But that's the other thing too, like when you work in places that like you just can't progress in because, well, let's be real, that's pretty much everywhere. Your work doesn't actually benefit you ever. It's all a ruse, a scam, a farce. But yeah, I don't get that that guy's just working himself in the ground for nothing. And since it's false promises, yay, another pizza party? I know. We really value your contributions to this company. Instead of giving you all raises or bonuses or a day off, we're gonna buy pizza for you at once. Celebrate the fact that your work has raised us extra thousands of dollars and we have record high profits. We're gonna celebrate by spending $60 on pizza so you can all eat 2 slices. Thank you for your contribution to our company. What does at will employment mean? Sorry, that question was from forever ago, B. But as Caesar had said, yeah, basically when you apply for and get a job, especially, like, I work in an at will employment state, so New York State, I'm not supposed to say New York anymore, it's a slur, but in the state I live in, basically every time you sign up a job, because it's a state kind of mandated thing, the idea is you assign a clause with every job that you apply for that basically says, I understand that my employment could be terminated at any time without any reason or foresight. And, you know, employers don't have to have a reason for firing you. They don't have to give you notice that your job is coming to an end. It's literally that on any given time, or any given day for any reason, they can just say, sorry, we decided that you are no longer working here. You know, collect your shit and leave, basically. Yeah, look it up. It's pretty wild. But, yeah, certain states have it so that every job you get, that's kind of just a baked-in thing. It's kind of like when you go on websites that have, like, end-user license agreements or whatever. It's like, yeah, whatever. I accept. But, I don't think it gets exercised all that much until companies have to do mass layoffs. And then they can just say, like, oh, our numbers are bad. We just chose a bunch of people to let go. And, you made the cut, you know. We're so sorry. Not so sorry enough that we're going to let our profits dip in order to keep you and maintain your current lifestyle, but like, sorry, we have to do it. We have to say sorry to seem like good people. You know, gather up your stuff. Here's a nice little box for your desk. No severance or nothing? No, nothing. Nothing. Because you agreed in advance. Like, I understand I could be let go. It's disgusting, and it's, you know, an industry standard. These are, yeah, they can fire you anytime for no reason at all. Exactly. Prominent a lot of contract work with the promise being you might get hired after a year. That's another thing, too. Contract works are just like, you can temporarily do a job for us with the understanding that it will end. And people will just do it because they think if they prove themselves during that period that they'll get a permanent position. But the reality is, they really only need the work done for that short period, so they make a short period job so that they can just pay someone to do it. It's kind of like, well, a contract, right? But it's kind of like a contractor. Like having somebody come in and like install a fence on your house. They know they're going to do the one body of work and they're going to build a single fence and receive one single payment to do it. It's kind of like that, but it's a multi-month thing where you're doing one job for a short period to get a similar benefit. It's crazy. And I'm pretty strict about my end time, but if we're in a busy period and I've slacked in the previous weeks, I have no issue working extra, haha. I'm kind of the same way. Because a lot of times, like, I'll just take advantage of what little work I have to do. That's not to say I don't have any work and I'm constantly caught up, but sometimes I'll get something on my plate and I'm like, I don't want to do this. This is really stupid and it's not worth my time and I'm going to wait until it becomes necessary to do. Or like sometimes I'll get something really late in the day and I'm like, I'm kind of in the mood to do work now. And I pictured myself, like I did this yesterday, actually, at the end of my workday. I worked like 20 minutes extra yesterday because something that was supposed to fall in my lap during the day fell into my lap, I think with 40 minutes left in my shift. So in my mind, I was like, I'm just gonna get started on this until the day ends and then stop. But then as the day finished, I pictured picking up where I was about to leave off come Tuesday after the holiday. And I thought, well, the morning after a 3-day weekend, which is the only 3-day weekend I'm gonna have for several more months, I think I'm gonna log into work and just like constantly think about killing myself. So I'm not gonna wanna pick up in this mess that I'm making and continue it that morning. I'm gonna do myself a favor and work a little bit extra now so that when I come back to this on Tuesday, I can actually deal with it when I'm in that heavily depressed anti-corporate Tuesday, but actually Monday mindset. So I worked an extra 20 minutes to, you know, make my life easier later. But it wasn't because I was forced to or because it required it. It was just like, I'm vibing now, especially compared to how I'm going to feel come Tuesday. So I'll just put in the extra time now. And, you know, for that entire day, I did almost nothing anyway. So I basically only worked that hour or whatever. And I was chilling throughout the day. But I definitely wouldn't normalize working late. I do it maybe once a month or once every however long when it warrants it. But there have been a couple times, conversely, where I was forced to work late because something crucial popped up. My worst example is because I work in a support role. One time one of my clients within the last few years completely broke something at like 4:30, and I had to sit on the phone until 2:30 a.m. to get it resolved, and I didn't even have to do anything. I was just like the lead contact for the thing, and I had to rope in people from other departments that could fix their tech issues, and I just had to spectate for 8 hours after my shift ended to get them back up and running. And then I went to bed at 2:30 in the morning. And it was the worst experience I've ever had in my job because I didn't have to do anything. I was just there because my name was on the thing to like be the guy to, the ringmaster, I guess, to coordinate everything. It really sucked. When it comes to actually doing work off hours, I'll only do it occasionally if I know that I want to slack the next day, or like I'm kind of a night wired guy. My brain doesn't activate for the day until like 2 p.m. and then it really kicks off at like 10, 11, 30 p.m. So, you know, I wish I could work during the hours where I'm actually productive, but the reality is I work 9 to 5 and, you know, you won't get fuck all out of me until about 2 p.m. Unless you have to, and then I'll thumb my way through it and it'll be bad. But generally, I work better at night, and sometimes I will take advantage of that, but it's very, very rare because I don't like to think about my job at all after 5 p.m. Especially if I can have that cut off. You know, I won't go back to working after 5 p.m. I know some developers that do that because they can like really do their logical code shit really late because they're also wired to work late at night. But I know some developers who like sign back on to work so they can work during their peak brain hours, and I'm just like, I would never do that. I'd rather struggle the next day during the business hours I'm forced to work than go out of my way to hop back on the computer and accomplish stuff. They don't deserve it. And I don't deserve to cut into what little free time I have outside of my 8-hour workday and 8-hour sleep shift in a day. With all the chores and cooking and driving and doctor's appointments and shit I have to do during that other 8-hour window, I don't want to take a little scoop out of that to be more productive for my job. They can have it during the 8 hours I'm forced to work every day. But yeah, Hannah, I get your sentiment. Fuck no, yeah, no. Yeah, I remember what I was saying then I saw that come through. Oh yeah, the Target thing, yeah. Walmart has better prices than grocery stores here anyway? Yeah, maybe, but their grocery quality is still gross. I remember the few times I did have to look for produce at Walmart, they had like, it was guaranteed to find rotten strawberries or like moldy fruit or like decaying lettuce or whatever. Just not high quality stuff. When you go shopping for stuff, you don't want to buy bottom of the barrel, absolutely cheapest quality stuff. You want to find the cheapest stuff you can find that's still of a quality that warrants buying it in the first place. And I find that the grocery section at Walmart has never met that limit or whatever. These are Walmart's practically upper class here with what they're charging. I mean, let's be real, most stores are like that now. Buying things is out of control. And I like the concert I'm going to in 2 weeks, money, 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 where are you going? Are you... I saw a TikTok of a girl, I think it's been making its way around, but there's this girl who's been like, put a finger down if you spend over $9,000 on Taylor Swift tickets. I don't remember what her reasoning was, but basically like only to not be able to go. I think she like overslept through an alarm or something. She had an alarm set to wake up and go to the concert, but she overslept and somehow missed the concert, so she was going to spend $9,000 again to go to the next showing of that show in the same town or a town over the next day. So she was complaining about how she wasted $9,000 on a Taylor Swift ticket that she couldn't use because she overslept. And my first thought is, if you have enough money to piss away on a single Taylor Swift concert for $9,000, you have no room to complain that you fucked up and didn't go. So put a finger down. I tell you where to put that fucking finger. Anyway, Hannah, that better not be you. The season now I want to go skydiving in the tropics of Florida. You better save up. Bocalam, yeah, I'm never gonna remember that. Only if it's down on an alligator. Ooh, like using an alligator as a skateboard on your way out of a plane. That'd be kind of cool. And then when you land, the alligator has to like eat something, like fall mouth down onto, I don't know, Ron DeSantis or something. Talk about how I bounce on the store and fall off threes off the table. Yeah, I've been ripping too much. Especially if it's on an alligator. That's the spirit. Fuck right, haha, that's because I crave human interaction in small doses. What, going to the store? What was I talking about? I mean, that's why I stream. I pretend that talking to names on a screen is human interaction. That's not quite the same as, like, you know, seeing facial expressions and hearing voices and people being excited to talk with you. But it feels kind of the same. If you can forget all those other necessary components of human interaction, it kind of feels the same to just stream. So I get a lot of what I need just from doing this. Managers just need to get in the bin. Hell yeah, Jack. Sounds good, sounds good. Thank you. Years ago. I like that one time, when you messed up my pizza? Yeah. But it was that one time. I remember the one time I was having audio issues during a cooking stream, and it wasn't peaking. It was just like, my audio was for some reason, like, warbled and low. There's a clip of that. It's awful.
Hello there.
Jesus, oh, what? Oh, yeah. This was talking about, at-will employment. Yeah, it's scary. Caesar said, yeah, stressful as hell, no, I need a computer last. With certain jobs, yeah. That almost looks like a death thing. Fate is such a wild concept, and any day, you could just be smited down, you know? My computer could just suddenly explode and kill me live on stream. Or I could be walking down the stairs, and the universe will just make my foot slip off the edge of the stair, and I'll break my neck.
I'm in.
Oh, wait, shit, does it still work? I think it only works in this scene. I forget how this works. Oh no. I'm gonna have to whatchamacallit, your thing. How does full screen face work? I don't even remember. I made that so long ago. Checking. Anyway, while I check that. No severance or anything, no. Be more and more thankful every month, and we have it baked into law that the company needs to give you 2 months notice, and after 2 years, 3 months severance. See, I wish I lived in a country like that. America's the Wild West of fucking people over. Caesar used to hate that they wanted us to come in 15 minutes early and stay late at my old job. Now I have to be at work an hour early after driving there for an hour. Yeah, see, fuck that. I don't at all miss commuting to work. Not in the slightest. That's one of the, I was just talking with my neighbor about this today, actually, because he asked if I was working from home. I'm like, yeah, it's such a departure from having to, like, leave my house an hour early to cart my ass to work and then sit depressed in a gray cubicle for 8 hours before carting my ass back and coming home at nighttime, regardless if it's daylight savings or whatever. And, yeah, it just sucks spending all my time in a car and preparing to be in the car in the soulless, mindless drive of inching through traffic alongside other people doing mindless, soulless drives to work. So bad. Full screen face. Cam Zoom Redeem, it's called. Cam Zoom Redeem. Wonderful. Play that. Source visibility, office full game. Oh, that's, this one. Cam Zoom visible. Okay, hold on. Can we do this on purpose and see if it works? Cam Zoom Redeem. Oh shit, what is my test button? I don't want to accidentally end stream. Is it this one?
You son of a bitch! I'm in!
I don't think it's working. It's okay, we'll get it working while I catch up here. I also have to go feed my cat soon, so maybe we'll take this opportunity to plug it up. Oh wait, I'm actually all caught up. That's crazy. You people stopped talking while I got caught up. That shouldn't happen. Now my stream's gonna end because I have nothing else to ramble about. No, I'm kidding. She deserved it? Oh, the girl paying too much for her tickets? Yeah. No kidding. I still prefer it moving to NYC. Or prefer it to moving to NYC? Yeah, fuck NYC. I think the traffic's kind of therapeutic, at least that's how I cope. I don't know. When I used to have to go through traffic, I would just like put on music and then scream to it. And I'm talking about any music, you know, I could put on like an old Avril Lavigne track and I would just be like screaming at the top of my lungs, guttural, throat shredding shit, because I'm just stressed and that's how I cope. Everyone in the cars around me must have been able to hear too. I hope they understood the energy behind all those wails. Alright, let's investigate this thing. And I'm gonna feed my cat and pee again, because I've been drinking too much water and it's dealing with me. Source visibility state. Office full game cam zoom visible. Okay, so where's my source? Oh man, I haven't done streamer bot stuff in so fucking long. I don't know what I'm doing. Office camera nest filters. Oh, is that what the problem is? I don't have a cam zoom filter anymore? Uh-oh. You're gonna go start grilling BRB? Wonderful. Actually bring your phone. I mean, you're not gonna miss anything. I'm just troubleshooting your redeem. Office full game cam zoom. I'm so confused by this. Scene office full game source cam zoom visible. Wait, cam zoom is a source? Can I get rid of that? Where the fuck is that? Oh no, it's right here. Oh, I know the problem. This is a source mirror, I think. And they fucking updated source mirrors in a recent thing. And they don't work. Okay, hold on, let's figure this out. Does it have any filters or anything on it? If it did, they're lost. That's good. We'll remove that. We'll add a new one. Oh, source clone. Yeah, cam zoom. And then what did I use? Oh shit, I don't remember. This is gonna get all fucked up. I guarantee I just did my webcam. Audio none, very good. Very good, very good. Active clone, sure. And then I had a scene filter that did something with this. Do I still have a cam zoom? Oh yeah, cam zoom redeem 0, 1, 2. Oh yo, it still works. Okay, cool. Is this gonna keep playing? Oh yeah. Okay, this is gonna, I didn't mean to do this. But cool, I just had to fix one thing to get this to work. Isn't that exciting? Now you get to actually stare at me while this just zooms in so far. And it keeps zooming ever so slowly. It's meant to be like sensual. I think I used to like bring my microphone here and be like, this is what you wanted, you know? It was also before I had a beard and stuff, so now it's just like overwhelming amounts of hair. And it eventually goes back. But that's it. I forgot that this was broken, so. Sorry. Apparently I only had to do 2 things to fix it, so that was nice. I also don't remember where this was in the hierarchy of stuff. It really doesn't matter, does it? That's it. This is what my face looks like. My whole face. Oh, and it's supposed to, that's not supposed to do that. Oh, no easing? The fuck? Hold on. Why did that just end? What a beautiful face it is. Oh, you know why it does that? Because I don't have a, transition anymore. Do a fade. What a beautiful face it is. I think that's subjective. Alright, well, I'm gonna go feed my cats. I did want to test that again real quick, but we're not gonna bother. That lasts way too long. Yeah, sorry that didn't work right away. I guess, updating OBS really fucks up some stuff, huh? You gotta re-download certain plugins and stuff, and... Pardon me, sometimes you gotta set them back up. Anyway, yeah, I'm dancing in my chair because I have to pee again, and also I was due to feed my cats 20 minutes ago. So I'm gonna run and do that. But thank you all again for hanging out and being here, and just listening to me talk about nothing. Hopefully while I'm gone, we can all think about more stuff to talk about, so that when I come back I can keep talking, and if not, we'll play Fallout, I guess. But today's been fun, just talking about nothing, at least for me. And yeah, I'm gonna go take care of my my to-dos real quick, but I'll be back in like 5 minutes, I think. It might be a little bit low, but be a little bit longer than my last break. So I appreciate y'all being here. Hopefully you stay the duration, and enjoy these clips in my absence. Thanks again. This? What's all this? Huh? You guys okay? Why doesn't anybody kill anybody? This guy is a bat. Give me your bat. A brand new bat. A whole new bat. A a magic place I never knew. A whole new bat. I'm gonna stab you in the butt. Except I won't have the chance because I'm dead. That sucks. Wait, I have a new bat. A whole new bat! I got another one when I died. But now I can't fucking find anyone to kill with my brand new bat. Except those two people. Drink my pee. Drink it. You say the spoilers start to scoop up more? You could die. Sick. Please, oh please, God of escape the fate to please make it so that I do not die. And I had a 3 out of 4 chance of not dying. Should I roll the bones again? Yeah, because it's funny. You know, it'd be funny if I died. Oh no. Now there is a 50% chance that I die. Please make it so that I don't die. Oh great God of escape the fate to. This is my favorite thing ever. Pause. Also, what's with she's got tentacles coming off her chin? No. No. Are we playing a Banjo-Kazooie spin-off or a Conker's Bad Fur Day spin-off? Between Trouser Snake and this hentai abomination, what is happening? Only 3 of them left, so 2 of them left, so. One of them left, so. None of them left, so that was easy. What's going on? Plus wasn't even game for a minute there. Maybe we can flank here.
We're out of reinforcements.
Or maybe they're expecting it, I don't know.
Enemies are running low on reinforcements. Crush them. Anything else?
Eat it!
Enemies have control of the objective.
Eat it!
Time's up. Good job.
Nice, alright. Flank worked. Are you a fine folk? I need to get me a pair of handcuffs and get them butt cheeks spread. I like to spread them butt cheeks. Between being old and being a child, I'm closer to being old. Oh shit, get me out of there. That was pretty not bad, huh? I'm back. How long was that? Who cares? Anyway, if you're still here, thanks for still being here. People are enjoying my clips. What was your favorite clip? I wasn't watching them. I just had my chat up. Missed anything crucial? Quick, let me fabricate something new to talk about. Oh, I know. Oh wait, no. We have a lot of non-Americans in the chat. And as far as I know, ESPN doesn't work anywhere but America. Oh, a whole new bat. I got another one when I died. Oh man. I like the clip too. I like fake singing songs sometime on stream. So one thing that no one knows about me, even though I let it peek through sometimes on streams and sometimes during cooking streams, but I don't properly sing. I don't have like a singing voice because I'm scared to try to sing normally. But I'm not at all scared to like hoop and holler and imitate singers and like meme sing all the time. So whenever I'm like by myself, I'll just like scream at the top of my lungs or like whatever, imitate singers very obnoxiously all the time. I actually did it right before I started streaming. I was, nothing inspired it, but I just started, like, meme imitating the guy from Black Label Society. Zach Wilde. His weird, like, faux Boston / wannabe Ozzy Osbourne singing accent. Bet my neighbors love that. I truly hope they can't hear me, but it's definitely loud enough to, like, leave my house. I bet people, like, walking their pets outside probably hear it. I also live in an outside corner lot, so I've got a lot more real estate around my house when it comes to, like, walking around the thing. So if people do hear me, they're probably gonna hear me for the entire duration of the walk unless they cut across my lot. Yeah, I don't envy them. But it's fun. I don't know. I've always been a fan of, like, how people are able to make sounds, you know? Because everyone's got a voice and a mouth, I think. Although, I don't know, some people don't have lower jaws, but they still have a mouth, technically, I think. I don't know. But anyway. Most people are able to talk, and most people are able to try to sing or try to, like, imitate things, animals, monsters, characters from media, you know? Put on accents, act like you're from the Bronx, act like you're from England, act like you're from Australia, whatever. And I think it's so much fun. Because, like, I don't know. All my hardware in here is probably similar to all of Jack's hardware and all of B's hardware. We all talk completely differently. Albeit, I think some of that's because English isn't all of our primary language, but still, it's really interesting to me how people, like, make different sounds, how different singers sound different ways, how people do different things, like, with their voice, sound gravelly in different ways or have a bubble in their throat or whatever. And I know absolutely nothing about how people do it. Because, one, I don't think people really explain all that well how they do it. And it's funny, too, because there's a lot of, like, singing tutorials on YouTube and stuff where people try to explain how you do stuff with your vocal folds and all that. And, it just, I don't know. I don't think anyone knows how their shit works. Like layman people don't know how that stuff works. So when people try to tell you, like, make sure you're doing this, it's so hard to do. And trust me, I've watched a lot of, like, singing tutorials and stuff, but not because I think I'm going to learn how to sing well, but because I'm just curious how people think that they do that stuff, or if people are actually able to explain how they make certain sounds or noises or whatever. But, I just find it fascinating. You know, we've all got, for the most part, we all have the same similar, components with which to make all the different sounds you hear come out of people. Like, when you learn that voice actors are like, I don't know, the people that made the sounds for the monsters in shows and movies, or, I don't know, that an iconic character is just somebody, like, moving their mouth in a certain way so that they sound like that iconic character. And it makes you think that, you know, people's mouths and stuff are all shaped differently, so the way that the sound and the timbre and stuff comes out is different from person to person. That's why people's speaking voices sound so dramatically different. But, I think it's cool that with, like, a little bit of shaping and doing weird stuff with the muscles in your face and stomach and chest and whatever, that you can get these, like, derivative sounds. You can imitate singers, you can imitate how people talk. And I just think it's super cool. But I know nothing about it, so I just spend all my time just, like, making sounds and imitating stuff in a way that must not be fun to hear as somebody else, because it's hardly fun to hear as me. But it's fun to do. Now that I live alone and I have no restrictions on what to do, I feel like the only people that have to endure it are when it seeps out during streams, or if my neighbor's over here, or when I'm in my car and I'm just, like, losing my mind in my car imitating stuff. It's so much fun. Imitation's part of the learning process. Yeah, that's how children learn how to talk, you know? You get your little, like, toddler who's just learning how to make sounds and noises, and you say something to them and they, like, repeat it back to you as a question the best they can. Oh, it's so great. That's how, like, you can get little 3-year-olds living in Mexico that can speak fluent Spanish, you know? Or whatever language. Because languages are just a series of noises being made with your mouth, right? And there's some nuance to it, you know? Once you learn how to craft your own sentences, you have to learn what words work together and what individual words mean and stuff. But when it comes to just, like, learning how to talk, and say words of a language and just repeat things back. That's all it is imitation and repetition. So you expand that to singing, or you expand that to voice acting, or like imitating things. And yeah, it's just a matter of trying it out and seeing if you can do the same thing. But boy, the learning process being audible is definitely not something people probably want to hear other people do. But it's a lot of fun. I actually follow a lot of voice actor people on TikTok. Like, I think the best example is Frank Caliendo. I think he was popular on Mad TV back in the day, but he used to have like a killer George Bush impression. He has a lot of impressions of various celebrities and stuff. And he does his best to try to talk about how to like seat where your sounds are coming out of your mouth to like sound like certain celebrities or whatever. And I find it so interesting. I know I've been saying that since I started talking about this, but like everything about it to me is so interesting because technically, you know, if I knew what he was saying and could do the things that he was doing, because I'm definitely capable physically of doing the things that he's doing, I'm sure, then, you know, I could theoretically have a killer Morgan Freeman impression or Arnold Schwarzenegger impression or whatever, you know? But, yeah, so those little, like, quasi-singing clips on stream, they're just kind of like a self-aware, like, I don't actually know how to sing, but I can kind of, like, mirror the melody of something and whatever. But, like, I don't know how to actually sing, and I've accepted that. I've gotten to the point where, like, I imitate stuff so much that, like, I don't think I know how to genuinely try to sing something, as stupid as that sounds. Like, if I was just to think of any song I already know and, like, start to try to sing it genuinely, I would 100% just, like, think of how the song goes based on how I've heard it and then just, like, imitate how the singer does that song. For anything. Because, like, every song I've ever heard has been sung by somebody. So, I couldn't just, like, naturally try to say the words as if I've never heard them said that way to that melody before, you know? So, I don't know. Even if I were, like, make up a song and just, like, sing out loud to any random melody that I'm making up, I think I would still just, like, innately think of singers or singing styles to imitate as I go, and it wouldn't actually be a genuine attempt at singing in my own singing voice. It would just be, you know, a series of weird imitations that make a product that will never be repeated, because if I did the same thing again, I'd probably do a completely different interpretation of it. So, that's kind of a shame. But it is really fun to imitate people and try to, like, I don't know, sound like Adele or sound like fucking, I don't know who, the guy from Scorpions or something, you know? It's all just very random and weird. But, yeah. So there's a few clips of me, quote-unquote, singing, but it's not actually singing, you know? You'll never see a clip of me genuinely trying to sing, because I think I'm too embarrassed at the idea. There have been times I wanted to have, like, quasi-karaoke nights on Twitch, but all I would do is, like, put on songs and try to imitate the singer. But it would be abysmal and not actually worth doing. But it's a thing I've thought of before. But yeah, I think that stuff's really fun. So I'm glad that you like the few clips of me that exist where I'm like the whole new Bat clip. There's another one that's like that. Oh, what is it? Not I Dreamed a Dream. It was another Splitgate clip, I think. And I was singing some stupid song and talking about what I was doing. But yeah, that stuff's really fun. Yeah, I don't know. Most of my clips are just things taken, like, really poorly out of context when I'm doing weird things, when I think about it. But that's fun. Even the clip that was taken today was me just, like, describing how to roll out pizza, but it doesn't sound like that when you don't have the context of me talking about pizza. And that's fun. Someone's gonna shout me out and it's gonna be me stretching and whatever, something. And that's fun, I guess. Yeah, so while I was gone, I was trying to think of something I could continue talking about, because I think the rant and ramble I was on has now ended. I was going to ask if there's people in chat that like sports, and if they have access to ESPN Plus, because I mentioned this earlier, but the Buffalo Bandits local lacrosse team is in the finals for the National Lacrosse League that start tonight. And that's my hometown team, and I'm excited for the game, and it starts in 2 hours. and I was gonna rant and ramble about that a little bit, but I'm pretty sure no one's gonna be able to watch the game, so it's not worth trying to sell it. I know last time I talked about that, Jack was here, and he was like, "Yeah, I can't watch ESPN Plus because of fucking the fact that's not available in England or whatever." I'm like, God damn it. Use VPNs or something. I don't know. More people should experience it. Yeah, you do like sports? No, you don't have time to watch any sports live. That's a shame. Can't just toss them on while you're doing other stuff. No ESPN here unless I have a subscription. Well, yeah, isn't that how all streaming services work? Like ESPN Plus? Or are you talking about like a TV cable subscription? Because I know we've got certain services like that. Like in order to access the streaming service, you have to have a cable package, which is just abysmal. I think all the options are abysmal nowadays. Like there's so many individual streaming services that in order to watch all the things you care about, you have to just pay so much shit. Cable? Yeah, okay. Gross. I know ESPN was like that over there though. We literally have ESPN Plus as like a separate like Hulu type of service. You can just pay whatever dollars a month to access. And that's where I watch my beautiful bandits. Yeah, lacrosse is super cool. If it was worth trying to sell to people, not sell, but you know, like convince people to watch, I would definitely just like pull up an old game or something and like show you clips on YouTube of like, look at how cool this sport is, I love it so much. But I think the problem is specifically Buffalo has a very, very avid fan base, and the environment about going to the games is so much different than if you go to other teams' games, because it's just like a party when you go, which is crazy. But you thought about paying for the NHL playoffs this year, we'd have to be up during work nights, so to the highlights every morning. Yeah, true. You just avoid all the highlights and the news of who won and then watch the entire recorded playthrough of it. Although, I don't know, sometimes it's good to just watch the highlights. Depends on the game. I used to think that hockey was a very slow game when I used to watch it. Because our hockey team and our lacrosse team play in the same arena or whatever. But they just put grass over the ice so that they could play lacrosse. And the difference between hockey and lacrosse, at least, I don't know, I think the landscape of hockey has changed over the years. But when I used to watch it, I watched it, I think, in like the late 2000s, so like 2006, 2008. It was back when the Buffalo Sabres were actually pretty good for a little while. Because if anyone knows anything about Buffalo sports teams, we never win the thing. We never win the Stanley Cup. We never win the Super Bowl, you know? The only times we ever have teams that are good, it's teams that no one cares about. Like our lacrosse team has won championships, and they might do it again this year. We also used to have an indoor soccer team. I don't know if that just went away globally or what, but in the 90s, and maybe early 2000s, there was an indoor soccer league where, similar to like a lacrosse turf, they would just play soccer like in a hockey arena with grass over it. And we had a team called the Buffalo Blizzards that I think was really good, and they used to win championships all the time, and then the entire sport just went under. I have no idea how that works. But yeah, the only teams that we have that are good are like lower league teams, like the Buffalo Bisons, AA lacrosse team, the farm team for Toronto, and like things like the Bandits, the lacrosse team that no one cares about because nobody watches national lacrosse. And it's usually is enough per game for me, as I'm not really a fan of any single team. Oh, okay, yeah, that's fair. So you just like to watch the highlights across different teams without having to keep up with any club. I think that's fair. I kind of feel that way about, well, I was gonna say football, but actually the Bills have been pretty good in recent years for football, so I've actually been watching some of their games, but generally, yeah, because our teams tend to be kind of garbage here in Buffalo, I don't really watch the games in a dedicated fashion. Not until they're doing okay and there's a chance that we might win our games, you know? It's more fun to watch when you have a chance, but when your team is like 8-14 on the season and there's just no chance of you seeing playoffs or whatever, it's not really all that fun to tune in. I'm also not really a sports guy. Like, I present kind of like I am because I've watched some sports, you know? I've seen my fair share of like hockey games, football games, lacrosse games, whatever. I used to watch baseball like crazy, actually. I used to be a really big New York Yankees fan. And the only reason for it's not because I'm in New York necessarily, because Buffalo is not at all NYC. But the Yankees have a television network that I have access to, or I used to have access to when I lived with my grandparents and they had cable. Their cable package contained the Yes Network, which was the Yankees Entertainment and Sports Network, which was literally a TV channel dedicated to things about the Yankees 24/7. So they'd have their games, they'd have their pre and post game coverage stuff. They'd have like documentaries about old players and like historical games. Like, remember this one game from 1962 when some player who's been dead for 40 years like accomplished some record, which isn't the record by today's standards because of all the steroids and everything that people have been doing in the 60 years since. But remember that one time when this was impressive? We're going to talk about this for 2 hours. It's really weird that that channel exists, but because that channel existed, the Yankees were the only team that I had access to consistently watch games for, because other than that, you would tune into ESPN and sometimes you'd see like the Red Sox play, or sometimes you'd see the Oakland A's play or whatever, because on occasion their games would fall on ESPN. But every single day, sometimes twice a day, you could catch a baseball game on the Yankees channel, and wouldn't you know it, every single game the Yankees would play. So naturally, I used to just watch Yankees games and I was a Yankees fan. But I know that their like shtick in the MLB is that they just have tons of money, so they would just buy all the good players and they just jam-pack their team of just, you know, paid all-stars, which is not really how that should work, really, but it is what it is. It was the only team I had access to, so I used to enjoy it. But yeah, here you are. Our local baseball club won 21 years. The Czech Baseball League is a thing only for the last 29 years. But since it's baseball, no one cares here. It's ice hockey or soccer. Yeah, here it's mostly just hockey or football, I think, are the two. I know people say that baseball is the American pastime or whatever, but I'm fairly certain that when it comes to sports you hear people talk about, it's mainly just football and hockey. And I think in March we care a lot about college basketball, which, you know, March Madness and all that, I don't care. The concept of college anything is mind-blowing to me. I don't know why we care about people who are just learning how to play the sport being good at it, you know? What do I know? Jack, I went to a baseball game when I visited the States once. Yeah? Who was playing and how did you like it? I bet it was slow. That's one thing about baseball that's kind of crazy, is that it's just a very slow-moving sport. Because there's literally downtime between every action in the game, you know? Not a lot of downtime, but there's downtime between like every pitch that's thrown. They throw the ball and they're like, strike or ball, and then they throw it back and there's 20 to 30 seconds of contemplation before they throw another one. Rangers against the A's. Ooh-wee. Yeah. I think baseball in its own right is probably boring to watch when you go there, just because of all the little breaks. And then you have the breaks like nowadays it's kind of standardized to take breaks for TV. I learned this about the Bandits when I started watching them again. Because when I used to go, also in the same era I used to watch hockey all the time, my family had season tickets to go to the Bandits games because their pricing was so much lower than, say, hockey, because they only play like 20 games a season compared to hockey's hundreds or whatever. And they were just an undesired league, so their tickets were a lot cheaper. So my family would just get tickets to the shows. Like, this is a sport no one's ever heard of. Let's go and hang out. And you know, it was really weird. Kind of like when I used to go see indoor soccer. Like, I didn't care about soccer, especially like what's indoor soccer? No one's ever heard of that. What the hell's lacrosse? No one's ever watched that. But as it turns out, like, lacrosse is super interesting to watch, especially if you're a hockey fan. Because like hockey is a lot of just back and forth, and you see maybe 3 to 5 or 6 goals a game across 60 full minutes of gameplay. There's a lot of whistles, there's a lot of oversides, there's a lot of give the possession away and pause the play, and there's a lot of whatever, weird penalties and stuff. And the reason I kind of like shit on hockey a lot is because the pacing of lacrosse is so much different, in my opinion. It's so much more engaging. And I don't know if it's just because I've seen way more lacrosse games over the years than I have hockey games, or the fact that the in-person experience at Buffalo lacrosse games is so much better and more interesting and more lively than the in-person experience at Buffalo Sabres hockey games. but I've always been like a super fan of the sport of lacrosse, and or at least on the national, you know, competitive scale. And I always try to tell my friends who are hockey fans, like, you should definitely check out a lacrosse game if you can. Find a team, find a local team, and if you can't, watch the fucking Bandits. Watch Buffalo. Because the game is so much more like, it's just so much more fast-paced, and there's just way more goals scored somehow. I think it's because the pacing is so much faster, you know? You can throw a ball upfield and stuff way faster than you can, you know, skate a puck upfield. And there's way more shots that get taken on net because everyone doesn't get swallowed by the goalie. Instead, they bounce off and, like, people collect it, and there's lots of turnovers and movement back and forth. So, like, you'll commonly see lacrosse games where the score is, like, in the teens, you know? And actually, the Bandits have been snuffing out their competition lately. I think their latest games were, like, 20-8 or something ridiculous. But the pacing is just so much faster, and there's, like, constantly stuff going on. And lacrosse is also a much more physical sport, because they have different rules about checking and stuff. There's a lot of people just like tackling each other to the ground and like beating each other with their sticks, and it's all valid. There's limitations and rules and stuff, like you can't check people in the neck or in the face. But and there's different rules about hitting people at all when they're like scooping up the ball or something. I don't know. There's a lot of red tape that even I don't understand, but it's a very physical game. There's a lot of turnovers and like changing in possession and a lot of chaos, and it's a lot of fun. But also, like, the physical environment at the Bandits games is so crazy. Because, like, when you go to a hockey game, you know how they'll, like, play music loudly over the speakers, like, between plays, and then the second they blow the whistle and start skating, it's dead silent? Lacrosse isn't like that at all. At least for the Bandits, it's not. Like, they constantly just play music over everything, and, there's just, like, loud, bombastic noises and lights and stuff whenever things happen, and at the Bandits games specifically, there's a lot of like local chanting that happens when things occur. So like they have a specific chant when people get sent to the penalty box. There's a specific chant for when a series of goals happen or when certain people have the ball on the team. There's so many different things that are just kind of like community based when you go to Bandits games. That's super crazy. And it's just so much more lively than hockey games, at least attending them. And I feel like that's kind of warped my adoration of the sport a little bit. Because I bet if I went to a lacrosse game in, who are we playing tonight? Colorado? I think the Colorado Mammoth. I'm sure their environment is like way more subdued. Because the Bandits environment, I think, is one of a kind. And they're often heralded, or I guess the community is often heralded as like the best, you know, supporting whatever fans in several different leagues of sports, which I don't know if that's just, you know, blowing smoke up our ass or what, but it feels night and day going to a Bandits game and then going to a Sabres game. It's so much more subdued going to a hockey game. And just like the speed of play in hockey feels slow by comparison, and hockey's not bad at all. I mean, people really enjoy it and for good reason, but there's just something, some creme de la creme about lacrosse that I feel like more people should know about and try to experience. But unfortunately, no one cares about lacrosse because it's not broadcasted and available in the same way that like the National Hockey League is, where there's 32 teams across every state. Like if you look at the lacrosse teams and layout in the National Lacrosse League in America, like I'm pretty sure there's 3 or 4 teams in New York alone. And then there's all these satellite teams. Like there's a team in San Diego, Colorado. There's one in Washington, I think. There's a few in Canada, all near each other. But that's it. Like if you live in, I don't know, Arkansas, I have no idea where the closest place you'd go for a game is. Maybe Georgia. Like I think Georgia has a team. But like within your state, there's a very high likelihood that there's not even a lacrosse game you can go to. Although if you live in Arkansas, I don't even know where the closest hockey arena is, so maybe that's a bad example. But the point is, it's just a far less broadcasted and less popular sport, which is unfortunate because the caliber of the gameplay and the caliber of the people that support the sport are equivalent, I think, to something of the scale of like hockey. But yeah, no one knows about it, and I fangirl for it all the time, especially because I think I was just kind of indoctrinated in it because my family used to drag me to seasons upon seasons of games when I was younger. You know, we had season tickets, I think, for 7 years in a row, something ridiculous. So I'm probably biased, but yeah, it's really exciting that my local team is in the playoffs, or like in the finals of the playoffs. The playoffs are much shorter than in hockey, though. It's all very expedited. But yeah, so tonight's game is the first of a best-of-3 series, so there's a chance that they could just play 2 games and win. I don't know how high that chance is, because I don't know what the team we're playing against is like, but their playoff run so far has been disgusting. They've just been absolutely annihilating the teams that they've been playing. It seems made up, but... But yeah, I don't know. I like fangirling about lacrosse just because my local team is actually good, and we don't have good hockey and football teams usually. Although I guess in recent years the Bills and Sabres have been doing sort of okay, but I still don't watch it. I know the Bills were like in the first round of playoffs this year, and then they just crumbled, and they lost by a lot or whatever. And then I just didn't want to watch the playoffs, and then the fucking Chiefs won again. I was like, who cares? This is all rigged. There's no way that they didn't want Patrick Mahomes to win 2 seasons in a row or whatever, so they just made it happen. Well, I'm sure that's not actually the case. I'm just, you know, salty. But you love the cerebral part of baseball. For most people, it takes way too long to finish a match. Yeah, baseball games are super long, especially because you have to sit in like the hot summer sun to watch baseball. I feel like you get baked to a crisp just going to games, so people are less enticed to do so. But I love watching baseball on TV. When big plays happen in baseball, it's miraculous. It's crazy watching people throw balls miraculous distances very quickly to try and like tag people, or like see people, I don't know, smack a ball and try to run a certain amount and take weird, you know, strides to try and, you know, get to certain bases. Or there's a lot of weird deceptive plays and different types of pitches and stuff to watch. Crazy catches that get made, whatever. So baseball's cool in its own right. There's a lot that can go on that's interesting, but like the amount of time you have to wait until you see things like that is pretty crazy. So I could understand why people think it's boring and slow. Jack said, and it was slow. I do remember my dad got shit on by a pigeon, so he went to the bathroom to clean up and he missed the only home run of the game and the follow-up fireworks. Oh my god. Didn't they say that getting shit on by birds is good luck? Isn't that a thing? Looking this up, because that doesn't sound like it panned out for your dad. Getting pooped on by a bird, good luck. Yeah, see, it filled in for me. Perhaps the most famous of bird superstitions. If you're unfortunate enough to get pooped on by a bird, it's actually a sign of good luck. Having originated in Russia, it's thought to be good luck, as the chances of this happening are actually surprisingly low. I don't think it means... Okay. I think this is a bit of a misnomer. They're saying that if you get pooped on by a bird, because the chances of it happening are extremely slim, it means that you have good luck because it happened to you. It doesn't mean that now that you got pooped on, you're going to have good luck. I think that's how it's always interpreted. Like when people get pooped on by a bird, they're like, hey, that's really lucky. Like you're gonna have good luck now. But the reality is, it's kind of like saying that getting struck by lightning is a sign of good luck, you know? Yeah, my cousin last week, he got electrocuted to death. I got struck by lightning in an open field, but you know what? Super lucky guy. That happens to almost no one. I don't think that's the same thing. So yeah, I was gonna say, if your dad getting pooped on by a bird, that's supposed to be good luck. That means that he shouldn't have missed the fireworks. They should have shot fireworks off twice. Because, like, they just happened to have extras, and it was because your dad got pooped on, you know? But, sounds like the luck stops after the poop hits your head or shoulder or whatever. Hey, it's 82. What's that? Oh, 82 games of hockey in a season? Yeah, sorry, I don't know. I just know it's extravagant compared to lacrosse. I don't even know how many games are in the lacrosse season. I think I said 20. I can look that up, too. What am I doing sitting on a computer? Not looking things up. How many games in an NLL season? Each team in the NLL plays 18 games during the regular season, 9 each at home and away. And then for the playoffs, I think it's a potential total of seven. First, there's 3 series. There's a quarterfinal, semifinal, and final series of games in the playoffs. Quarterfinal is a 1-game elimination, and then the semi and finals are a best of 3. So if you play every single game in the playoffs, you add 7 games. So the entire duration of a season can be anywhere between, I guess, 23 and 25 games. And the NHL is, 4 times that or 3 times that. So pretty extravagant difference. To be fair, Sabres run terribly in the last 20 years. They're coming out of the rebuild of a rebuild of a rebuild. Oh my. Run terribly for 20 years. Was that Lindy Ruff's fault? Can't say I followed very much, but I know the Sabres were doing pretty good in the 08s and stuff when they lost to Carolina or whatever in the playoffs, but they lost. So not that good, I guess. Also, never seen lacrosse live. Not sure whether it's played at all here. Floorball is where it's at here on the 2nd or 3rd tier sport. Really, what is? Okay, I should just keep my browser open. What is floorball? A type of indoor hockey that doesn't require any bulky equipment. Oh man, that's like what we used to play in gym class. I don't think we ever called it floorball. We just called it indoor hockey, but hey. I would love to watch this. The ball's a wiffle ball? Is it a plastic wiffle ball? Oh no, okay, I need to see floorball ball material. Is that plastic? What is this? Fuck it, I should just show my browser. I keep looking up so much shit.
We'll see how it goes.
Ignore this. I have to pull up Twitch to show things. These look like wiffle balls. First of all, the hemispheres are pressed from the heated plastic. After that, these 2 hemispheres are joined. Yeah, they're literally wiffle balls. This has to hurt to get hit with. I saw these people running around in shorts and stuff. I thought maybe they'd be hardened rubber or something, but no. This looks like it's just plastic. I'm super fascinated by this. Floorball highlights. Yeah. Team Canada. Sweden v Finland highlights. Sounds like the right country. I bet the pacing of this is similar to lacrosse. I don't know if that's what you were saying, B, but just judging by how, like I was saying with lacrosse, how there's a bunch of bounces off the goalie and kickbacks and stuff, like position constantly changes. Okay, this goalie setup is baffling to me. That man is wearing almost no padding. And they all have to do splits, apparently. I mean, it's just like hockey, I guess. The goalies in this look hilarious to me. Okay, pause. Hockey highlights, yeah. I mean, I don't care about teams. How much bigger these goalies look because of the padding they have. I think the goal might be smaller too. It's hard to tell. Oh, there goes a stick flying. You want to see what a lacrosse goalie looks like for comparison's sake? Yeah, we gotta go to your boys in orange. Check out these goalies. Look at that. Look at that sumo fucking wrestler in the net. Looks unfair, right? The teams still score, like I said. Tons of times. So, This was the last game of the regular season. This was before we started smoking people in playoffs. Look at this. Bandits beat Rochester 20-8 in quarterfinals. 20-8. With goalies of this size. This is our backup goalie, by the way. We were smoking him so bad we gave this guy some playtime. And we can watch a little bit of lacrosse. But anyway, floorball is fascinating to me. But I bet this is paced very similarly to lacrosse. What are the scores like in this? Super high? 6-5? I mean, maybe on par with hockey. Is it still 16 minutes of play? Yeah, they went to 15 and stopped. Oh wait, no, 15 minutes. So it's 3 15-minute periods? Oh. Isn't NHL hockey, it's 20 minutes a period? Am I wrong? Yeah, okay, 19, okay, yeah. Probably 20, okay. Sorry, I'm not really a sports guy. I'm actually surprised I've been talking about sports this long. Anyway, floorball's where it's here, or where it's at here. Yeah. That's sweet. I bet floorball gets better coverage where you're at than NLL gets covered in America. That's super cool. Arabella, hi, you live in Arkansas but don't know where the closest hockey arena would be? Yeah, I don't either. Also, I didn't know you live in Arkansas. I'm sure you've told me before. And I'm sorry I randomly picked your place of living as my example of a rogue state. I guess I wasn't too far off. B, St. Louis Blues and Nashville Predators would probably be the closest. St. Louis, Missouri, Nashville, Tennessee. That's not in Arkansas. That's definitely not that close. Maybe Dallas Stars, depending on where in Arkansas. Interesting. Dad came rushing out of the bathroom when he heard the fireworks. Oh man, poor man. What an awful good luck day. Arabella, I know 2 people that have been struck by lightning. Twice, both of them have been struck twice. Crazy, right? That is very crazy. You should tell them how lucky they are. And then play that one shitty song by Iron Maiden about maybe lightning strikes twice. One was a history teacher. Oh, did he die? Getting struck by lightning? Actually, if he actually passed away, I'm sorry. The joke was that the lightning got him. One was a history teacher I had in high school, and the other is my dog's groomer. Oh, man. I can't imagine getting struck by lightning. Ball's plastic and hollow. Hurts from a slap shot for sure. Wow. Guess how I know? Guess how you know that it hurts? Have you been on the receiving end of a slap shot from a wannabe wiffle ball? Wait, okay, that's another thing I can look up. Wiffle ball. Oh, that doesn't have an H in it. That's embarrassing. Ball versus floorball ball. The ball used in floorball is very similar to a wiffle ball. Wait, it is spelled with an H. At least on this thing. Yeah, wiffle ball. Oh, that's the same site. How do you spell wiffle? Maybe it's not. Wait, pickleball? No, pickleball is not the same as floorball. Floorball and pickleball size is 72 millimeters or 2.8 inches in diameter, and it weighs 21 grams. This makes it somewhat heavier and denser than a normal wiffle ball. Oh no. I mean, I guess it would have to be heavier, huh? Wiffle balls are made so that they, like, float and curve through the air so that you can throw them in baseball and do crazy shit. I guess they would have to be denser, huh? Yikes, though. Especially seeing how little they seem to wear on the defensive end of this. Look at all these people. They're just running around in shorts and a t-shirt, man. You happen to, like, block a shot, which I'm sure is undesirable in this sport, but you happen to, like, stand in front of and block a slap shot with your just open shins like that? Blast off a kneecap or something? My God. And the goalies just look comical. I hate to say it. It looks like they have no shot of defending what's coming. They're so tiny. If people could, maybe that's part of the reason though. Like maybe you can't shoot these balls all that accurately because of the fact that they have holes in them and they curve and stuff. So you can't like pinpoint a corner shot or something as easily. I know nothing about this, so I'm sorry if I'm entirely off base, but I love the idea of this. I don't know much about the execution of it. Like, you could see this dude's fucking skin. Like, I'm glad he missed that shot. Are you kidding me? He would have hit right on his forearm and it was swelled up and he would have been able to block more shots because he blocked one. Just boost his block power by this swelling forearm. Plus, yeah, I don't think I'm going to see a lot of saves on the highlights here. All highlights are is like, look at every goal happen. It's just so fascinating to me. Please win all of these? Oh, no. Sounds rigged. No, I'm kidding. No gloves, dude. He's gonna get a finger knocked off. I know. I mean, they're all like that. They don't have gloves. The goalies, like the goalies, have really thin gloves. They're using a pair of like gardening gloves or something. So at least if their finger gets blown off, it'll get caught in the glove. You know, it won't be super clear that their finger came off. As opposed to if they didn't have the glove, it would just fly off with the ball. Just so fascinating. If America has a floorball team, it's just for like the Olympics or something, but I have no idea. Or like the national, World Games. I'd have to look it up though. Like everything else. Do a raw dog and the ball coming toward him? Yeah. On floorball is usually high single digits. Yeah, I mean in hockey, like you get 3-1 final scores after 60 minutes of play. You get high single digits after 45 minutes of play in floorball. I bet if they had an extra quarter to catch up, they'd probably break into the low teens. I was partially listening and napping. I heard Arkansas. Oh no, I didn't mean to pull you away from a nap. I'm sorry. Wiffle ball. B, I played beer league and was not among the fastest. So played mostly defense and goalie. Oh no, you played bullet sponge. That doesn't sound ideal at all. Well, doesn't even have gloves, sticking their hands in between the sticks. Yeah, dude, that's scary too. Cause they're probably just using like normal hockey sticks, just like wooden or polyethylene or whatever hockey sticks. So you get two people like pulling their sticks back or whatever around your hand, just caught in the middle, your wrist just caught in the middle. Oh man, the lashings you must take. Just still fascinating to me though. The other thing that's interesting about this is like the lack of control too, because the one thing in lacrosse that's interesting is like the ball exists in a, net, a webbing of, the sunken webbing of a stick. I don't know why I'm showing it when I can just show it, right? So like this guy, for example, has the ball right now. It's sucked into the little testicle pouch of this stick. And if he passes it to someone, which he won't, he's just gonna score because Kyle Buchanan's a fucking legend. But, if these people pass the ball, like it's in someone else's possession. Like this guy has it now, that guy had it, right? You can still knock the ball loose because of how physical of a sport it is. So it's not just like when you have the ball, no one's gonna get the ball. It's a very physical and aggressive sport. And this again is just like all of the goals scored in the game. So we're not gonna see a lot of actual moment-to-moment gameplay, but, yeah, possession in this game is far different than possession. Also, our goalie's 1 million years old, so if you're wondering why he's not moving to block all the ones that are going in, it's because he's 50 years old. But anyway, possession in floorball looks like it's a lot more, like these people are just fucking sprawling all over the place trying to keep possession of the ball. Because it's like hockey, But you're hitting a rolling ball back and forth. You're not just like cushioning a slowly sliding puck back and forth. So it looks a lot more chaotic just trying to get people to maintain possession of this. What was I looking at here? I think when they were passing it back up the field this way. Yeah, this right here. They're just like sprawling, missing the shit. And then they get a couple good like single touches and slow rolls to do that. So I don't know. This is fascinating to me just because I'm trying to compare it to like hockey and lacrosse that I know. Are players encouraged to tackle in lacrosse? No. I wouldn't say that. Hold on, I wish I could just show. Can I see fourth quarter of a game? These are probably just... Okay, this'll do, I guess. It's from a fan seat, unfortunately, but hopefully this will give us the right vibe of how physical and stuff it is. So like, see how this guy's just like pushing the guy with the ball, this guy's hammering away at him. You'll sometimes see people like hitting the turf, but I think it's usually just because of momentum and people tripping and stuff. Because there's a rule in lacrosse where you can't enter... Oh, I navigated from my original video. You can't enter this goalie crease at all, even though it's massive. But you can... you can't enter it by way of touching the ground. So, like, if you put your foot in there, you're kind of disqualified from using the ball. If you have the ball and you put your foot in there, you have to give the ball to their team, and the officials will like keep an eye out for that. But a lot of times what people will do, and I bet I can find examples of this because we have someone on our team who's like known for doing that. This guy, number 22 in the purple shoes, Josh Byrne. His nickname is Air Burn because he jumps into the crease to shoot. And as long as the ball goes into the net before you touch the ground in the crease, it's a valid goal. So a lot of times people like dive into the crease trying to shoot the ball because it's a valid approach to scoring. Great surname, yeah, Byrne, B-Y-R-N-E. But yeah, it's a very physical sport, and not so much that people get injured left and right, but there's still injuries that happen and whatever because of how physical it is. There's also actual fights that happen in this. Like, I know that hockey fighting happens, and usually it's people struggling to stand up while they tussle. In lacrosse, like, people will get tackled to the ground and punched in the face until the refs think it's too brutal and they'll peel people apart. It's pretty crazy. But, yeah, I kind of wish there was a little bit more context to a lot of what's happening. Because it's just like, look, we pass the ball to a guy and he throws it in the net. Pass to a guy and he throws it in the net. Boom, goal. Like, that's all all these things are. All these highlights are. In this game, yeah, I think Buffalo won 20-8. So whenever Buffalo gets the ball, it's just going to go in the net. This goal was super unfortunate. They're probably not going to show the replay of it. But, the goalie basically stops the ball, and then it bounces behind him and rolls into the net. You can even see him try to, like, scoop it. Oh, my hip! And then it counts as a goal. So sad. I like sports that let players fight for a little bit. I know. Just casual breaking the law, right? You get into a tussle like that at a bar, both of you are getting arrested in America. But in sports, it's just like, no, this is a faux Coliseum thing. This is totally legal in our sport, and thus it surpasses the legality of actual law. These two people can, like, rip their helmets off and punch each other in the face, like, bare-fisted, without suffering any consequence. And then 17,000 people will witness it and cheer it on. Super funny. The rule reminds me of a similar rule in attack approach in handball. What's that? The goal crease rule? Like diving and stuff. Wait. Okay, that's another thing you see a lot too. Again, with the momentum thing, people will often crash into the goalie. Like, this dude just goes into the net and pushes it off because they're just like running full tilt toward the goal. But you see some crazy like acrobatic stuff and physical things that happen. These all seem very, very simple. There's my boy Buchanan just slipping in it again. And yeah, I wish there was more context to this. Oh, here's Air Burn, but just from fucking far away. We need to see, like, diving through the shit goals. I don't know if I've just been talking over some of them or what. But yeah, this sport's incredible. And I wish more people could see it because not enough people know about it. I mean, like, again, we get 17,000 people to come and watch the game. We fill the Buffalo Sabres arena with butts and seats with all these people in orange. But it's just like a very dedicated and small fan base, and no one actually watches lacrosse compared to things like hockey and football. I wish they did, because it's such an engaging and interesting sport. Like, that goal was disgusting. This guy almost didn't even throw it. He was just getting fucking bombarded by people. Oh, whoop. Oh, dirty passing. That was Brad McCulley's first ever playoff goal, so you know that they were hurting when fucking people are getting their first playoff goals scored. Dude, he just passed it. I just realized that he just inadvertently passed it to himself off the boards. See that? Wait. Let's appreciate Tahoka Nanticoke. Fucking dunks it in the corner. Here he is, number 1. Dunks it in the corner, and he's the one to run forward and scoop it and puts it in the net. What a fucking legend. Now, see, this looks ridiculous, right? Like, there's 28 goals scored in an hour of gameplay and the same amount of time of hockey. It's 4 quarters that are 15 minutes each. It's equivalent to 3 periods that are 20 minutes apiece. But they score like 6 times the amount of goals. Dan's game was a close one until one point. Yeah, I know. They ran away with it after I don't know, like just before the half or whatever. It's crazy. We don't normally get games that are this much of a blowout, but our last few have been pretty wild. Buffalo Bandits. What do you call that? Not season standings. What's that called? Your record or whatever? 2023 season record. I don't know if this is going to show the playoffs. Oh no, okay, this is the... Oh, here we go, game log. Yeah, standing. Cool, that would have been probably right, but I guess this works. So they lost 11-10, they won 11-8, they won 18-13, 18-9, like that's a blowout. 11-9's kind of common, 15-12, they lost. 13-9, 16-10, like they're all in the teens, low teens. 13-12 won in overtime, clincher. 10-9 won, 10-9 won in overtime, clincher. 7-6 won in overtime, clincher. But then these are their playoff standing, or their playoff games. Quarterfinals against Rochester, we were watching the highlights of, 20-8. 2 games, best of 3 against Toronto the last few weeks, 14-5 and 17-8. Never a chance. And I say all this excited, like this has been their last 3 games. Who's to say that I watched the fucking game in an hour and they get absolutely stomped? It's a very real reality. Look at this one loss we had a short few weeks ago, 18-7 on the losing side by Toronto. So the Roch, yeah, against Roch. I was talking about that last time we talked about Rochester. I was watching this game, and the announcer, whenever he'd refer to that team, he'd call them Roch. And it was, every time I heard it, I thought of crotch. But yeah, so like we got, like these however many games here were not great. We had to win in overtime 4 times, which is bad. You don't want your game to be so close. You go into overtime 4 fucking games out of, 6. And then we got lost by 5 goals, lost by 9 goals, or 11 goals, excuse me. But this team that smoked us, we absolutely annihilated in the playoffs. But this team that we last lost 13-8 to is who we're playing in the next 3 games if it needs 3. So that's terrifying. But I'm hoping it's a good game. Lacrosse is so much fun to watch. And again, as I've been saying on repeat, I really wish more people were able to and did watch it. Because it's just so much more, like the physicality and just like the weird movement of the ball and the crazy acrobatics that the goalies do and stuff is just so much more, I shouldn't say more interesting than hockey, but to me it is. Unless you have a slow-moving backup goalie who's never played before in his life and he gets scored on, but yeah, I don't know. But the goalies in this game are massive, so you think things would find the net less, but people have so much control of the ball where they can just like snipe corners and like throw it through someone's 5-hole when they have their stick covering 90% of it, and they'll still score. It's so crazy. Or you get the people that do the acrobatic diving shit. I really wish I could find an example of that, because it happens all the time. Literally all the time. That sort of counts. I guess I could slow it down, but he hops over the goal line ever so slightly and tosses over this dude's shoulder. This isn't one of the diving examples, but that just shows the rule, you know? As long as the ball crosses the line of the net before you get your feet on the turf, it counts. So it's been a popularized strat in recent years. Another thing that people will do because their sticks are so long is they'll sit behind the goalie over here and they'll try to wrap it around and like lean forward and toss it in the net. There's a term for that. I think it's just called a reach around or something, which is super hot. But, I'm joking. I'm just trying to watch our guy do it, because he does it all the time. Okay, that one he just threw in. Be a long distance goal, yeah. Long distance goal, sure. Dive. That missed. And then, oh, I forgot about that fucking goal. That's disgusting. This guy misses. He catches the rebound, shoots it through his fucking legs. Oh my god. There were so many just like clippable goals that happened within the last few games. Disgusting. I absolutely forgot about that. They'll shoot it behind their back a lot too, to like deke people out or whatever. You see a lot of like weird attempts like that. And of course they don't all go in like that, but when they do, it's like, oh my god, that's so crazy. Lacrosse is wild, man. I don't know. I find it so exciting, and I'm really glad that the playoffs are happening, but I'm like terrified that the Bandits are gonna get fucking stomped by Colorado after having the record that they've had. There you go. That was behind the back. After just like a weird diving sprawl. Again, this are the clips from the last game of the season. It's so crazy. Starling follow the ball until the back of the net. Yeah, that's, I mean, it's unfortunate, really. The quality of the video is really slow, but when you watch the live stream, it's a little bit easier. The other thing you get to realize, or you start to realize, is like how to recognize who has the ball just because of how the players are focused and how the person's moving. Like I'll play this more slowly so I can kind of show an example of the movement. Okay, so this one's going in the net. Oh no. But yeah, it's a lot less obvious because of course the ball's in someone's stick, you know, it's a little less obvious than like a black puck on white ice in front of somebody, like in hockey or whatever. Because the color of the ball and the color of the actual sticks is the same. But yeah, you can usually tell just based on the movement of the play. So like this guy's got the ball because they're all looking at him, chasing him. He throws it this way, and this guy coming past caught it, and they're trying to block him. And then he's gonna get a nasty goal because that's how these work, I guess. But yeah, you can usually just tell by like the way that they're focusing, and also the only person ever cradling the ball, like twisting it. You don't do that when you don't have the ball. And the whole reason you do that is so that the physics of it, like keep the ball falling into your stick, you know, centrifugal force or centripetal or whatever the term is. But okay, maybe 0.25 was criminally slow. I apologize. But that's usually how you can tell. So like this guy's got it, they're all looking at him squaring up, he's doing the fast movements, whatever. He's cradling it like crazy, and he somehow went through my entire team. You beat the ball out of a player's little basket with your stick? Yes. Yeah, unfortunately, because these are all scoring plays, that doesn't happen a lot. This is the end result of it not happening, you know? This guy gets a free shot. No one's defending him. Oh, he passed it behind his back. Oh, behind his back. Boom. Crazy. But yeah, physical shit. Like, look at them trying to knock the ball loose on this dude. But Tahoka Nanakok is a fucking house on legs. He's a tiny little dude, but he will just push into a whole line of people. Oh my god, look at him barrel forward. Fucking crazy. My sister hates that guy though, he's very pompous. This guy has the ball. Just kidding. Probably just had the ball. He got fucking rocked. Oh, he did just have the ball. Passed it. Wide open. Free shot. In. But yeah, you can definitely like rough people up and stuff. But there's some rules against it. But you can definitely like get up in people's faces or try to like block lines of sight. Or like passing lines and stuff. I mean, I could probably go on ESPN and actually watch an old game and show you. But that's a missed ball. It's bouncing up. This guy's whacking him so he can't get it. They're gonna score anyway though, because that's how this works. Boom. Can you see the ball now that it's slower? I'm sure it's just not coming through the stream because of just how small it is. They missed 3 times and then this dude gets basically open net. Anyway, I could watch this all day. I fucking love lacrosse, but anyway, yeah, this game is on tonight in an hour, and I wish more people knew about it because I'm very excited for the playoffs, and I have a feeling that I'm going to post tonight that the Bandits got stomped, and I'm very sad, but I'm hoping that that's not the case. I hope their momentum from recent games continues because it's just a lot of fun to watch. Speaking of things that are fun to watch, I have to go pee again, so you guys can watch my clips again. I'll be right back. Thanks for hanging out and watching me ramble about sports. Again, I don't really watch sports, but I watch lacrosse. And the playoff game tonight, the finals game tonight, 1 of 3, is going to be fun either way, I think. Very electric game. 2 really good teams duking it out, and hopefully my team is the gooder team. Anyway, I'll be right back. Thanks for hanging out.
I cannot
Where
turn
are
away
you?
from this.
I'm so sorry.
I can't stop looking at.
I cannot sleep. I cannot dream tonight. I need you with me at always. Six string darkness. I'm sorry.
I was at the bar one night and my buddy was across the way and I swooped my hair the wrong direction in front of my eye and go.
I can relate. I'm probably the stupidest America I know. I'm the stupidest America I know. I should not be streaming today, my goodness. I prefer warm apple. I'm like a bird, I wanna fly away. I don't know where my home is. Like a bird, I'm gonna die again. Same fucking way to the same guy. Oh, just kidding. What a throwback, yeah. You engage in Mother's Day through consumption of goods, then you've been had. Oh, hello. Happy Mother's Day. I hate everyone. I hate reproducing. Yeah, reproducing is icky. Icky gross. Reproducing, I mean, I could make a case against reproducing. That's right. Reach like I'm the last pork rind in the bag. Ugh. Oh, I have to swing here. I thought this was gonna cart over. Well, this is awkward. I feel kind of like, you know, not confident. I want to say we just chisel away here in 2 turns time. The poison will do the trick. We just have to survive 1 more hit. Just kidding. He completely fucking healed everything. Wow. I wasn't expecting that at all. That sucks. Ugh. Wait, I'm trying to... Oh, shit. That's the guy who cheats. I'm trying to launch myself out of, like, side portals. Like here. After falling through them. But you can't really get any momentum on this map. Also, I'm dead. Hey! Alright, we did it! We finally did it. I didn't think you could do it on Atlantis. 100 damage. Oh, that was tight. Double kills are hard, man. Okay, deep breath. We kill grandmas for a living. This will be a piece of cake. And daddy's gonna make his way through it. And if he doesn't, well, you know, he's the easiest member of the family to sacrifice because dads leave anyway. So. But I have faith. We got this. Here she comes. Maybe? Taking her time? Maybe this is why she didn't die the first time. Oh, I didn't leave. Well, that worked. I feel kind of like, you know, not confident. I want to say we just chisel away here in 2 turns time. The poison will do the trick. We just have to survive 1 more hit. Just kidding. He completely fucking healed everything. Wow. I wasn't expecting that at all. That sucks. engage in Mother's Day through consumption of goods, then you've been had. Oh, hello. Happy Mother's Day. I hate everyone. I hate reproducing. Yeah, reproducing is icky. Icky gross. Reproducing, I mean, I could make a case against reproducing. Place seems especially spooky. Oh, what's this? It says the sacrifice of fire is the gate to ruin. Place a torch if you crave the void. I mean...
The infinite malignity of the stars.
I will be completely honest. I did not know that this is what would happen if I did that. So there. I do not want my friends to throw subs at me and throw bits at me, you know? I appreciate the support. I wish Twitch could be full-time, but not in that way. But that's the primary way, especially when you're small. So, oh shit, I actually wanted to step on that roof. I am bad at the game, or in my opinion? You're probably right in both counts, but please clarify. Well, what a fantastic first message to come in with 4 exclamation points as well. At least you're, you know, you're passionate about what you're saying. So congrats to you for that. I'm back. Oh, the I'm Like a Bird one. That was the other song. I should just look at my clips because I think we got a few mock singing ones. Hold on. I really gotta change what this reads off of, but you know we're actually gonna be on Twitch this time.
I'm just expecting Billy to be out.
Stop talking. Hey, have I got any recent clips? Oh, yeah, just the one from today. Oh, this clip is one of my personal favorites, and it just happened last week. Wait, shit. How do I make this? I want to make it full screen. I want to make it more than this. See, if I make it full screen, it's too big. Thinking. I can't think. I want it to be bigger than this though. Hold on. I gotta figure out how to. Can I open the clip in a new. Click the name of the clip? Okay. I click the name. Can I just do open a new tab or something? The name in the player window. This? Oh, this! Legend, thank you. Self, I guess. This is minimally bigger. Oh, there we go. Self, I guess. Hold on. We have to do this right. Boost this. Lower this. Self, I guess. A, B, C, D, E, F, G. G is for grenade. L, M, N, O, P. That was from like 2 weeks ago. Alright, what other, I gotta remember which ones of these are. Singing ones. This one minimally, so. Okay, we'll just load them all up. This one wasn't. Oh boy. I don't really have that many, but. Oh wait, I forgot about my Trans-Siberian Orchestra ones. These are abysmal. Do you guys know what the Trans-Siberian Orchestra is? If we say no, I'll skip them. Wait, maybe I fake sing more than I thought. I can't remember how many actually have like faux singing in them. No? Okay. I can show you a snippet and then you can tell me again if you're familiar, because it's one of those things where if you know it, you might know it, but there's also a chance that you just don't. know it, and that's cool. I only know it because my mom, again, she used to take me to random stuff like the Banish games. Oh, B, hey, half an hour in Sunday here, gotta get some sleep in. Alright, man, hey, I appreciate you hanging out all night. I hope I didn't take you away from what you were working on too much, but I always appreciate the convo, and it's always good to see you. I know we kind of go weeks and months without crossing paths, but I appreciate you so much. I hope you have a great night. I hope you get a good night's sleep. And, yeah, I hope you have a good Sunday. Hopefully you're off of work. But I appreciate you so much. Have a great night, man. But Jack, yeah, we'll teach you up in a minute here. They're basically just like a, they're technically like a rock or metal band, but all they do is play Christmas songs. Their most favorite or famous one is the, oh my god, what's that song called? The Ding Fries Are Done one, whatever the fuck the normal, Carol of the Bells. They have a very, like, rock metal rendition of that, but they have a lot of, like, rock metal renditions of stuff. That's really funny. It's actually kind of sad that I recognize most of my clips just based on their names. Am I self-obsessed? Kidding. I said, dadgummit. Oh shit, was this a singing one? No, this one was a singing one. As was this one. There are so many. Oh my god. I guess I didn't realize that. I have nothing else to talk about for the next hour, so that I'm more than happy to review old clips. Even though it's probably really familiar to people who have watched all my BRB screens. Do you smell that? I shit on the floor. So stupid. I hate that I like my own clips so much. It feels weird. A whole new bat. I got another one when I died. Dancy Dance. I actually don't know that one. Tune for chasing an enemy. Was this the I'm Like a Bird one? Turn around. Nope. God, there's so many, and they're all from that. I think that was the one I was thinking of, not the bird one. There's so many. I'm such a lunatic. I guess I didn't realize how often I do that. Oh, there we go. I'm Like a Bird. We're not gonna make you listen to that one again. I think those were probably the first ones I did singingly. Yeah. Alright, hold on. Let's show you... Shut up. Let's show you TSO real quick. So I want to go to YouTube. Trans-Siberian Orchestra. I don't want the history. I don't want a description. I don't want a full concert. Maybe I do. So their whole thing is that they're a heavily pyrotechnic group, but all they do is sing Christmas songs in a very like metal way.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome.
I just realized I didn't actually raise the volume of this stuff. I'm sorry.
Siberian Orchestra.
Oop. Oh, I just realized this hasn't filled up the whole screen this whole time. What a loser. I'm sorry. I fixed that. I fixed that. I can't tell. I didn't realize it was only half the screen that whole time. I'm a moron. And I gotta pull up my own stream and see what the fucking coverage of my browser looks like. I had no idea. Oh, now it's cut off on this side. What is going on? Who knew that this was such a... It's so weird. Who knew this was such a task? You know why? It's because it's... Ah, shit. It's because it's centered. Shut up! I'm floundering. Can you tell I just added this browser source recently? I gotta fix that in the scene. Anyway, this is the gist of the shows. They're very just like visually crazy. Just want to see. Oh man. Any comments with timestamps? Oh hey, this one's got all the different songs. Well anyway, a lot of their songs are basically just ballads, weirdly enough, even though this is very like rock oriented. And I made fun of the fact, oh this one, Old City Bar. I made fun of like this type of song where they basically have like a faux homeless person come out and sing about the wonders of Christmas. This is like the example. It's kind of like theatrical in a way, which is why they have stuff like this.
In an old city bar that's never too far from the places
damn it.
that gather the dreams that have been in the safety of night.
Kevin Smith from Clerks, it kind of looks like I've done that.
Beyond light, it beckons to strangers, and they always come in. And
Okay.
the snow
I'm gonna expedite this. Oh wait, no, maybe not.
it was falling, the neon was calling, the music was low, and the night, Christmas Eve, and here was.
Okay, I'm gonna pause it and explain. So this song is called Old City Bar, and it's a faux homeless person basically saying that the neon light of a city bar, or a pub, I guess, beckons as a place of safety and solitude on Christmas Eve when the snow is gently falling or whatever. And this whole song is just kind of like a, you know, thing about the warm feelings of Christmas and how loving and inviting of a holiday it is and all that kind of shit. And I forget what started this. Original songs by a train. But I made fun of like being sad in cold. Original songs by made fun of this. Siberian Orchestra are just about like being sad in cold and then admiring the beauty of the holiday and in the snow. It's really funny. They're comforting and cool songs, but like you listen to enough of them in rapid succession, they're like all the same theme. A sad homeless man living out near a bar, begging people for money, but he can't even afford a car. Then the snow started falling, and he remembered his past. And he remembered that he once had a family, but that wouldn't last. Oh. But the snow and the cold fueled love in his soul, and Santa came and filled his heart, which had a hole. I did that twice. That one was specifically, I think it was meant to be a mockery of this specific song.
Danger, even with strangers,
Wait, your light is up, yeah.
inside of this night.
Now, granted, I haven't listened to this band since I went to the concerts like 15 years ago. So this was the most like vague memory I could have had. But this was literally what it was from, and I was actually surprised listening back to it just now how similar it was to the opening. But yeah, so TSO is known for like more bombastic things, and basically a lot of like holiday mashups and stuff. I want to find one that's not. Oh, this one's called the Mad Russians Christmas. Maybe this is lively. Also, fun little fact, if this is the Eastern chapter or whatever of this band, the guitarist from Sabotage is in it, Alex Skolnick. Not him. Thinking of Mannheim this whole time. Also, hi, Bone. How's it going, man? We've been talking all day. This is unprecedented. I've never done a just chatting stream for the entire duration of a stream. It's like a great show, yeah. The first time it is. I went twice. The thing is, this is sort of like fireworks in a way. Like, you see the theatrics, you see the type of music they play, you witness it all once. It's kind of like you've seen it once, you've seen them all. I saw them once, and then I saw them again like 2 years ago, and the second time was so underwhelming. Just because it was the same thing again, which is sad to say, because it's a very interesting experience to experience once, I think. But the music's a fucking bop. This is what everyone should listen to around the holidays, minus the crying homeless man one. Another group? Oh, Mannheim is? I can't say I'm familiar. Did you love that clip? Yeah. I was gonna show the other one too. I think this is the Western group. The West Coast group. Because the guy I'm talking about isn't here. Actually, this is from 19. I think he might have quit by then. Mannheim Steamroller. I'm not at all familiar with that. Ooh. This is probably very similar. And it's Christmassy! Announces Christmas tour! What the fuck? An American neoclassical new age music ensemble. Bruh. This is so interesting. Members, Chip Davis, blah blah. I'm clicking all the members that have their own pages. Founder and leader of the group. Sick. Best known for his work in the group. Sick. Doctor, composer, producer, blah 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 blah, video game music, blah blah blah, violinist, and member of the group. Okay, so their accolades are much different than the Trans-Siberian Orchestra because the members of the Trans-Siberian Orchestra, well, I think these guys might have just been members of it, but I think they actually borrowed people from other bands. This guy, the lead vocalist of the band Sabotage, and also one of the main dudes of the TSO. American guitarist best known for TSO, Megadeth, Alice Cooper, and more. And Sabotage, look at that. I guess Sabotage was basically just this whole thing. Hey, this guy was born in Buffalo, New York. I was born in Buffalo, New York. That's irrelevant. But yeah, so they have, I don't know if this will show it, but they basically have a West Coast and an East Coast tour. And lots of the people on the tours are well known. But this guy was the one that we loved the most on our tours, Alex Skolnick. And he is the guitarist for Testament, which is a thrash metal band that sounds much different than this. But a ton of the people that have toured for this are known from other things, I guess, which is why you see so many wiki pages for them. But like, look at all the fucking people they've had come out and play homeless men and sad orphan children or whatever and the like. Birdman, yo, what's up, man? I'm sorry, I'm behind you, not paying attention to the chat. How's it going, man? I just liked all your Instagram posts and also your girlfriend's posts, so I hope that wasn't weird. I creep on your stories on Instagram a lot, but I was really excited to see that you're streaming tonight. If I was streaming until you were streaming, I would raid you, but I plan to quit and watch the Bandits game at 7:30, so you should start early so I can raid you. I'm kidding. But it's great to see you. I hope you've been so well, my man. Before this group? Well, oh, he was in stuff, whatever, yeah. Anyway, so I think we get the vibe of this, right? It's either this, like, theatrical, bombastic, neon lights, pyrotechnic show with just, like, hard rock, electric violin shit. What is this? This has a lot of views. Also, this dude looks like Sebastian Bach. I know it's not him. But that's what I think of whenever I see this dude on stage. The wild man guy from Robot Chicken. Oh man, Christmas shredding, man. Nothing like it, right? Anyway, so I was making fun of their ballads in my clips. So I have that one we just watched. And then I have another one from the same stream that I'm gonna make you all sit through. 20 different songs. Shut up.
The child only smiles as he watches the snow. And Jesus was born. Technically, Jesus was homeless at birth, 'cause he was born in a barn with no doors. But his mother and his father carried him on a donkey and received gold and myrrh and stuff that wasn't very useless for a baby. 'Cause they lived in a time before diapers were invented. So they couldn't request them for Christmas.
What a fucking bop. I got nothing. Yeah, we are going not by request through all my clips where I sing. For some reason. For those just joining. It could be played in Act 20 different songs that could be played in Act 3. Oh, unfinished. The audience votes at intermission who they think the murder is and who should fall in love. So what, they just swap out the nouns in it or what? We changed the song so the audience would be right. It was John who killed Mary Beth. Oh no. Fuck John. What a dick. Put him in jail. Literally 20 different songs. Oh. I should have clarified what this one was about. Super Gamecast was in my chat talking about a musical he went to, where like the audience could influence the ending somehow by like voting for it. So the musical itself was written to have a bunch of songs that never got performed, where basically your vote would influence the story and they'd have to sing a certain subset of those to like drive the narrative the way that you guys voted for, which is super cool and interesting. But as he was describing it to me, I was saying, so what do? They just have songs that are like Mad Libs. And when the audience votes for things to happen and to certain people, they would just like fill them into the songs. Then I said the thing about John murdering someone and being a dick. And he's like, no, they're literally different songs that they basically vote, you know, they vote for an outcome, but they get songs that match that outcome, basically, which is a cool concept. I have no idea what it was called, and it doesn't matter for the clip. It was just me singing.
They see you.
Staying alive, staying alive. Then whenever I get shot, it's staying alive.
They see you.
Hey, that was Kelly. I miss Kelly. Oh, this is Birdman. Why is it muted? Oh, because I muted it. One night. Kelly asked if we can do a karaoke night one night. Sure, man. Why not? You know? As long as we're all aware that none of us are... Well, unless someone just busts out some actual skill and puts us all to shame. Emo-only karaoke? Oh, man.
Yes, yes.
When I was a young boy, my father went to the store for milk and didn't come back. Sorry, I have to remix that. I can't actually say the real lyrics because they don't apply. True.
They do not apply.
My father took me into the city and spent time with me, actually. Just kidding. He left. Kelly, he left.
I cannot
Where
turn
are
away
you?
from this.
I'm so
it's a car accident
sorry.
I can't stop looking at.
I cannot sleep. I cannot dream tonight.
I
need you with me at always. Six string darkness. Your mic was so bad. I don't think so. I'm sorry. You have a new mic since then?
I was at the bar one night and my buddy was across the way and I swooped my hair the wrong direction in front of my eye and go.
Oh, I cut off before I got the rest of your story about your swooping hair. Now I'll never know. Like in an echo chamber? I don't agree. Hugs? No, I've gotten over the fact that he left. It was 25 years ago. Turn around, every now and then I get a little bit lonely. Turn around, and I need you more than life. And I need you more than ever. Dude, where the fuck is everybody? I don't remember why I was doing that. Oh, because I was chasing someone from behind, so I was telling them to turn around. What a stupid reason to sing a fucking song. The hug was 25 years ago then? You'd be a predator. I was 3. The math was wrong. I was like 6 or 7. Still. But I appreciate the sentiment. I'm not learning anything. I just sat here and watched her attack. You'd be younger, like true. You'd also be 25 years. Nothing. That's a mini boss. What a chaotic fight. They think I need to fucking turn it down to easy mode? Should I be insulted? That's a mini boss. Yeah, that's like an optional, I could have avoided that fight if I wanted to, boss. Oh, also, I forgot that I fucking died.
On the brink, facing the abyss.
Welcome to the afterlife. Again, you fucking scrub. You should play on easy, you fuck. That's what they're saying. My god. So, the sound doesn't come through from that, but when you die in this game now, and you get teleported back to the desk here, a choir of dead people will sing, "Welcome to the afterlife," and then it ends. But I said the sentiment sounds like that. But that's it. I'm pretty sure that's all of my singing clips outside of the one. What the fuck is this? Yeah, I think that's all of my singing clips. So for all of you who really wanted to hear all of that, you're welcome. I don't have a follow-up. We weren't talking about anything. We somehow managed to talk for like 3 hours, and then I've been floundering for the last hour. Hey man, I don't think your microphone sounded bad, birdie boy. Do you have the same microphone? Have you done anything with it if you think it sounded so bad? I know you haven't really been streaming all that much, so maybe I've monkeyed with it. I don't think it needed anything. Theme here was singing, duh, now I get it. Yeah, I forget how it came up. Oh, it's because I went to go feed my cats at some time or something. And then I do a pee, and then every time I'd BRB and put the clips up, it would play one with singing. And I was like, oh, we've got way more than that. So we decided to go through them because I wasn't talking about anything. Thanks, boss. I don't know what I've done. I thought it sounds decent on mine, but not through yours. I mean, you have to figure it's not actually like your mic quality as it comes through on stream. It's how it comes through Discord on my stream. Discord sound is shit. It's you, it's not me. No, it's probably Discord. You gotta understand that you were coming through Discord. I've heard me on different streams using the same like mic output as I have in OBS because none of my audio mixing happens in OBS. It's all through Logitech software that matches my Yeti. Like, I think my microphone sounds pretty decent on stream, outside of some, like, it picking up things I wouldn't want, or, like, not picking up when I mutter or whatever sometimes. Like, I think my mic sounds okay. Enough for people to listen to me talk shit for 3 hours. But then, yeah, like, I've heard my voice on other people's streams, and outside of the volume, which is all over the place usually for other people, they'll have streams where, like, the people on Discord are just, like, drowning out the main person. Oh, yeah, I can put my elevator music back on. Oh wait, it wasn't muted that whole time? The fuck? Why didn't this work? That's annoying. I meant to mute my music that whole time. Well, I guess that didn't work. I'm sorry if that was contrasting audio that whole time. That's really dumb. Now I don't know how to, like, shut this light off without it fucking up. What did I do? Oh wait, was it because I went to this scene? Hey, that's what did it. Okay, so hopefully when we're in the scene it wasn't playing my elevator music. That would have been stupid. Anyway, what was I saying? Oh yeah. Well, I've heard my mic on other streams too. Not recently, because no one collabs with me. But you know, the few times I've like been on other people's streams, I've in a fit of vanity, I would check myself out on their stream to see how my stuff sounded through Discord. And oh my god, it's almost always abysmal. It does not matter that my audio mixing is like decent on my own side. Discord just takes it and like twists it and wrings it out of all of its quality and just gives you this weird, like, highly compressed, poorly transferred shit. So I don't think it... Oh, you said it's not me, it's you. No, I don't think it's me either. I think it's Discord. But who knows? But yeah, so to catch people who are just coming through, I was supposed to stream Fallout 3 today. Supposed to, based on what I wanted to do. I was actually going to play random games today, and then when I sat down on the computer, I was like, I feel like I'm not going to vibe with random games today. I'm just in kind of a mood. So instead we'll play something true and familiar that people actually wanted to see. Like, I know Jack wanted me to play Fallout last week. Been missing it because it was chill and fun, and instead I did like a boss rush or something and then rage quit my stream early, so maybe that would have been the right vibe. But we were supposed to play Fallout 3 today based on me wanting to and me setting it as my title and my category. And then people were talking when I got here, and then I've just been shit rambling, which has been causing other people to talk back, and we've just been doing that over and over for, well, now 4 hours. But we kind of hit a lull a little bit ago because we're not constantly talking about stuff, which is fine. But I'm only streaming until 7:30 because the Buffalo Bandits lacrosse game starts. The finals. We were talking about that for a good long while. But today we've talked about, let me try to remember the chronology. I'm not going to remember the chronology. But, started talking with Trothguard and Casual Ahoy because they were here early. Talking about how Ahoy sniped the first redeem today from Trothguard. Because Trothguard's pretty much like unanimous, or universally taking it. Exclusively taking it. But yeah, Ahoy sniped it for the second time in history. It was great. And we were talking about something right away. I forget what. And then I started babbling about nothing. And then for some reason I started babbling about food. So we talked for way longer than was warranted about microwavable foods and pizza. And how there does exist bad pizza, contrary to a comment that Poopmatic had said about no pizza being bad pizza. Because I said that, you know, microwavable frozen pizzas exist and that sets the bar pretty low. And I was trying to say that compared to like hamburgers and hot dogs, it's very difficult to have a bad burger or a bad dog. You can just have ones that are kind of lackluster, but they all more or less hover around the same realm of like, they're all right. But then I remembered that frozen White Castle hamburgers exist, and those probably set the bar for a bad burger. Especially if you're diabetic. Burnt pizza is bad. I mean, if you burn any food, it's bad. I think that the method of... Well, I shouldn't say the method of cooking shouldn't count, because again, if you microwave something, like, you immediately make it bad, but... I don't know, I feel like burnt is like an intentional sabotage of the food, whereas microwaving and just like poor quality food isn't. So while you are correct, I don't think I'd consider it as part of the argument. Especially if you're diabetic is such a funny comment. I think we're talking about just like food quality, like taste quality. If food is bad for you because of different health factors or the quality of the food, I think that's a valid point, but I think it's a different discussion. I think we're specifically talking about taste quality of food. I should have specified. Is there any food that is okay or good when microwaved? So I was saying this earlier, the only time I ever use the microwave is to reheat things that come in like a batch. So like leftover spaghetti, I'll microwave with sauce on it, or like rice dishes, or goop, like mashed potatoes, or whatever. Anything where the original cooking method is just outlandish to do when it's already prepared, I think, is the answer. And as long as you don't over microwave it, or it's something that's not terribly moisturized in the way, or it's something that's not terribly dry that when you microwave it, it becomes soggy. I think those are really the only examples where it's allowed. So like that, I think that's why we're talking about pizza, right? And the thing that sucks about microwave pizza is it becomes just like a floppy, rubbery thing. Soup, oatmeal, yeah, they're both kind of the same thing. It's just like a mixed substance. I can imagine making oatmeal in a pan on the stove or putting it in a toaster oven, you know? But yeah, soup, oatmeal. I mean, you can make soup on the stovetop. I'd probably put soup on the stovetop again, even if I was reheating it. So, you know, like pizza, like I'll put pizza like in the oven or in an air fryer or even in a pan. Like you can reheat pizza super good in a pan on a stove. Heat up the pan so it crisps up the bread and you put a little water in there and cover it so the steam melts the cheese again. So good. But, yeah, so we talked about that for a while. And it all started because Casual Hoy went to his nephew's carnival thing at school yesterday and he was excited that they had free food. And I said, what was the food? And he said, hot dogs and hamburgers. And I said, you can never go wrong with hot dogs and hamburgers, especially if they're free. And then I said something about how they sometimes sell hot dogs cooked at like grocery stores and stuff around here. And I love just like going to the store for something and coming out and grabbing lunch for $2. Although in today's society, they probably sell, you know, a hot dog for $6 at the grocery store. I think about cleanup. Microwave helps a lot for less cleanup. That's true. Yeah, I mean, I don't know if I'd want to dirty... I guess you're right. If I had soup like in a leftover container, I don't think I'd want to dirty a pot just to cook it or to heat it up. Depends on the thing, though, I think. I wouldn't, There's still a lot of things that you could heat in the microwave to save you from having to clean something extra. That I wouldn't just because it comes out way too gross. But you're right. If it's kind of one way or the other, you know? Like, I think soup's a good example. It comes out more or less the same if you microwave it or if you put it in a pan, or put it in a pot, rather. So why dirty the pot? I think I agree with you. But yeah, when it comes to just taste, if the taste is far better with an alternative cooking method, pan, toaster oven, air fryer, oven, whatever, open flame, whatever, then I would elect to do that. We talked about that for a while. We looked at the Little Caesars merch store for a while, for a couple reasons. I think one of the arguments I was making was that, like, well, I think I was saying that, like, the lowest tier burger and hot dog you could get is probably fast food. But there really doesn't exist a fast food variant of pizza. And then I said, well, kind of, with Little Caesars and maybe Domino's. And then I forget why it happened, but we ended up on the Little Caesars website and I learned they had a merch store. Oh, I think it's because so one of my buddies in chat, his name is actually Caesar. His Twitch name is Sir BT. He streams all the time. He was streaming last night. We were hanging out and he was coming here and hanging out with me. But he was here earlier and I joked that I was going to get him Little Caesars merch for his birthday because he said that in high school, someone nicknamed him Pizza Pizza because his name was Caesar. So I was like, we have to commemorate that by getting you Little Caesars merch. And I also said I wanted to give him a new Little Caesars related nickname. And their merch store was called the Hot and Ready store. And I said Hot and Ready would be an incredible nickname. So we went on their merch store and we found that they sell, well, I gotta show you, but I'm too lazy. They sell rugs, they sell overalls, they sell sweatshirt and pant sets where the arms and legs are stylized like pizza crust. They have Hot and Ready hats and necklaces, they have pillows, they have fanny packs and things. But it's such a weird and specific merch store for a basically fast food pizza company to have. So we were admiring that for a good long while. Good luck convincing my dad of that. He microwaves pizza, doesn't even care. Thinks the time faster, he doesn't mind the taste. Speed is too important for some. Yeah, it's true. I mean, convenience is why fast food exists. You know, I don't think anyone thinks that fast food is a gourmet experience worth seeking out, but it's easy and convenient. It's a determining factor for some, or at sometimes anyway. Can't blame him for wanting to get more done by eating shittier. That's probably not even how he'd say it. I mean, that's exactly what it is, though. I'm kind of the same way. Like, I just eat because I have to stay alive. There's a lot of times I'll forego a decent meal or, like, having to prepare something in favor of just getting something in me so I can survive another day. I eat a lot of just, like, plain pasta or, like, you know, air fryer chicken nuggets or whatever to get through a day. I actually had air fryer chicken nuggets today. I'm also gonna have a leftover sub tonight because I went to a sub shop the other day and I bought 3 subs for the next 3 days. But I tend to just we'll cook once and I'll cook in massive batches so I can just eat leftovers for several days or even a week. Because I can't be fussed to just put all the effort into cooking for just myself. I love cooking, but I don't love cooking for me. I don't really love doing anything laborious for myself. Hey, JD, what's up, man? Hey, bud. Same, though? What, eating just to survive? Yeah. Fucking same. There's a reason for it. Sorry, I want to watch your clip. I think I missed the part where you died or something. Chuck E. Cheese is better. Are we ready for the stream and drill lacrosse? Yeah, man. Yeah, I'll come hang out. Even though I'll be, you know, eyes glued to a lacrosse game, I'll come and flirt with you a bit. But good luck getting ready. Don't feel self-conscious about your audio. I think you sound just fine. So don't let that clip distort your excitement for streaming. I still don't really play Tarkov. I know you and I think talked about playing once together, or we did play once together, and I was shit. That was the last time I played, and I know that you've still been mainlining it, so I hope your Tarkov stream goes well. And again, yeah, if I was streaming long enough, we'd come say hi, but I think I'll be wrapping up before. But enjoy your prep. I appreciate you hanging out. Say hi to the missus for me, if she's around. I miss you both dearly, and I will come by your stream 100%. Good luck. I'll see you soon. But yeah, talking about food. So I love cooking, but it's very laborious. There's a lot of things that benefit people or benefit yourself that take effort. And even though I have a lot of time, which is why I can stream for 8 hours in a sitting, or I can beat Hollow Knight 3 times in a single week or whatever, I spend all that time doing things I enjoy that are luxurious or calming or whatever. And I don't want to spend that time in ways that I find are unnecessarily laborious. So for example, like if I have to cut my grass and it takes me 2 hours because I live on an outside corner and I have the equivalent of like 2.5 front lawns around my property, you know, I'll do it. But if I also have to dedicate 2 hours to cooking myself a nice meal, the only way I'll do it is if it lasts me several days. So that on subsequent days I can just microwave it or heat it up in the air fryer or whatever for 10 minutes and then have a meal. But I used to cook diligently every single day, or every few days, because, you know, leftovers, when I lived with my fiance. But now that I live alone, it's not worth, like, putting in all that effort and trying to, like, surprise someone or please someone with a good home-cooked meal. And I don't want to do it for myself, because I just, like, again, I just eat to survive. And even though I do like good food and I like cooking food because the process is fun, I don't like it enough to do it very often, because I find it more like work or more like time dedicated to a task than it is something I enjoy doing and I get, you know, reap the benefits of. 30 hours to cook, 2 minutes to eat. I hate that. Okay, I don't commit 30 hours to any single dish, but yeah, if I can make more and freeze, then maybe it'll work. Yeah, I mean, see, the freezing thing is interesting. It depends on what you make. There are some cooked foods that 30 min. I mean, 30 minutes to cook is, depending on the food, that could be kind of low. Like, sometimes with the prep and everything you have to do, cooking can take well over an hour, even for things that are like, cook this in 30 minutes. They don't at all actually write proper prep times. You know how long it takes me to cut chicken into 1-inch pieces when a recipe says, like, cook this in 30 minutes. One of your ingredients is chicken already cubed, garlic already minced, frozen peppers already thawed, rice already cooked. And then in 30 minutes, you could take your cooked rice and your unfrozen peas and your garlic and your this and your that, and you can make a splendid rice dish. But imagine if I actually had to, like, make rice for 30 minutes and then thaw my peas under running water for several minutes or whatever, you know what I mean? But even with 30-minute prep, 2 to 5 minutes to eat, I know. But yeah, so I think I made my point clear already, but I should probably just finish the thought. So when I was doing something for someone else and it was selfless, even if they didn't appreciate it that much or whatever, it didn't really mean anything to them that I was cooking a meal for forever. It still felt some kind of way to me. Like, it still felt like it wasn't wasted time because I could give somebody else, like, a cool, interesting new meal every day or every few days. But now that it's me, I don't care about new and cool and interesting meals that I have to spend time to make. So instead, I'd rather just, like, cook a lot at once because I have to have food and I don't want to have to eat, you know, have to cook again for several days. I'll commit the effort one day to cook, like, a big batch of food that I can eat for, like, a week. Like, I think the last cooking stream I did, I made chicken parm, and I cooked like, I don't know what it was, like 5 or 8 pounds of chicken. I took individual chicken breasts and cut them in half to double it, and then I made like a week and a half's worth of chicken parm. Now, granted, it came out really poorly for some reason on that stream, but I cooked once. I think that stream lasted maybe like an hour and a half, and it was the entirety of me cooking it. Maybe a little bit of prep I did before the stream, but I cooked for a couple hours that one day, and I was able to broadcast it, which is in its own thing, kind of gives it a purpose. But like on a normal day when I'm not streaming, if I dedicate 2 hours to cooking, it has to last me, you know, 3, 4, 7 days. Or else I think it's a wasted effort, and I would have rather like eaten a freezer pizza or reheated something that I froze once, or I'm not even the type to order out. Like, the fact that I survive lazily eating stuff is kind of a miracle, because I don't feel like cooking, I'm gonna go pick up Chipotle. I don't feel like cooking, I'm gonna get a pizza. Because I'm too much of a cheapskate, and leaving my house is actually a lot of effort. So I'm too lazy for that too. So I think a lot of times I just default to like simply made things. Like, I'll defrost ground beef and I'll cook it and throw it in a, you know, in a tortilla and call it a taco or whatever. But like, lots of times I just, you know, make box pasta and eat it. Or I'll find stuff in the freezer and eat it. You know, I've got pierogies in there. I've got different vegetables that I prepped once so I can like quickly roast potatoes or whatever. But that's kind of like meal prepping in a way, you know? But like, one thing I do, I'll go to the store and I'll buy like tons of 5-pound bags of potatoes, russets or red potatoes or yellow, whatever, you know? And I'll do what you do when you want to like preserve them. You just like boil them in water, you parboil them in water for some amount of time. You take them out, you cut them up, you put them on a tray and you freeze them. Like, I have a metal cookie sheet that I put in my freezer, and I'll just like spread the potatoes out on it and I'll freeze it. And then once they're frozen solid, I'll dump them in a bag. A freezer bag. I suck the air out with a straw and I keep them frozen. And then whenever I want some roasted potatoes, I just dump them on a pan. I will usually put them in the oven for a little bit to like thaw them, and then I'll cover them in oil and some seasonings, and then I'll put them back in and I'll roast them. Pretty minimal effort. You still have to wait like 20-30 minutes to roast some potatoes, but it's all downtime. It's not like 30 minutes of dedicated cooking. But I just kind of throw stuff together like that, and I get by, you know? But I love cooking as a concept. I don't love dedicating the time and effort to it when the benefit only benefits me, even if it only benefits me for several days. But sometimes I have to do that because I need to eat, and sometimes I don't want to have to just eat pasta 3 days in a row or burn through all my freezer pizzas or whatever. But yeah, it's really tough to convince myself to like cook consistently, and it's also tough for me to like prepare to cook because I don't have the heart for it anymore when it's just for me. You know, like before when I was cooking every day, I would think like, I need to cook a bunch of meals this week. I should think of a varied menu, so to speak, for each day, so that we don't have like 3 chicken dishes in a row or 3 rice dishes in a row or whatever. So I do all this planning, and then we constantly go to the store for other reasons. Usually because my fiance just needed stuff constantly because she always ate all her granola bars or needed to go get makeup shit or whatever. So we'd constantly go to the store. And while I would go with her for the company, I'd be like, well, I could pick up stuff for cooking. And I would think about it all the time. I would like plan meals that were all different and varied and required different ingredients. And when I didn't have them, because we were constantly going to the store, I would just pick them up. And I always had this like process of, you know, being able to plan and execute meals because I was already doing things that required that. I was cooking for someone else, so it meant more to me. And I was going to the store all the time, so I could just conveniently grab stuff that I needed because I was already there. The reality now, living alone, is I don't have that same, like, you know, I should do this for them, when that them is just me, because I don't really care about me. And I'm the one who has to expend the effort and clean it up and everything, which was kind of the process before anyway. I made the mess, I had to clean it, but whatever. But I don't know, just like the drive for it is a lot different. And now I go to the store like once every 3 months. Like, I'm not going several times a week just cause to keep someone company who's obsessed with going to the store. I go shopping like once every 3 months, and I like live without dairy products because I learned that freezing milk wasn't working consistently for me. unfortunately, even though I did a lot of prep for it and tried to learn how to do it right, it would just always kind of separate and stay that way, which is kind of gross. But like I go months without certain dairy products because they just don't keep and they're hard to freeze and maintain. But I've learned that certain things do keep well when you freeze them, namely vegetables, if you know how to prep them right, which you can just go on YouTube and learn. Not a lot of effort, and, you know, kind of like the potatoes example, it has a good outcome or whatever. Or when I go to the store, I'll just get, like, things I know you can freeze outright. Like I learned recently, you could freeze loaves of bread. As is, you just take a sliced loaf of white bread, toss it in there, and then you can, like, use slices individually as it's frozen, and it will keep for a long time. But you can do that with cheese, like shredded cheese. Just take it out of its original bag and put it in a freezer bag and toss it in the freezer, and then whenever you need cheese, pour some out and let it kind of come to room temperature, and you can use it as normal. If you're just eating it like on top of a taco, you can tell that there's a slight like textural difference, but if you're using shredded cheese to like melt on something, you can definitely just use it frozen in that way. Freeze the whole bag, dump some out when you need it, let it come to room temp, and then use it as you normally would. There's a bunch of stuff like that. People freeze garlic, like they'll take garlic cloves and they'll mince them and put them in ice cube trays. Yeah, there's a whole bunch of different stuff you can do. So anyway, I'll like mass buy stuff when I go to the store, so I don't have to go frequently. And then I do this weird survival thing where I'll just like eat shit food a couple times a week, like bear pasta and rice dishes or whatever. And I'll just use my reserves of like frozen vegetables, frozen fruits, frozen proteins, you know, chicken in the freezer, ground beef, ground turkey in the freezer, fish in the freezer, sausage if it's worth buying, but it's very expensive, that kind of stuff. And then as my reserves run low or I like run out of cheese or whatever, I'll like make a store trip where I stock up. But I never have to go often enough. Because like if I were to go right now and try to like, I don't know, pick recipes that I've saved on different websites like Whisk or All Recipes or Tasty or whatever, I'd be like, ah, fuck, I have to go to the store because I don't have whatever ingredient for every single recipe. But it was different when I would go to do that. Like, I'm going to make 3 dishes this week, and for each of the 3 dishes, I'm missing 1 or 2 things. I'll pick them all up. It's like, shit, I just went to the store a month ago. I don't need to go to the store outside of if I decide to make this dish. I don't need to make this dish. I can just eat something less exciting to survive, because I don't care if I eat something grandiose that I have to spend effort to make, or I eat something easy to make that'll just, you know, help me survive for another day. So I'll just elect to not go to the store, and the only person it impacts is me, and I don't really care that much, and I don't really care about myself that much, so I just do the easier option. But I kind of miss going to the store all the time without it being an effort, because now I have to drag myself to the store and I have to remember to get everything, and you know, there's no convenience factor to it the way that there once was. And I don't care enough about the effort and the result to put myself through it consistently, so I don't. It's a shame. And the reason I wanted to start cooking more on stream is because it kind of gives me those reasons again. But I've realized with recent things, like, I don't prepare to cook on stream at all. Like, there was a time when I'd like pick a dish, I'm like, that would be cool to show off, but I have to go to the store and get stuff. And I would do that a little bit, and it would incentivize me to go to the store more and actually kind of get back into my old routines and habits. But I just stopped doing that. Like, the last few cooking streams I've done, I just kind of made do with things I had, which in itself is kind of fun and interesting to watch. Like, let me just throw the shit I have together and call it food. See if it comes out good, and if it does, you know, it's something that you could imitate, or you could imitate like the ways that I do it, like how I decide what ingredients to use or whatever, you know? You could find something from it that's interesting to watch or interesting to even imitate, which is fine and cool in its own right, but it's not at all the same as like planning a dish to cook and like going to the store to prepare for it and like actually doing it by the book the way that I used to do it and the way that I should do it. So, I don't know, part of me kind of wanted to do cooking streams on a schedule so that it would kind of force me to eventually have to go to the store and like get back into the routine of like prepping for meals and stuff. But the only person holding me accountable for that is me, and I don't, you know, care enough, unfortunately. I love doing cooking streams. I know people love watching them sometimes, but I don't know. It doesn't seem like something that, like, if I just decide to do it on a schedule, suddenly people will vibe with it. I don't know that for sure. And that's kind of a component of me doing it. It's not really an important component. I would still stream to 0 people because I enjoy it, and if anyone happens to stumble in and they have fun and I have fun, then it's worth it, you know? But, I don't know, for the cooking thing, it just takes a little bit more prep. I have to make sure my kitchen's clean, I have to make sure I'm presentable, I have to make sure I have all the ingredients, and that I'm picking a dish that I haven't already cooked on stream recently, because it'll just be a repeat, you know? I think about it too much, because it's not really that important, but I guess what I'm trying to say is that, you know, I kind of wish I had more of a routine for cooking, because I do enjoy it, and I do enjoy the food that I make, but I don't know, there's just too many factors kind of working against it. So, maybe one day I'll figure out how to do it more regularly without it being such a hassle, but anyway, sorry, I've been rambling for so long. Yeah, 30 hours to cook. Well, no effort to surprise someone, I mean, that's kind of what it was. It didn't feel like it was a chore. It just felt like something I was not supposed to do, but it was kind of something I was supposed to do. Like, in my mind, I'm like, I'm the one who cooks. We have to eat dinner. I'm gonna cook. You know, that's just how it goes. It's not a big deal. But now it's like, I have to eat dinner, but I'll settle for something that's not cooked. Not that my ex wouldn't. You know, there was a lot of nights where we would just have like a, I don't really want food night. I'll just have oatmeal and you can have leftovers. It's like, okay. But for the most part, it was just something that felt like part of my day. I'd get home from work and I'd cook something. But it's not so much a part of my day now. And there's no like actual inspiration from me to force it. 30 minutes, oops, exactly. What, 30 minutes prep and 2 to 5 minutes to eat? Yeah. But the prep again. Oh yeah, right. To first make the raw ingredients. Yeah. I mean, those ingredients, or those recipes aren't always considerate of that because they skip a lot of the stuff. Like I said, chicken cut into 1-inch strips. Whatever. Shrimp, tails off. You know how long it takes to peel individual tails off of like 50 shrimp in a small package of medium shrimp? That alone takes more prep time than the rest of the prep time, and they don't include it in time. Because they're just like, shrimp, tails off. Add the fucking time to take the tails off to your time, you know? De-pooped shrimp. I don't know if you can take the poop out. I mean, I use little tiny. Medium shrimp are like yay big. I don't even think it's worth scraping the poop out. I eat all the poop. Roughage. Survival and no more. Yes, that is all eating is to me nowadays. I make eggs or in MasterChef in comparison. I can't even make eggs very good. Very well. Whatever. I don't really eat them all that much. I've never really been a fan of like scrambled eggs. I do like a fried egg on stuff. Like I'll put eggs on burgers or like I'll put them in certain types of rice or whatever. But when it comes to just like making an egg dish, I never do it. I don't make frittatas. I don't make omelets. Scrambled eggs, like I said, poached, whatever. I don't really make and eat all that stuff. Over light? Is that a joke? Or is it actually a method of, what is an over light egg? No, okay, it's real. Yellows are still running, but the whites cook on both sides. Is that its own term? Or is that the same as over easy? Over easy eggs are flipped so that they're cooked on both sides. While sunny side up eggs are only cooked on one side and never flipped. Over easy are flipped so they're cooked on both sides. Is over easy the same as over light? Again, I don't know enough about cooking eggs. I'm not ridiculing how you said it. I'm just not. I think I understand or I've heard that phrase before. Or a folded egg for a sandwich. Yeah. I've actually tried making egg sandwiches. I saw an egg sandwich recipe on Reddit once that basically said that like you scramble an egg in a bowl and you coat the bread in such a way, or like you put it in the pan, I think. You scramble the egg, you pour it across a pan, and then you put the bread in it, and then as it cooks, you can fold the bread in certain ways so that the egg kind of appears, or kind of happens all over and inside the bread and gets cooked. It seemed interesting and like maybe it would actually taste good, but I tried it and it was, I probably did it wrong, but it was kind of gross. So easy, man, it's me and talking to. True. It's only for a brief light on one side. Most of it's cooked one side and then a quick flip and done. Oh, I get it. So it's kind of the same as over easy, but not fully cooked on the second side. It's like cooked on 1.5 sides. How interesting. Yeah, I've never heard that term before. But again, I don't really specialize in cooking eggs. Although I've always wanted to poach an egg because I always thought the cooking method was interesting. For those who don't know, it's when you boil a pot of water and then you crack an egg into it while stirring it really fast so that it has like a cyclone effect in the middle. And the egg will get like sucked into the cyclone and the whites will get wrapped around the yolk. And as it cooks, it'll like solidify so that the whites are cooked around the not so cooked yolk. So when you cut into it, you get this like little weird egg pocket thing that when you cut it, the yolk comes out. Which is super cool. It almost seems like a fried egg, but with less oil. You know, it's just water-based cookery. But the yolk is still runny, which is super cool. But never done it. So don't actually know if it tastes good. It just looks like it would taste really good. And the method just seems fun, you know? Spin it around, physics action, watch it like shloop-de-doop around itself, and then you harvest it. Super cool. Never done it, though. I make eggs, you're a master chef in comparison. I mean, yeah, if I knew how to cook eggs also, I would agree with you, but I don't. I like the several days thinking. I wish I could do that, yeah. I mean, it's just kind of doing the same meal, just a lot at once or a lot in a row. It leads to a lot of overcooking. Like if you cook a lot of chicken and you overcrowd your pan because you're too lazy to do it in batches, which is me to a T, you'll end up with like a lot of boiled chicken instead of, you know, seared chicken. Dry, flaky, whatever chicken. But the concessions we make because we're lazy, right? But yeah, I just cook a lot of foods like in huge batches at once just so I can have more leftovers for future days. It's not really a science. If you're sitting down to cook once, as long as you have enough of each ingredient, you can double it, triple it, whatever. And even do it in batches if you're patient enough. But ice cubes? I don't remember why you said that. I think I saw it when you typed it, but I don't remember why you said ice cubes. You demand cooking is phenomenal. It's a lot of fun. And it's kind of easy to get down right. It just takes a little bit of practice and learning certain techniques. But they're techniques you use all the time. It's not like I'm going to learn how to do this niche thing once and then never need to know it again, so it's not really worth learning. It's like learning how to mince things applies to more than garlic. Learning how to like cut thin slices of stuff or like mash potatoes or whatever. Like it's all stuff that you use elsewhere in different types of foods. So I feel like just cooking in general and learning the techniques involved with every individual dish is valuable because you end up repeating all those same things, and as you continue cooking, you just start working with known, well, techniques and movements and stuff. It's really not that hard. Like if someone like me can cook, I mean, I'm very technical and stuff, but I don't know. I'm not very like dexterous. I don't have really like great hands for doing things. I'm not very calm and patient and stuff. But, you know, do something enough and you learn how to do it and you can apply it to a bunch of different foods and stuff. Plus, a lot of foods you can just make by substituting the same ingredients in for stuff. Like, for example, I made a fajitas recipe a couple weeks ago. And I didn't have the ingredients for a fajita sauce because the recipe I was following said you need to use A1 steak sauce in it, which I don't have. So I looked up A1 steak sauce, substitute. And I found a recipe to like make a mock A1 steak sauce. So I made the mock A1 steak sauce and used it as an ingredient in a mock fajita sauce for a fajita dish I made. Is it going to taste like an authentic Mexican fajita? Probably not. But is it going to pass to someone like me who never has them and is looking for like a sort of flavor? 100%. Same thing for a, there's a Salisbury steak recipe that I like to make. And one of the ingredients in the like meat blend you make, the little loaf, is a can of French onion soup. You know who never buys French onion soup because they're normal? Me. But you know what also I know how to do? I know how to look up French onion soup recipe or French onion soup substitute. And wouldn't you know it, you could throw... Now granted, I have weird ingredients because one of the things that it calls for that is molasses, which I bought one time to make, I think, that dish, actually. And I've only ever used that molasses jar to make Salisbury steak. But same thing, just like the A1 thing. Like, I looked up a recipe to make an ingredient for a sauce or for the meatloaf thing. Which is really weird and, like, convenient or whatever. Instead of being like, shit, I need to go to the store for French onion soup. Or like when you're baking, like, shit, I don't have frosting. Just Google how to make a frosting, and Google will tell you like You put 6 cups of sugar in 1 teaspoon of water and you mix it together and you get frosting or whatever, you know? It's something stupid like that, but that's the idea. I'm not the type that's like, oh, I'm gonna go to the store later this week. I'll just wait so I can pick up a can of French onion soup so I can make my Salisbury steaks. I'm more the type that's like, shit, I'm never gonna go to the store again. I still want to make this. Can I do it? What's the substitute? You know? And most of the time you can get by. Again, you're not gonna get just like the most authentic, pristine, whatever. But it's a lot better than you'd get if you just didn't try in the first place, I think. So I pretend I know how to cook, you know? It's just following recipes, and when you don't have the components needed for a recipe, you might have components to make a substitute for a component of the recipe. And I wing it a lot when I make dishes, and there's so many, like if I use one Google account and I could see my history of Google searches, I bet if I searched the word substitute, I'd see like hundreds of Google searches for me saying like substitute for green olives, substitute for Thai basil, substitute for French onion soup. I don't have any of this shit. Substitute for cooking wine. Can I use rice vinegar instead of cooking wine? You know? Whatever. And you learn some stuff too when you do that, actually, when you do the substitute thing. Because a lot of times when you learn answers to substitutes, they'll be like, the ingredient you're trying to substitute is used for different things and different types of dishes. If you're using cooking wine for its acidity, then you can get by with like a watered down vinegar. But if you're trying to use a cooking wine because of its sweetness, then you want to use a sweeter type of vinegar, or like a sweeter substitute. So they'll suggest different substitutes for the thing based on its component in your dish. And you don't really know what it's doing unless you know, I guess cook a lot and you know what aspects of what you're cooking do different things. But, you know, for certain ingredients, I know that the cooking wine is just to deglaze the pan. It's meant to add some acidity and like keep things from sticking to your pan as you cook. That's all it is. It's just a flash in the pan kind of accessory. So if that's the case, you can use a watered down vinegar and get the same effect. You know? But that just comes from I guess, using it or making similar dishes or whatever. Or just guessing. You look at the substitute and you're like, I don't fucking know if it's supposed to be sweet or if it's supposed to be acidic. I'll just try one of them and hope that my dish doesn't taste like garbage, you know? But I don't know. I think cooking is really fun, and I think that more people can cook than they think. And I hate saying that because I just sound like that chubby dude from Ratatouille saying anyone can cook, but it's really true. I think the message was lost in that movie because he was saying it to a rat, but it's actually true. I think just about anyone who has functional motor skills and, you know, can read directions and understands that they can Google substitutes and whatever. I think literally anyone with those abilities can cook. They won't knock it out of the park the very first time they try, maybe, but you know, it's you can't fail so catastrophically that you'll never want to cook again unless you like set the thing aflame or something. But that's not all that common either. So yeah, I really love cooking. You can tell I'm passionate about it just by how much I'm talking about it, but I still don't love it enough to just do it for myself. Really funny. I swear I'm gonna get caught up here, Bone. I'm sorry. You said, I think my problem is devoting time. Instead, I end up going to the store more often despite trying not to. That's interesting. Also, I think I value caffeine and marijuana more. I like drugs. That's interesting. I mean, if you're going to the store, you can take the extra step to like plan a dish and while you're at the store, grab a thing or two that you might not have to try making it. If you wanted to get into cooking. But you could also do what I do and just get by with what you already have, maybe, if it's possible. It's like trimming your nuts. If you ain't getting a piece lately, why make the effort? I don't know. I think there is an answer for that. Just like summer's really hot. It could help with, you know, the temperature in your pants, maybe. But I understand the sentiment. Why bother if it's not gonna amount to anything? MacGyver cooking stream. I swear most of my streams are just MacGyver cooking streams. Most of my cooking streams are MacGyver cooking streams. Food prep is different than nuts. Not if you're making pad thai. I like the cooking shows, all the assistants. Oh man, I wish I had assistants for my cook. Overlight eggs. Okay, we talked about that live. So easy, bro. It's me you're talking to. Anyone can overlight an egg. I'm sure I'd screw it up. The one thing I've learned the few times I have tried to cook eggs is that they just don't taste good. And I think it's because you're supposed to season them or something as you go, and I never know what to use or when to put it in. Usually it's just salt, I think, but I can never Never make an egg not taste weird. I think a lot of the weirdness comes from the texture of eggs because they're always rubbery. Not always, but a lot of times when you cook them, they taste very rubbery. Salt and pepper at the end. Oh, oops. I just don't like eggs enough to like experiment with them. I think to cook them a lot and see if I can make them good. Maybe it would be different if I did figure out how to cook them good, but I haven't. So, you know. And rubber can be avoided, you believe? I'll just have to try a bunch. It's a good thing when you buy eggs, they come in packs of 12 or 18. You know, I'd get 12 different attempts for like $42 or whatever it doesn't cost nowadays. Quite close to that. I don't know the difference. I thought they're terms for the same style of egg. What's that? Over light and over easy? Could be. Yeah, I wish I knew. I don't have a big book of egg knowledge or whatever that I refer to. My thinking is small, at least for cooking, 1 to 2 days. I mean, yeah, you can just do the same thing more in one sitting. That's really all it is. Which I already said, so sorry I'm repeating myself. You're joking about how little is in my freezer? It's just like ice cubes. Oh, but my freezer's actually full. It's not that big. Well, shit, frozen goods from the market. Yeah. I mean, there's a place for that. I'm usually too cheap to buy that stuff, though. You know, because like a frozen, I don't know, lean cuisine meal, or whoever the other, like, meal prep meals. They're like a Jane something? I don't know. Doesn't matter. But all that stuff is kind of expensive for what it is. I'd rather just, like, get inspired by that. Like, oh, it would be cool to make a Mediterranean stir-fry. I'm gonna figure out how you do that with actual vegetables, because it probably costs less per unit, and it would probably taste better if it's not remade in a frozen factory package. But I also think a lot with cost in mind, as I've said before. Whenever I get FOMO or whatever, it's because, price stuff. Consent, hey, still in that just shouting ground? Not for much longer. I gotta bail and watch the Bandits game that started 10 minutes ago, but I appreciate you hanging out all day. I know you were doing a round robin of different streamers and stuff. I had no reason to think you'd come back here. I appreciate you lurking or coming on back or what have you. You are a legend, and I'm glad to have met you. I hope you enjoy your Fallout. I think you said it's your first playthrough, so I hope you're really enjoying it. Like I said, I played it once many, many years ago, so I've kind of forgotten how it goes. And yeah, I do intend to stream it again soon. Maybe another time this weekend, like tomorrow or Monday. I have Monday off for the Memorial Day. We'll see. I plan to play it soon, because I meant to go back to it after 2 weeks ago, but... yeah. Now man had family up, so you're offline. Same thing. Appreciate you coming on back, though. Like I said, I know you were hopping around different streams. I had no reason to think that I'd have any staying power since I wasn't actually playing Fallout. But I plan to, so. No. If that doesn't entice you to unfollow, then come on back for more Fallout when it actually happens, but. Yeah, I've just been babbling today. This has never happened. I've never had a stream where I just sat and talked the entire time and then ended and left. Never. I've, like, stopped and talked a bunch in the middle of long streams. We usually go back to games, or it was just at the end of games or whatever. Shoot, I'll stop by whenever you're back. I'll be back again. I appreciate that. Just rant and I'll stick around for it, yeah. I rant a lot. I might even have a ranting tag on my stream. The tags are stupid and they're custom now, but I always put rants on there because I'm very easily provoked into talking about nothing at long lengths. But yeah, I've never sat and talked to the camera for 5 hours straight before. There was some filler in here, though. It got quiet sometimes and I was floundering a bit, but kind of on pace talking about food right now, so. Yeah, I appreciate you so much. Good luck with your playthrough tonight. Hopefully I see you again soon. And if I don't, I hope you have a great evening, weekend, etc. Surprised I'm still going, yeah. One thing about me that's interesting is a lot of my streams are really long. People always think it's funny. Like, I know people that say they can never stream for 5 hours in a sitting, and I'll casually do streams that are like 8-9 hours long, so long as I have the time to. It's not a brag, though. I just, like, I don't know. I've got nothing better to do, and I don't feel sore or tired or bored when I stream, so the hours just melt away, you know? But, just the Chatterbox Toady. I know that was a typo, but I'm gonna make fun of it. No, I'm chatty all the time. I just, you know, I have to be kind of provoked or whatever to talk about stuff, or to start thinking about things to talk about. But if I get to the end of a thought and there's no additional chat to read or no other thought coming to mind based on something someone said, I can very easily just be like, Alright, well, I don't know what to say next, so I guess we'll fire up the game, you know? Happens most days, but today has been special. I've never talked for just 5 hours before. I don't know if I should feel conceited or what, that I was just sitting here talking one way for 5 hours, you know? I mean, granted, it's a chat, like, people are talking back, but I think for the most part, it's just me monologuing nonstop about nothing. It's interesting. I know some people do this for a living or whatever, like it's their whole shtick. They'll just sit on stream and yammer. But, yeah, I'm not used to it. Usually I have to stop and bail out to a game, because I just don't have enough to say. Been fun today. I'm gonna get caught up, and then I am gonna raid out so I can watch that game, but don't let that stop you from talking, because I'm not really in a rush. The game's gonna go for like 3 hours. Here, should I check the score? I know that they post about it on Twitter nonstop as they're playing. Your bandits. I mean, the game only started 15 minutes ago, and they have this whole, what's it called? They have to do, like the national anthem and ceremonial stuff a lot. So, you know, I bet they hardly got going. But with the way that sports go, you know, it could very well be like 5-3 right now. See in 2 seconds when it loads. And I probably have an ad to watch. I see flashing lights and an angry head coach of the opposing team. Stop zooming in, I need to see the score. Quit stalling, I need to know. Oh my god, maybe they haven't started yet. Oh my god, it's literally 5-4. Good guys. There have been 5 minutes of play. I can't believe it's a close game. Yes, I can. Anyway, let me get caught up. But yeah, feel free to keep talking. I'm not saying I need to bail. My pantry is not equipped for even intermediate cooking? That's crazy. I mean, I think another part of that comes from, like, if you have cooked a bunch of different dishes or even a handful of different dishes, you'll start to realize that certain things are needed, like, always, so you'll start to always have them in your pantry. You know, certain staples in my pantry are, like, vinegar of a kind, garlic always, butter always, sour cream always. There was something else I was just thinking of. Oh, soy sauce. Soy sauce is used in way more than just Asian cooking. There's a lot of like hearty meat recipes that use soy sauce as like a sauce component, you know? Same with like Worcestershire sauce. A few other things. But the more dishes you make, you'll be like, holy shit, I need this again? Maybe I should actually buy some. And then next time you go to the store, you'll be like, oh, I'm almost out of my Worcestershire sauce. Better get it in case the recipe I make calls for it, because it probably will, you know? But, yeah. It sounds overwhelming to, like, learn all these different ingredients and all these different methods of cooking and stuff, but honestly, it's just like, you learn one at a time. It's all bite-sized pieces of info, pun intended. And, you know, like, brick by brick, you learn how to make a buffet of meals, I guess. I don't know. I find it easy. I've done so much cooking over the years now that all of my, you know, step-by-step info has been learned over a long period of time. And as a result, you know, now I know how to do a bunch of stuff. But looking back, it's like, oh yeah, there was a time I didn't know how to, I don't know, make a risotto, you know? Or like didn't know how to parboil a potato, or didn't know how to mince garlic, whatever it is. Mix a sauce together, you know, thicken a sauce with a cornstarch slurry, whatever. Like, you do it once or you do it a few times and you learn how it works, and it's like, suddenly it's like, oh, I have to thicken that sauce. Okay, I'm going to put cornstarch in a bowl and put an equal amount of water, and then I'm going to mix it up, and it's going to make a thick little paste, and I'm going to dump it into the thing. It's going to make my sauce thick. Amazing. Really cool. But I think more people should try to cook. Even if you try to cook really easy recipes, like you look it up and it requires 5 ingredients and you have 3 of them, but one of them you have to, like, learn how to, I don't know, you have to learn how to bread a chicken. You want to make chicken fingers, but you have to learn how to dip a chicken in flour and then egg and then breading and then fry it in oil. You know? You do it once, like, great, I have to bread a fucking zucchini to make, I don't know, a fried zucchini sandwich or something. Well, you breaded chicken once, it's the same process, you know? But, I don't know. I think cooking's fun, and again, you can just learn all the things that you need to know with cooking as you go, which I think is pretty cool. but I don't know. I think you're right. I just think people don't want to spend the time on it despite their desire for better food. Yeah, I feel that way. It's just about cooking in general and also food prep. But I guess it depends what your alternatives are, right? Like, doing a lot of work in general sucks, but if the alternative is doing even more work or spending a lot of money you don't want to spend, then doing a little bit extra work to food prep or to cook meals for several days, I guess, doesn't look so bad. But I'm also very price conscious, as I've been saying on repeat, because it defines my whole existence. Eggs. It's expensive and tastes lamer. Oh, what were we talking about? I don't remember. But yeah, expensive things have to be worth the price. Consent coming back. Yep. You're still here, which is incredible. I don't believe it. Chatterbox today and every day. Glad to stop by. Me too. I'm glad to have you here. Now and always. Like a supervillain. I forget what I was saying, but that was probably true. Bone, I eat so bland the rest of the time. Maybe that's intentional. I do always suck Frank's Red Hot, however. I know some people that'll put Frank's Red Hot on everything. I know there's a joke about putting sriracha on everything, but I know people that will literally put Frank's Red Hot hot sauce on everything. It tastes good in its own right. It's got its own flavor, unlike sriracha that just tastes like empty heat until you have copious amounts of it and then it starts to have some kind of a flavor. Dude, this game is crazy. I just hit the live button to see now it's 6-5. Good guys. Just like 1 and 1 and 1 and 1 and 1. And then we're gonna fall apart in the third quarter. This is a Bandit's specialty. Their goalie is 100 years old, as I said, and he just falls apart in the third, and then the rest of the team picks their shit up in hopes to win in the fourth. It's very crazy. I have a feeling we're gonna lose. I don't know why. They've been crushing it lately, and the fact that they're not already up by 1,000,000 points makes me feel some kind of way. But if you're on Twitter, you should check out, I have a Twitter link down below. I post on Twitter all the time, usually about when I'm going live, but I tend to yuck it up on other people's posts, or I'll clamor about fucking bandits or whatever, or random stream accomplishments or whatever. Like the other day I said I beat Hollow Knight off stream. Whoops, sorry. Yeah, I post all my random thoughts to Twitter. Anyway, if the bandits win, I'll probably post something about it on Twitter. Hooray. But yeah, I think I'm gonna jet and go watch that game now. If any of you have ESPN Plus, if you're in the States and you care about lacrosse, or you want to figure out if you care about lacrosse because you never heard of it or watched it, that's probably the majority. Check out the Buffalo Bandits versus the Colorado Mammoth championship game that's going on right now. I'm gonna dip and watch it because I'm not allowed to stream it. I wish I could. But I also don't want to get banned because this is my only hobby that I enjoy. And I appreciate the people I know, and I would lose contact with all of you if I got banned. So I'm not gonna do that. But if that interests you, check out Buffalo Bandits versus the Colorado Mammoth on ESPN Plus, and hopefully you enjoy it. It's a lot of fun, very violent sport, very close game right now. But thank you all so much for hanging out today. Again, this was unprecedented. I don't ever just talk at my camera about nothing for 5 hours and have a revolving door of people coming in and out to enjoy the fun. Feels some kind of way. Feels good. I don't think I'll do this very often, but if I can, I will. I just don't ever have anything to say. So thank you all so much. We're going to find someone to send the love on to. If you wouldn't mind sticking around for that, I would appreciate it. It's always nice to send more friends over to a friend. But we will see where we are going. Who's on doing what? Ooh, I know where we can go. We keep going there, but it's because we love him to bits, and he keeps painting miniatures. Our good buddy, Mr. Hobone. He's been doing some earlier streams lately, which I appreciate. Hobo is fantastic. He has one of the coolest jobs ever. He is in film for like movies and for the auto industry, like cars and stuff. I don't know the intricate details. I just know his job is super cool, and he was recently nominated for and won an Emmy alongside his filming team for something. I wish I knew the details, but Hobo's great. He's chatty, he's friendly. He often shows his dog off. He's very artistic. He's very funny. He's very down to earth. We love him to bits. And, you know, he's probably focusing on painting a little miniature or a slug or something because he's been doing a lot of art streams, but he'll be talking with you, chatting, hanging out. So if you're willing, come on by, check out a good friend of the channel. and I'll be back soon with more. I appreciate literally everyone who decided to spend any amount of seconds listening to me babble about nothing today. It means more than words can describe. I hope everyone has a great night, and we'll be back soon with more. Thank you all so much again. See ya.